1. Not on schedule.
Ogre One, come in, Ogre One. What is your position?
The shrill voice of the corrections officer squealed through the radio. Nothing to report yet, Dax replied, rolling his eyes. His suit rumbled around him as he looked through the thick, clear visor separating him from the void. His target, a piece of twisted metal from a re-entry accident, floated listlessly in front of him. As he looked down, the earth spun peacefully miles below him. He gritted his teeth in a snarl as he grabbed for the magnetic gun attached to his leg. Pulling the piece of equipment free, he aimed it at the metal as the thrusters on his suit shut off.
"You're not Ogre One,"
the CO exclaimed over the radio.
"Ogre Two? Dax, what are you doing out there?"
"I'm an orbital garbage removal expert," Dax said, squeezing the trigger. "I'm doing my job. No reason to give it to someone else." The gun let off a low hum as it pulled him the rest of the way into the debris. Catching himself on it, he placed the magnet gun back in its holster.
"This isn't your job. This is Ogre One's job. Report back to your ship immediately,"
the corrections officer shouted. "I could, or I can tag this piece of debris for rapid collection and not delay the return of the Mars mission another day," Dax countered. He tapped his fingers on the metal as he waited for a response. The soft impacts of his heavy suit clanked through the form-fitting piece of equipment and into his helmet. Several more seconds of silence drifted on the crackling radio. Dax turned to see their junker of a ship, more spare parts than original, floating a few hundred yards behind him. "You there, Johnson, or am I just doing my best Ian Malcolm impression out here?" Dax asked.
"It's CO to you,"
Johnson's voice crackled back.
"Command says continue the mission."
Dax raised his left arm. A bracer filled with just about every tool he'd need sat on his forearm. Grabbing a small metal disc from the bracer, he attached it to the debris. With a tap in its center, a soft red light started to blink. The radio squawked, sending a bolt of pain through his ears. "I thought we were fixing the feedback problem," Dax snarled.
"This isn't Johnson,"
a young voice Dax knew was Mark whispered.
"Johnson never called command. There's a debris cloud headed your way. You need to find some cover right now. You're going to get torn apart out there."
"And this is according to?" Dax asked.
"It's according to Johnson's radar, which I am piggybacking. You have 15 seconds. It's coming from your 12. I'm not messing around, Ogre 2. Hurry."
Normally, Dax would have ribbed Mark a bit more, but something in the kid's voice told him this was not the time. Dax drew his magnetic gun. He ducked himself behind the debris and activated the tool, holding him in place. Dax took several deep breaths. Gritting his teeth, he lowered his head and braced himself with his free hand and knees against the debris. He'd dealt with debris clouds before. These mini-storms were never fun, but Dax had weathered a few storms in his day. With a soft tink and a brief flash of sparks, the first strike of the cloud punched a hole through the bottom of the debris. "Easy," Dax coached himself in his mind. "Easy, you'll be all right. Control your breathing. This too shall pass." "Mark, how big were those pieces?" Dax asked.
"Largest one was 5 times the size of a grain of sand."
"Why?" Mark replied. "Because I think it just punched a hole through my cover." Dax was cut off as a hail of debris peppered the sheet of twisted metal. He flinched as multiple holes were punched through inches from his head. He took several deep breaths, fighting the racing of his heart from the debris storm. His shoulder kicked back, accompanied by a flash of sparks and a sharp pain that caught him off guard. He took a quick, deep breath. "Good. At least I still have structural integrity," he muttered after a quick check.
"You what?"
Mark asked. The last of the debris cloud clattered against the junk Dax marked. After a few seconds of silence, he shut off his magnet gun and holstered it again. As he turned back to his ship, appropriately named the Junkyard, he activated his thrusters. With a soft rumbling, he slowly accelerated back to the rust-stained craft. CO, we ran into a slight snag. There was a debris field that crossed our path, Dax explained as he approached the hatch for his return. Suit took damage, maintained structural integrity. It just needs a surface repair. Dax grabbed the port handle. He pulled on it, but it didn't budge. He let out a frustrated sigh, planted himself with his magnet gun, and pulled on it again. After several moments of pressure, the latch clicked, the handle gave way, and with several hard yanks, the port opened. Dax deactivated his gun and placed it back into his holster while pulling himself inside. Grabbing one of the handles, he turned himself around before leaning back into space. He closed the door, immediately greeted by a flashing red light.
"Airlock occupied,"
the speak-and-spell-sounding computer announced.
"Initiating atmospheric recompression." Dax, I'm seeing that the airlock isn't, locked,"
Mark said over the radio. Dax gripped the small door and pulled as hard as he could with one hand while trying to twist the lock with the other. The oxygenation vents rattled as they filled, readying to open into the room. Frustration more than anxiety bubbled within him as he struggled with the poorly maintained handle.
"Dax, are you going to get that thing latched?"
Mark asked.
"Working on it,"
he growled from behind clenched teeth. Dax grabbed the latch with both hands. He planted his knees against the door's frame, and with all his might he leaned back and pulled on the handle. Metal groaned under his hand as the vents stopped rattling. He glanced at them and shook his head. "Computer, airlock isn't sealed. Don't try to repressurize. You'll blow the whole ship," Dax shouted.
"Negative. You do not have the authority to make such commands of this vessel."
The pieces of Dax's suit clattered as every muscle in his body trembled. As he pulled with all his might, the latch gave way with a low chunk just as the vents opened. Oxygen hissed into the airlock, filling it in seconds. Dax tumbled back, clattering into the airlock's back wall. With a relieved chuckle, he steadied himself on the wall, still floating in zero gravity. 3 beeps rang out before he was violently pulled to the ceiling, crumpling into a heap as he made contact. "Are you kidding me?" he snarled.
"Air pressure normalized. Artificial gravity reactivated,"
the computer announced. "You couldn't give me a heads up?"
"It is part of the regular Ogre protocol. You should have been made aware of this during booking. Do you need to be rebooked?"
"You schedule that and I'm going to microwave your server," Dax growled as he pulled himself to his feet.
"That is illogical, as it would not harm my primary programming. It would, however, irreparably damage your ship, leading to loss of life."
"Some things are better than going back to that dirt ball," Dax replied as he made his way to the internal door. "And you're no Vulcan. You don't get to operate on logic. Otherwise we wouldn't be having this conversation."
"Incorrect. Data shows that—"
"Mark, shut her up."
"I'm afraid I can't do that,"
Mark replied over the ship speaker. Dax grabbed the internal door and pulled as hard as he could. With an ear-splitting squeal, the hinges gave way, letting the door swing into the airlock. "I said Mark, not Hal," Dax replied as he stepped through.
"I'm not trying to kill you. I just can't get into the system, and you know why."
The shift of artificial gravity threw Dax's balance off. He caught himself before turning to shut the internal door. It took a few hard pulls before the latch locked in place. "Fine," he said, releasing the door and getting back to his feet. "Then at least get this suit off me."
"Already have the decoupler in place,"
Mark replied over the radio. Dax turned. Across the deck were a set of robotic arms that sat inside one of 3 alcoves. Identical armored spacesuits to the one he wore rested inside. The once shimmering suits bore the scorch marks of previous ogres who weren't fast enough to get back to their ships before Earth's gravity got them. Gouges and scratch marks covered the suits from glancing blows with heavy welding used to fill in the direct hits that were survivable. Dax approached the arms and stepped backward into them. They quickly grabbed the suit and haphazardly unscrewed the protective barrier from him before pulling it away. Each piece removed was accompanied by a tight pinch, unnatural twist of a limb, or a jab to the spine. With the last part of protective gear removed, the floor under him shifted, dumping him, in a dark gray jumper, onto the steel waffle flooring. A sharp pain shot through his knees and elbows on impact. "I freaking hate this place," he snarled as he pulled himself back to his feet.
Ogre 1 suit accepted. Damage detected. Initiating damage report.
"You got close on that one," Mark's voice echoed from a nearby corridor. Dax grabbed the waffle grate wall before rounding the corner. As he made his way down the narrow corridor, the suit bays were visible through the grate. Moving further down the barely shoulder-width gap, he looked at the visible wires and exposed pipes that kept their ship in space. A soft thunk, thunk, thunk sounded from the walls as Dax ran his fingers across the rough metal. When he reached the end, the hallway opened to a small semicircle with 3 more rooms attached to it. 2 of the 3 doors were shut. A soft blue light flickered from the 3rd.
"You're going to want to come in here,"
Mark's voice came from the center room. Following the voice, Dax entered Mark's quarters. The ship's computer systems that used to be on the main deck were expertly mounted on his cheap metal walls. Small piles of salvage from his walks were scattered around the room, burying the bed. Dax approached the throne-like chair, grabbing it. He turned it around. Mark sat with his knees curled into his chest. His scrawny form was dwarfed by the enormity of his seat. He grabbed the piece of food ration that stuck out of his mouth. Biting down, he winced as he pulled it free before motioning to the monitors.
"CO is pissed,"
Mark mused. "I've been able to mute him because he's been delivering possibly the most creative string of swears he's come up with yet." Dax looked at one of the screens. An overweight bald man screamed at the muted screen. On another, a question appeared, asking if the job was completed. Dax leaned over and pressed the yes before unmuting the corrections officer.
"On our next inspection, if there's a single bolt out of place—"
Johnson stopped and looked to the side. "The job's been completed, CO. Debris tagged and ready for removal. Should be passing the retrieval vessel." Mark pointed to a 3rd screen. Dax followed his finger to read the information about pickup ETA. "In about 18 minutes. With that, re-entry path for the Mars shuttle will be cleared for them."
"This wasn't your mission to go on, Professor,"
Johnson barked. "You don't even have a diploma. You don't get to call me that," Dax snapped. "And the job got done, didn't it?"
"Your next job will be sent by end of Earth Day. You're up in rotation. Your job today won't count. You will still be expected to make your walk tomorrow."
"I wouldn't think about shirking my chores," Dax replied. His sarcastic tone caused Johnson to stand up and lean against his desk. He pointed a sausage-sized finger at the camera.
"All you do when you take their jobs is prolong all of your time up there. Those walks don't count toward the tallies of anyone else's sentence. Instead of ever seeing Earth again, one of them is going to shank you and drop you out of the airlock, and I won't blame them."
"Yeah, you and everyone else. We'll keep an eye out for the next job," Dax huffed before hanging up on the officer.
"What did you do?"
Mark exclaimed, his eyes widening. "Boring conversation, anyway. Dax said, taking a step back. "Anything new?" Mark pointed at an upside-down mug in the corner of the room on a plate.
"I think that might be the last one. Do you mind taking care of it for me?"
Mark asked. Dax walked toward the plate. He placed his hand on top of the mug. He smirked, looking at the setup for what felt like the 1,000th time. "It'll always amaze me that you're willing to go into the void of space, but something as little as a spider will have you terrified." Dax lifted the mug. He quickly spun it and thrust it back down, smashing the spider that was trapped underneath. "We are hardwired to dislike things that scuttle," Mark countered. Dax picked up the plate and looked at the smashed insect. "It's not scuttling anymore." "And shave your face. Your peach fuzz looks worse than Michael Cera's." 2. Repair. Dax lay on his cot. He'd grown accustomed to the feeling of the grated metal underneath over the last 2 years. He tossed a small ball of wire he'd tightly wound and covered in a thin layer of melted rubber to keep it in shape. It bounced off the gray ceiling, leaving a small black smudge with each impact. Catching the ball, he'd toss it back at the dark circle he'd created above his bed. Heavy boot falls echoed through the hallway toward the rooms. A low, frustrated huffing accompanied them. Dax caught his ball, reached under his bed, and slid it into one of the gap's intersections that held his bed up. With a groan and a stiff back, he sat up before stretching. He quickly pulled his hair back, tucking it behind his ears, making sure none of his almost shoulder-length locks were in his face. The clomping grew louder, and an uncomfortable pit formed in Dax's stomach as his eyes locked on his open doorway. His legs started to bounce on its own in anticipation. A tall, lithe older man entered his room. He wore the same gray jumpsuit as Dax and Mark. His hair, more salt than pepper, was slicked back without a strand out of place. The sides were trimmed shorter than the top, revealing 2 thin scar lines across the side of his head. A great bushy mustache, expertly curled at the ends, quivered with anger as his steely blue eyes bore holes into Dax. "How many times have I told you?" he questioned, his mouth becoming visible from behind the bush of his upper lip. "Look, Jared, the job needed to be done. You were fixing the engine, and the timer was getting close to 0, Dax countered. "You just extended my stay in this junk heap by another mission," Kane replied. "It's not a mission," Dax scoffed. "Being an ogre is a death sentence. At least here we're not in solitary with the other death row inmates. The job number they give us is arbitrary when 87% of us never actually meet that goal. We are given a job. We are given orders. We complete them to the full extent of those orders," Kane countered. His voice boomed like thunder. "Do you really want a complete shutdown of all non-life support systems for 2 weeks again?" Dax asked, looking up at Kane. "Because I fear that kind of cold and that kind of dark more than you." Kane's stern expression fell. His jaw, as square as an anvil, flexed as he clenched his teeth. "I hate to break it to you, Sarge, but Mark and I are not military. We do what's needed to make our situation survivable," Dax said, raising his brow. "You're not military anymore either. We're not good soldiers. We don't just follow orders." Dax stood up. A dull pain shot through his lower back. He groaned, rubbing the area as the pain faded. "I miss my 20s, he complained. "You're going to look back on this time with fond memories when you reach my age." "How is pain every morning going to be a fond memory?" "You're going to wish that things only hurt as much as they do now," Kane replied. "How do you do it?" Dax asked, stretching his back. "You don't ever seem to be hurting." "When you go through officer candidate school in Pensacola, every pain you feel after that is soothing," Kane replied. "Caffeine and hate help a lot, too. Now get into that docking pod and fix my suit. I'm not going on a walk in compromised equipment." A loud burst of laughter erupted from Mark's room. "Something funny in there?" Kane shouted.
"Your previous statement is based on flawed logic," Mark said from the safety of his chair. "You assume our equipment isn't compromised already. Look around. We're flying in Junkyard Starship. At any moment, one of these rusty rivets could give out and suck us all into the void. And don't even get me started on the software. It looks like it's running on Windows 98.
"That explains the whispers of robot murder," Dax muttered. "That it does," Kane replied.
"And if it weren't for my less-than-legal updates, this entire ship would have plummeted into the planet a year ago," Mark continued.
Kane and Dax walked out of the room. Both men stopped in front of Mark's, looking in. He sat with one foot on his chair while sitting on the other. "Poor summer child," Dax muttered. Mark turned in his chair, looked at them both, and shrugged. "What?" "If you keep sitting like that, both your knees will blow out by the time you hit 20, Kane replied. Even if he doesn't, by 23 his left one will start hurting, by 26 his right, and then as a big, 'you're old,' the day he turns 30 and sneezes, his first back spasm will happen," Dax said with a shrug. "If he's lucky, that won't be when both knees go out at the same time." "Did that happen to you, old man?" Mark asked, pointing at Dax. "You've got to tell me if that happened to you." Dax looked up. He pointed at a thin line in the short beard under his chin. "Busted my chin open on the coffee table. And who are you calling old man? This guy's got 20 years on me," Dax replied, nodding to Kane. "Only on the calendar. My body can still dominate yours," the old soldier replied. "Please don't say it like that," Mark grimaced. Dax winced at the comment. He looked at Kane and shook his head, pointing at the young man in his seat. "I'm with him on that one." Kane placed a hand on Dax's shoulder. He squeezed, sending a wave of discomfort through his arm and neck. "My body was built in war. Yours was built behind a desk," Kane said, his tone soft and even. "On my deathbed, I will still be able to easily overpower both of you. That is why I'm Ogre 1. Now go fix my armor." Kane released Dax's shoulder before walking into his own room. After shutting the door, Dax turned to the youngest of the crew. Mark chewed on a ration without a care in the world. "In case you didn't know, in our situation, he just made you hold his pocket," Mark mused. "Is that why you go out there on our jobs? Do you secretly care for us?" "What are you expecting? I'm an ogre, not a saint. It's also awfully haughty for someone titled Ogre 3, Dax countered. "Now unfold your legs and sit up straight. Slouching is horrible for your posture." "You do a great job pretending you don't care," Mark said with a roll of his eyes. "But I'm on to you, Professor." Dax made his way back onto the main deck. He looked at the damaged suit. The repair bench was already pulled across the first pod with the compromised piece on top. He picked up the pauldron. The metal arched out like a splash of water frozen in time. Running his finger over the smooth inside, he could feel how thin the bottom was. Not quite big enough, I guess," he muttered. Dax set the piece down. He turned to look for the repair crate. The large open room connected seamlessly with the cockpit. He pursed his lips as he tapped on the repair table. "Where'd you guys move the repair kits to?" he shouted. "Check where the servers used to be," Mark replied. Dax made his way to the center of the room. He looked down to see a sheet of metal under the flooring where he used to see wires. Leaning down, he grabbed the flooring and pulled. The floor gave way to reveal a small pit full of tools. "Why'd you move them down here?" Dax asked. "In case of an impact, we won't have the human slurry of the 2152 incident all over again," Mark shouted. I don't want to be paste that has to get pressure washed out of these floors. Do you have any idea how hard it is to clean waffle grate? Unless you use a toothbrush, Kane shouted from his closed room. Did you have to use the word slurry? Dax grimaced. He jumped into the chest-high hole. Kneeling, he pulled a few spare pieces of metal, an angle grinder, and a mobile smelter. Where'd the sander go? Dax shouted. It was sacrificed to the junkyard starship, Mark replied. Kane said it was to keep our water recovery system going. That is an appropriate sacrifice. Kane will just have to be okay with a little non-uniformity on his suit. Climbing out of the hole, Dax pulled the covering back on before returning to the workbench. He plugged in the ancient angle grinder. He squeezed the trigger a few times, causing it to whir to life. At least something still works, he muttered. Mark, what's the nitrogen levels on the ship? High enough you're not going to blow us all up the second you start grinding, Mark replied. Copy that. Dax froze, gritted his teeth, and shook his head. Now I'm starting to sound like Kane. He took the grinder to the peeled pieces of metal. Sparks flew harmlessly into the pod before the metal shavings fell into a tray below. Piece by piece, Dax carved out the damaged parts of metal before placing them on the repair table. Once he cleared the shrapnel, Dax unplugged the grinder. He took the crucible out of his smelter before turning it on. As the oven heated, Dax pulled the tray out from under the first pod before dumping the shavings into the crucible as well. At least this doesn't jam, Dax muttered. He pushed the tray back under the pod. It caught on the inner edge. He closed his eyes, letting out a sigh of defeat as a hint of annoyance bubbled within him. Dax pulled the tray out and shoved into the catch once more before it locked in place. As he returned to his workstation, he put the spare chunks of metal in with the shrapnel and dust. Opening the door to the small oven, a burst of heat hit him in the face. Leaning back, Dax slid the crucible in before shutting the door. He watched the flames as they slowly started to melt the metal. His mind went blank as he started to zone out. Pursing his lips, he absent-mindedly tapped on the repair table. The smelter automatically shut off with a high-pitched beep, snapping Dax back to the work at hand. "Okay, there we go," Dax whispered. He grabbed the suit's glove and slid the piece of armor on. Leaning back, Dax opened the smelter door, reached in, and grabbed the crucible full of molten metal. Turning his attention to the damaged armor, he slowly poured the material inside, filling it completely, leaving a little bit left over. Letting the metal cool, Dax returned to the pit, putting the smelter back. Grabbing the grinder, he plugged it back in and turned it on. "Kane, I filled your hole," Dax shouted. "Thank you. Be sure it's pretty," Kane shouted back. "We've talked about how you two can't do this. It makes me very uncomfortable," Mark cut in. 3. Crime. Dax woke up to a series of taps echoing through the ship. He breathed in the stale air, almost able to taste the rust. He rolled off his cot, catching himself on the ground, and pushed himself to his feet. Stretching, he twisted his body. His spine cracked several times, releasing the tension in his back. "Oh, there's got to be a better way to do this," he grumbled to himself. As he turned in his bare threads room, decorated with just his bed and a piece of poorly polished metal as a mirror, Dax followed the tapping. He rubbed the sleep from his eyes, noticing Kane's door was open while Mark's was still closed. Dax shuffled forward, his boots like concrete weights on each foot as they dragged across the grated floor. As he reached the main deck, he saw Kane in front of his armor with the repair table deployed and 2 steaming metal mugs on it. "Figured you'd be up soon," Kane said, his eyes locked on the recently repaired piece. "Coffee?" Dax grabbed a cup and took a sip. He winced at its bitterness. As he swallowed the burned liquid, grounds settled on his tongue and between his teeth. He grimaced and put the cup back down. "That's possibly the worst coffee I've ever had," he said as he wiped the grounds on his tongue off on his sleeve. "Didn't you filter it?" "Do I look like a barista?" Kane asked, not bothering to even glance up from his inspection. "And coffee beans are good for you. It's your breakfast food and drink in one. It'll put hair on your chest." "I think I'll just settle with the tension headache later today." "Suit yourself," Kane said with a shrug. He tapped the blackened piece of armor several more times with a screwdriver. The old soldier moved the tip to the scratched-up repaired section and tapped a few more times. The impact noises were identical. Kane tossed the screwdriver onto the table and leaned against the table. "I've got to say, I'm impressed. Your techniques have improved greatly since you were sentenced up here," Kane mused. "Aside from the grinding, I can't tell where the old metal ends and the new metal begins." "You're talking about ogre armor. This is the walking embodiment of the ship of Theseus," Dax said, motioning to the suit. Kane's gray brow raised. He turned around, leaned against the table, and crossed his arms across his muscular frame. "Ship of Theseus?" Kane asked. "It's a thought experiment. You have a ship, a wooden ship," Dax said as he scratched the side of his head before motioning at the suit. Or, in this case, a ridiculously armored spacesuit. Eventually, time wears on the ship, and boards have to be replaced. But instead of throwing away the old boards, you set them off to the side. Dax approached the ogre's suit assigned to him. He ran his fingers over the bulky armor while inspecting the countless scratches from debris impact. Over time, you replace every plank of wood on that ship, allowing it to keep its original form the entire time. Meanwhile, you reassemble the ship with the planks as they are replaced. At the end of the day, you have two ships, Dax said as he turned toward Kane. The million-dollar question is, which one's the original? Kane smirked. As he cleared his throat to answer, his brow furrowed and his smile vanished as the heavy lines of a thinking man overtook his features. "I've got to say, you've stumped me on that one," Kane said, finally breaking his silence. "It usually does," Dax chuckled. "Then what's the point?" "The point is, who knows how much of these suits are the original forged alloys and how much is replacement? If you do a good enough job, you can't tell," Dax replied. "And you're the one that helped me, which is quite the testament to your tutelage." Kane grabbed the repaired piece of his suit and put it back in place. How many times have I told you to leave those big words in the garbage where they belong?" the older man asked. "Well, I hate to break it to you, but we're not on Earth anymore, and those words seemed to have come with me," Dax teased. He gave Kane a gentle pat on the shoulder before moving to the cockpit. As he sat in the seat, it creaked and shifted under his weight. Grabbing the restraints, he clipped himself in, tightening the harness as much as he could. "You've got to be kidding me! I thought we fixed this!" Dax grabbed the straps, giving them a pull, putting nearly 3 inches of space between himself and what was supposed to keep him in place. "I was about to do it, but the rivet gun broke, so I couldn't refasten it to proper specifications," Kane replied. "Any chance Johnson is going to approve a requisition request to get a new one?" Dax asked. "What do you think?" Kane chuckled. "Can't say his parents didn't name him appropriately," Dax sighed. Activating the ship engines caused the display screens on either side of the viewport to flicker to life. One of the 6 monitors was little more than static. Dax leaned forward and aggressively tapped the screen's housing. "That's not good for the electronics," Mark said with a creaking voice. He rubbed his eyes as he entered the main deck. After a few strikes, the screen flickered back to its default screen. "There we go. Percussive engineering for the win," Dax called out. He looked over the readouts of the ship. Reaching into the breast pocket of his jumpsuit, he pulled out a piece of paper with faded ink. The original readouts for the ship were scrawled on the crumply sheet. "How are things looking?" Kane asked. "Hydraulics are oddly high. Everything else is on the low end. We'll need to refuel after the next job," Dax explained before swiveling in the seat. "Why is hydraulic pressure so high?" "Bring it up with Johnson," Mark said, grabbing the cup Dax drank from. "Our last check-in, I told them all we needed was fuel and a resupply on food. They told me that's not what Johnson ordered. I tried to argue with them, even showed them the readings. They just said that's not what Johnson ordered. If Johnson were to ever get out from behind his desk and come check the ships he's in charge of, maybe he'd actually see what we need instead of just assuming," Dax said. "Why are you surprised?" Kane asked. "He's former Air Force. All they know how to fly are desks. Put him in a real machine like this, he wouldn't know what to do with it." "Real machine?" Mark asked. Dax grimaced as the young man turned to him. They locked eyes for a few seconds before both erupted into laughter. "This isn't a real machine," Dax cackled. "It's a rust heap that handles like a brick and looks like one, too." "I will concede it does fly better than a desk," Mark added. Dax slowly regained control of himself as Mark went to have a drink of the dark sludge Kane called coffee. Kane's brow raised as he went to warn the young man. He paused, lowered his hand, and shook his head. Mark took a drink and immediately spat out the liquid, scrubbing his tongue with his sleeve while he sat the cup back down. "Why would you give me tar?" Mark shouted. "It wasn't for you," Kane remarked, pointing at Dax. "You're too young for coffee. It was for him." "Don't worry, I did pretty much the same thing," Dax said, his teeth crunching on several recently loosened coffee grounds. "Enjoy the grounds. They won't be going away any time soon. If I'm old enough to get sentenced up here with you two geezers, I'm old enough for coffee," Mark countered. "Yeah. Besides, you know kids these days. Up all night, running on energy drinks and the blue light from their screens. Your coffee is just the equivalent of drinking brown water for him," Dax teased. "You shouldn't. It's bad for your heart," Kane said, taking the cup and pouring the coffee into his own. "And staying up all night's not good for your mind." Putting the cup to his lips, Kane tilted his head back and chugged the coffee. Lowering the cup, he gave them both a wide smile. Coffee grounds peppered his teeth while leaving his mustache completely clean. "How does he even do that?" Mark asked. "I can't drink water without getting it all up in my mustache." "Don't ask me. Longest I've had any facial hair is this lovely 8 o'clock shadow," Dax replied, rubbing his cheek. "Because this is a man's mustache," Kane replied, motioning to the sparse growth of hair on Mark's upper lip. "That caterpillar isn't worth the leaves it'd eat." Kane walked across the deck. He grabbed a towel and wiped out the cups before placing them on hooks next to a lone dish. "And you're here because you hacked into the United Earth government to launch every nuke on the planet," Kane added. "I was just trying to get rid of them," Mark countered. "Nuclear war can't break out if there's no nukes to launch. Besides, I was just going to send them to the moon." "And kill 200,000 people?" Dax asked. "That's so many attempted murder charges on top of that. No wonder they sent you up here instead of just putting you in solitary down there." "Oh, come on. You're telling me you both are colonized mooners?" Mark scoffed. Dax's eyes widened. He stifled another laugh as he looked at Kane. Disappointment spread across his leathered face as he shook his head. "Seriously? There's nobody on the moon. That's a hoax fabricated by the government to back their expansionist mindset to colonize the rest of the solar system." Dax leaned back in his chair. He rested his chin on his hand before pointing at a very red-faced Kane. "You want to tell him that?" Dax asked. "He was part of Lunar 3, and if you remember the news stories about that battle, only about 8 people survived." He pointed at Kane while mouthing, "He was one of them." The man's face was nearly crimson. His knuckles were white as his fists trembled in rage. "War propaganda to get the public on side against the successionists. It's all part of the deep state's—" Mark started. "You're really going to want to shut up now. Because you're telling a man who saw all of his friends die, got his suit punctured in space, sealed it by stabbing himself, only to then single-handedly capture the last 7 enemy combatants unarmed and by himself, that none of that actually happened," Dax warned. "You may be a minor, but you were tried as an adult, meaning he can punch you, and I don't think your chicken neck could survive that. I'd suggest walking away." With a huff and an eye roll, Mark turned around and stomped back to his quarters. Dax spun his seat back toward the viewport. Kane approached the seat, resting his hand on the back. "How did you know?" Kane asked. "Are you kidding me? I don't think a single man, woman, or child on the moon or Earth doesn't know your story." "I mean about the knife. That part wasn't covered by the media." Dax's eyes widened. He turned toward Kane in disbelief. "What? I was just making that part up to get him to shut his mouth." Kane unzipped his jumpsuit. He pulled the collar back, revealing a pectoral the size of a dinner plate. Striations of his muscle pulled against his skin as he revealed a large scar in his shoulder. "I wouldn't suggest doing it, but if you have no choice, a blade'll seal a breach just fine," Kane replied. "You get more and more terrifying every time we speak," Dax whispered. Kane flashed him a smile, zipped up his suit, and walked away, leaving Dax to finish the morning calibrations. 4. Next job. As Dax finished making the tedious daily updates to the ship's system to keep it in orbit, an inbound message blinked across every screen. The option to pick up or decline the incoming transmission blinked in front of him. He quickly touched the ignore option. "You really think I'd let you ignore a call from me?" Johnson asked, his face appearing on each screen. Dax sighed and leaned back in his chair. "What do you want?" "I want you to show me the respect I deserve for once in your sentence," Johnson countered. "A man who has to demand respect is unworthy of it, just like a king who has to say, 'I am the king,' is no true king," Dax countered. "I'm getting really tired of your philosophical crap," Johnson huffed. "Okay, then why don't you get to the point and tell me what you want?" "You've got a new job that I picked out for you personally," the CO sneered. "Which means it's going to be the worst job you could find. Am I right?" Dax asked. A smug grin pulled itself across Johnson's thin lips as he crossed his arms and leaned back in his chair. "I wouldn't say it's the worst. Just one piece. It's big, though. It'll require 5 markers, and it's going fast enough that you'll probably have to dock with it so you don't lose your ship. You've made it very clear that this ship is yours, that the suits were yours, that our butts are yours. Personally, I thought it was a little weird and slightly unprofessional that you just wanted our butts, but hey, I'm not one to shame on a preferred proclivity." His words caused the correction officer to clench his jaw. Even through the green-scaled screens, Dax could see the man turn a dark shade of red as a vein that snaked up his forehead and across his skull started to pulsate. "You get the next 4 walks," he snarled, "and they don't count towards your sentence." "Good. The more I go on, the faster I don't have to see your ugly mug anymore. Now, are you going to tell me where the job is or keep staring at me like that?" Dax asked. "Because if you're going to keep giving me that look, I'm going to be expecting a very nice dinner from you." 15 degrees off the North Pole. You won't miss it." "North Pole? That's a dead zone. No one's allowed up there per government orders." "Why now?" Some NASA pencil pusher picked up a transmission that's strongest in the Arctic. When they ran their tests, they found something in a very tight orbit that's interfering with that signal. They want an ogre to get rid of it so they can set up their little science experiments." "Fine, I accept," Dax scoffed. "You know the protocol. We don't accept verbal confirmations. Now get it done." With that, Johnson cut the transmission off. A 60-second countdown took his place with instructions to accept the job. Dax clicked accept. Nothing happened. The countdown continued. He pressed on the screen a few more times. Still nothing. His heart started to race as frustration climbed up his spine. "Stupid computer," Dax snarled. "Mark, can you accept the inbound job with my credentials?" "Touch screen not working again?" Mark shouted back. "Nope, and we've got 20 seconds to accept." "1 second." Dax sat back and watched the countdown continue to drop. He kept pressing accept on each of the 6 screens to no avail. He looked at the dropping timer and growled. "You said 1 second. It's been 10. I've got to hack the system without Johnson noticing. I'm not a wizard." A second later, a check mark appeared on the screens. "Or you can just call me Harry freaking Potter because 11 seconds is a new junkyard record," Mark shouted. "You, Harry? With that mustache, we should call you Peach Fuzz Potter," Kane's voice echoed from his room. "Old man with the burn," Dax chuckled. Initiating the engines, the entire ship rattled to life as Dax grabbed the controls in front of him. A 12-hour timer appeared on the screens for him to complete the job. As he pointed the ship to the northern half of the planet, he pulled the ship up and out of the debris field that surrounded Earth. As he broke the debris barrier, a second screen flashed with a timer. It read, 10 minutes to return to designated restriction zone. The ship creaked as Dax accelerated, being pushed back into his seat. "What are you doing?" Kane asked as he returned to the main deck. "I'm getting us to our location faster and without impact incidents," Dax replied. "Don't worry, I'll get us back in our little restriction zone before that timer hits 0. "Good. I've seen enough drive cores go. I'd rather not be one of them," Kane replied. "Would you like me to prep your suit? The one specifically made for you that only you are supposed to use?" "Please and thank you. And again, the last job was specifically for Ogre 1. If I would have taken my suit out there, they would have known right off the bat, and boom, our power would have been shut off by the automated systems. So, as you can see, Mark isn't the only one who knows how to play computers." Kane made his way to the second bay and started to work on the suit. Dax kept a close eye on the proximity alarm for potentially dangerous debris. Everything was clear. He kept an eye on the 10-minute timer. It was down to 4 as the once blue and green world under them turned white. "Entering the dead zone," Dax called out. "Mark, keep an eye on the ship's systems. Make sure that our engines don't get shut down for being here." "Already on it," Mark shouted from his room. Dax lowered the ship back into the restriction zone, causing the 10-minute timer to cut off. As it vanished, the ship's readings returned to the screen. "Kane, you've got the controls. Apparently, we're going to need to dock with the debris so we don't lose each other," Dax explained, unbuckling himself. "I'll finish prepping the suit." "Copy that," Kane replied. He stepped away from the pod as both men traded places. As Kane sat down, Dax stepped into the pod, his suit open for him to step back into. As he placed his feet in the boots, he felt a catch on his heel. As he pushed down, the catch lowered into the sole of the boot, causing it to clamp shut around Dax's foot. After the boots clamped into place, the rest of the armor started to close around him like falling dominoes. He pushed his arms and fingers back into the suit. Having them pinched in the metal snapping shut once was more than enough for him. After the helmet clamped into place, Dax grimaced. "I hate this part," he muttered. A sharp pain surged between his shoulder blades. He was forced forward as an arm protruded from the pod, violently clipping into his suit. A warm and musky goo oozed around his jumpsuit, coating him up to the neck. As it solidified, it turned cold, sending a chill down Dax's spine. "How is it warm and cold, wet and dry, all at the same time?" Dax said, wriggling in his rig.
"Maybe if you were the actual leader of this group, you'd get the built-in pressure suit,"
Kane mused. The arm decoupled from Dax's back. He stepped out of the pod, each step slow, as his suit was heavier than the others. Clomping his way to the airlock, he opened the door and climbed in. "How far are we from the target?" Dax asked.
"I have eyes on it now. It's moving fast. I'll let you know when we've made contact once you get vented."
"Sounds good. And do me a favor, try not to throw me around so much this time."
"No promises,"
Kane replied. Dax ducked into the airlock. He closed the door before struggling with the latch. Eventually it clamped shut. A hiss immediately filled the airlock as the oxygen was pulled from it and the gravity shut off with a soft hum.
"You're going to want to hang on,"
Kane said over the radio. Before Dax could grab anything, he clanged into the airlock's siding. His suit protected him from the impact. The continual tightening of Kane's turn caused his stomach to drop. "Couldn't give me more of a heads up?" Dax groaned.
"That clang was you?"
Kane asked. "Who else would it be?"
"Have you seen the ship? It could be anything at this point."
The old military man chuckled.
"Turn lessening. You should be good in a second."
The force against the wall lightened on Dax. He pushed himself free as he drifted to the external door. "Let me know when I'm clear to open," Dax said. Several lock clangs rumbled through the ship as it rattled violently. Dax bounced from one wall to the other, planted in place by his hand. "Are you kidding me?" Dax huffed.
"We're locked in. You're clear to open," Kane replied.
"You're a terrible pilot. I thought you said you flew a lot."
"No, what I said is I flew in a lot. I was a diver. We often dropped straight into hell itself," Kane corrected. "Now get out there and get this job done."
With a pull on the handle, the rusty metal snapped. With an angry grumble, Dax threw the snapped piece of metal away.
"I'm not reading airlock open up here," Kane called out.
"I'm working on it," Dax snipped. He looked around to find the airlock repair kit. He opened it, grabbed a wrench from inside, and fastened it to the airlock door bolt as tightly as he could. "No one touches the wrench," Dax ordered. As he gave it a pull, the locks clicked open. Dax pushed the door open to see a large, pitch-black sheet of metal 3 feet from him. With a whistle, he stuck his head through the hole to see its elongated shape. On one end it came to a sharp drop-off, while the other tapered forward. Reaching out, he touched the metal. His hand slid right off it, as if it were a frictionless surface. Grabbing his magnet gun, he pointed it at the debris below him and squeezed the trigger. The weapon and he were pulled from the airlock and onto the debris. Before he continued, Dax shut the outer door and locked it in place. "Well, at least we know it's metal," Dax muttered. "Computer, open a new line to Mark." The crackle of a new radio connection filled his helmet. It cut out, then tried to reconnect again. After several failed attempts, Mark's voice broke through the static. "What can I do for you?" the teen asked. "This debris we're on is strange. It's magnetic, but doesn't seem to have much surface friction, and it's shaped weird. Can you take a few scans, let us know what we're dealing with?" "On it," Mark replied. Dax pulled a tracking disc out of his bracer and placed it on the debris before activating it. He powered his thrusters while sliding the magnetic gun across the metal's surface. The debris had an odd symmetry to it. He paid it little mind as he placed another tracker on it. As Dax pulled himself around the edge of the massive piece of debris, moving toward the slanted front, his stomach dropped.
"Oh, my goodness!" Mark screamed. I told you, not all conspiracies were fake. This is my proof. This is the Black Knight satellite. People have been theorizing about this thing for over a century. No one believed that it's an alien probe to monitor human development, but here it is. Oh, man, I'm going to be so famous."
Dax looked at the open door in front of him. A cockpit sat before him, empty and dark. In the seats were emaciated, gray-skinned corpses with no eyes, their lips peeled back from exposure to space.
Mark, I don't think this thing's a satellite,"
Dax whispered as his stomach nodded. 5. Black Knight. A very real fear gripped at Dax in that moment, the kind that sends a cold finger tracing down one's spine. His options now were to turn back or peer into the void. The idea of going back did call for him, but the pull to know now outweighed the siren. Or maybe that was backwards, and the siren was in fact calling him to explore the depths of the alien craft. Dax grabbed the inside of the open door. As he disconnected his magnet gun, he pulled himself inside. With the press of a button on his bracer, his boots hummed before pulling him to the ship's floor.
"Not a satellite?"
Mark asked, the connection between them weakening.
"What are you talking about?"
"I mean, this is a ship," Dax replied. As he approached the bodies, he got a better look at the creatures. Their corpses looked human. The smaller of the two would have stood nearly 6 inches taller than Dax's above-average height. Their lower canine teeth were enlarged, creating a slight underbite.
"Wonder where on-men tried to hide,"
Mark said, his transmission cutting out.
"Mark, please repeat. I cannot hear you. We seem to have a connection issue," Dax replied. "Kane, do you read me?"
Static. With a frustrated growl, he tried boosting his signal with the dials on his forearm.
"Kane, Mark, do you copy?"
Again, nothing. Dax looked at the bodies in front of him and shook his head. A mix of fear and wonder washed over him. The most significant discovery of all of mankind, and crappy radios are why no one will ever know it was me, Dax said to himself. Johnson will likely try taking the credit on this one. Dax looked back into the dark ship. The sunlight that illuminated part of the cockpit was swallowed by the blackness 10 feet in. Nearly 100 yards back, a soft yellow light blinked, piquing Dax's curiosity. "Don't do it," he whispered to himself. "It's a really bad idea. Don't you do it." His curiosity continued to pull at him as he looked from the aliens to the light and back. Gritting his teeth, Dax turned on his suit's lights. His chest and around his helmet sent out beams that illuminated the cockpit further. He turned his whole body toward the back of the craft, only adding a few more feet to the visibility the sun provided. "You're no Ellen Ripley or John 117, Dax muttered to himself as he stepped deeper into the ship. Even Dr. Jones would think this is stupid. The walls narrowed for a bulkhead that was wide open. He quickly passed through it. As the ship widened, he turned his attention to the architecture. It was sleek, minimalistic, and efficient. "I'd love to have a ship like this," Dax whispered to himself as he drew his magnetic gun. He flipped a switch on its side to repulse instead of attract. As he approached the first room, he raised the tool. His lights flooded the chamber. A round frame sat in one corner, frozen, tattered fabric of whatever was pulled from it stuck to its sides. A rack, likely for a weapon, sat empty on the wall, with part of the floor protruding 6 inches above the rest. Dax's heart raced along with his mind as he dropped to one knee and looked into the gap. "This is how the alien gets you," he said to himself as he pointed his tool at the opening. "Go back and get Kane. He knows how to handle this kind of stuff." He aimed his light inside, hands trembling, expecting a monster to lunge at him. Nothing happened. Then something shifted in the dark. Dax's mouth went dry as he aimed his light where he thought he saw the motion take place. Images of alien creatures with bulbous eyes and knife-like teeth caressed his mind. But no matter how much he searched, he couldn't find anything. "You're losing it, you're losing it. This is why you don't watch scary movies," Dax told himself. There was nothing there, just your overactive imagination. With a sigh of relief, he inspected what he could. From what he could gather, it looked like a form of shower, unlike anything he'd seen before. Standing up, Dax continued forward. He passed a shut door. Grabbing the handle, he tried to push it, then pulled it. When those didn't work, he tried sliding it in every direction. It didn't budge. "Whatever's locked in there, I'd appreciate it if you didn't escape and rip my spine out while I'm not looking," Dax called out. He turned his light to the walls, looking for any signs or writing that he could cling to. Nothing. He continued toward the blinking light. With each step, the tingle at the back of his neck and gut grew stronger, screaming that delving this far into the darkness was a terrible idea. His curiosity overpowered them both, causing him to press forward, one magnetic footstep over the other. "Mark, Kane, can you hear me?" he called out through the static. "I think I found something." As he stopped talking, so did the static. Silence filled his helmet once more. It pressed in on him like the oppressive dark his lights did little to diffuse. His ears started to ring, desperate to pick up anything that wasn't the clumping of his boots. As he reached the light, he inspected it closely. It appeared to be a button, connected to the wall at an angle. He looked up to see a strange contraption behind what looked like thin glass. It towered over him, disappearing above and below the viewport. A hand grabbed Dax's shoulder from the dark, pulling him into a macabre embrace. Every nerve in Dax's body jumped. He clenched his teeth to stop himself from squealing as he spun and squeezed the trigger at whatever alien monstrosity had been summoned from the depths of space. Kane leaned to one side as the magnetic pulse hit Mark. His boots stayed firm on the ground as he bent backward, barely stopping himself from falling. "Ow!" Mark whimpered as he pulled himself back up. "Spines aren't supposed to bend like that unless they're named Neo. Don't scare a person holding a gun," Dax exclaimed. "That's not a gun. It's barely a kid's toy," Kane countered as he looked around. "And I think this is quite an impressive discovery. We need to clear the rest of the ship, reclaim the bodies to give them a proper funeral, and finish the job." "Finish the job?" Mark scoffed. "We are the first humans who can confirm that they've actually stepped foot on an alien ship." "You mean you don't believe all those people who claim they've been abducted?" Dax interrupted. "Those crackpots?" Mark scoffed. "You can't believe everything you hear on the internet." "No, just that the colony on the moon is a hoax, that the government is spying on and assassinating its own citizens, or that the moon landing never even happened in the first place," Kane replied. "You mean you believe in the moon?" Dax teased. "Keep laughing. I don't see either of you geezers able to keep our hunk of junk in the air when every other day the electronics try to die on us," Mark countered. He pushed his way past Kane and Dax to inspect the button. "From what I can tell, this is an emergency manual reset for the core. If we hit it, we may be able to get out from under Johnson's thumb." "You are not going to touch that button," Dax ordered, putting his magnetic tool back. "You're not Ogre 1, Mark countered. "Did he just say, 'You can't tell me what to do'?" Dax asked.
"He did," Kane replied. "And don't touch that button. We don't know what it does."
Mark let out a frustrated huff and crossed his arms.
"Go back to the ship and shave your face," the former soldier ordered before turning to Dax. "How many trackers do you have on this?"
2 on the outer hull. I'm thinking there's something about this metal that interrupts our transmissions, though," Dax replied. "Radio silence isn't normal unless we're getting jammed, but now that you guys are in here, I can hear you fine. We still have time before the job has to be done. I'd like to look around and see what I can learn from this before we lose access to it forever."
"That's not a bad idea. Maybe we can salvage some parts to keep our boat floating in the meantime," Kane replied before looking at Mark. "Belay that last order. Help find salvage."
"Okay, I'll start over here," Mark huffed.
"I'll check the cockpit," Dax replied, wanting a better look at the pilots. "I guess that puts me at the rest of the ship," Kane said, turning his lights on.
Both men turned and left Mark where he stood. As Dax reached the cockpit, he looked at the bodies once again. The smaller of the 2 had long black hair, brittle from the cold, but clearly once mane-like, while the larger of the 2 was bald. He inspected their suits, being careful not to touch them, not wanting to ruin their clothes before he could learn about them. A patch sat in the center of both of their chests. Strange markings were stitched into them. As Dax positioned himself to get a better look, his heart skipped a beat. "Is that?" he whispered. Bright lights flashed through the ship. He felt vibrations through his boots that sounded like a low-pitched alarm as they reached his helmet. Dax's heart skipped a beat as the door leading outside slid shut. Dax looked back to see Mark backing away from the once glowing button as the lights in the ship flickered to life. "What did you do?" Dax shouted. "You can't tell me not to press a big glowing button and expect me not to press the big glowing button," Mark replied, a wide smile on his face. "But it looks like I was right."
"Don't pass your incapability to control your own impulses on us," Kane shouted as he stomped from the back of the ship. The old soldier shoved Mark back and pressed the button once again.
Nothing happened. A pressurizing hiss filled the ship as a strange language, part guttural, part poetic, and all incomprehensible, billowed through the craft. The cockpit around Dax flickered to life, bringing up a projection of what was in front of the ship on the inside of the windowless vessel. The voice repeated the same thing over and over again. While the tone sounded calm enough, it also sounded like a warning in Dax's ears. Ignoring the panic trying to creep into his mind, Dax quickly hit the record button on his bracer. The ship tilted back, away from Earth, and rotated to point away from the moon rising on the horizon. "Autopilot's on!" Dax screamed, looking back at his team. "Get locked in!" He quickly unbuckled the corpse before throwing it to the ground. As he sat in the chair and buckled himself in, his radio crackled to life. "Ogre 2, what's the status of the job?" Johnson's voice cut through the static. "The debris was an alien ship. We're currently on it, and it seems to be powering up," Dax replied. He looked at the controls that were projected on a thin layer of glass. He pressed the linear language, only to be met with flashes with no responses. "It's not April 1st. Stop pulling my leg. Report," Johnson shouted. "Or do I need to turn off your heat again?" "This isn't a joke," Dax snarled as he frantically pressed buttons with no reaction. "It seems to be biometrically locked. I can't stop it." Dax's heart pounded in his chest as he continued to blindly attempt to override the ship, to no avail. "What do you know about technology? Put Kane on now," Johnson ordered. A high-pitched hum filled the ship, causing Dax's stomach to drop. A strange peace settled over him as he looked down at the earth below in disgust. C.O. Johnson, there's something I've wanted to tell you since the day we met, Dax said, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth despite the moment.
And what is that, inmate?
Johnson asked. You're a dick. A violent shudder rippled through the ship, causing the display in front of Dax to cut off as he was slammed into the seat. The G-forces pulled at his body, causing his vision to blur and darken before he passed out. 6. Impact. The sound of alarms filled the ship as consciousness slowly returned to Dax. An invisible weight held his body in the corner of his chair, his chin forced to his chest and hands pinned to his lap. His eyes fluttered open as he breathed heavily, fighting the force of gravity. As he struggled to lift his head, he slid his arms to the rests that sat at the side of the seat. Dax braced himself with his elbows as the blurry world came into focus. The clouds in his mind vanished with a surge of adrenaline. The cockpit display spun violently. Through the blur in front of him, Dax saw what looked like clouds. He fought to connect a new radio channel to Kane and Mark. As he moved his arm to his bracer, he lost traction and was slammed back into the corner of the chair. "Guys, can you hear me?" he screamed, bracing himself once again. "We're going down! Brace if you can!" Dax controlled his breathing, slow and deliberate, to keep himself conscious. He reached for what looked like a display of controls. With a swipe, they didn't react to him as he was crammed back into the seat. The alarms shifted to a high-pitched squeal as an alert flashed on the screen in the strange language. He didn't need to read it to tell it was an altitude alarm. On the horizon, Dax saw the planet's curvature. Even through the spinning blur, it was light brown and hilly. Praying it wasn't the center of the Sahara Desert, he relaxed as the ground grew closer. Closing his eyes, Dax took a deep breath, the panic that tugged at him subsiding. A violent tremor ripped across the ship, slamming Dax into the side of the seat and giving his suit a deafening clang as everything fell black once again. "Help!" Mark's voice quaked as he screamed. The terror in his tone pulled Dax back to consciousness. His body ached and head throbbed as he moved. Sitting at a 90-degree angle, he slowly looked around. Wires and pipes hung from the destroyed ceiling, sparking as the power in the spacecraft fluctuated. "Is anyone alive?" Mark screamed. "I am," Dax shouted back. "Give me a second. I'll come help." He wiggled his fingers, then his toes. Relief washed over him that both sets worked. Dax reached for the strap and pulled on it, releasing him from the restraints. He fell to the side of the chair. Parts of his armor fit perfectly into the new, deep dents in its metal. Grabbing the edge, he spun his body, dangling from the seat. Looking down, he saw where the door once stood was now sand. Dax released from the chair and dropped into the soft ground, burying his feet ankle-deep into it. Mark continued to shout as Dax pulled his feet free and followed the noise. He punched his breastplate a few times, causing the lights to flicker back to life. The beams were visible through the thick layer of dust. As he pressed forward, he stepped around shards of twisted metal. Lifting a long pipe, he ducked under it to find Mark pinned under a piece of the broken hull. "Holy crap, Dax, you're alive!" he whispered in disbelief. Dax looked at the young man. Blood streamed down his face from a shard of his visor protruding from between his eyes and down the bridge of his nose. "For now, are you okay?" Dax asked. "My face hurts, but I think my suit stopped the rest of my body from getting mangled," Mark replied. Dax knelt next to his pinned-down cellmate. Examining the wound, he saw that the glass wasn't very deep. Nearby lay the alien body he'd unstrapped. Ripping a piece of the tattered uniform free, he reached out and grabbed it. "Take a deep breath," Dax said. "You've got a part of your visor in your face. I'm going to get it out, but it's going to hurt." "Are you sure?" Mark asked, his voice trembling. "We leave it in, it gets infected for sure," Dax replied. "Besides, it's not very deep, and it'll leave a nice scar that the ladies'll dig when you get out." "Do it." "Okay, I'm going to count down from 3. 1, 2... Dax yanked the glass out. Mark squealed as fresh blood poured from the shallow wound. "You said from 3!" Mark yelled. "And not expecting it makes it hurt less," Dax replied, patting the side of Mark's dented helmet. "You're welcome." Dax put the ripped fabric onto Mark's face, who dry-heaved on contact.
"That's got dead alien on it,"
Mark whimpered. "It'll stop the bleeding faster," Dax countered. He leaned forward, inspecting the debris that pinned Mark down. Pursing his lips, he nodded. "Okay, I've got good news and bad news. Which do you want first?"
"Did I lose an arm? Please tell me I didn't lose an arm."
Mark squealed in panic. "You didn't lose an arm," Dax replied.
"Are they mangled? I can take the right, not the left. I need that one."
"I know. I've seen your browser history," Dax replied. "For a tech wizard, you'd think you'd clear it once you're done."
"You know what a browser history is?"
Mark asked, his eyes widening as the cloth stuck more to his face.
"Everybody does,"
Dax chuckled.
"My brother said adults were too old to know what they were."
"Yeah, I hate to break it to you, but he was lying so your mom could snoop. Now, the good news is we can get you out of here. Bad news is it's going to be a shoulder ejection." Mark's eyes widened. He groaned and shook his head.
"Last time that happened, it gave me a bald spot for 6 months."
"You've got debris embedded into your armor. We're not in a position to free the suit, just you. First, though, can you move your fingers and toes?"
"What does that have to do with anything?"
Mark asked. "You might have a spinal injury. If you can move your fingers and toes, the chances are less. Not 0, but at least I know you're not currently paralyzed."
"How do you know that?"
Mark asked as he moved his pinned hands and feet.
"They move."
"I'm a highly educated old geezer, remember?" "Good. Since your screen is shattered, I'm going to initiate the manual shoulder ejection now." Mark nodded and took a deep breath. Dax leaned forward and grabbed parts of the armor on either side of the young man's neck. Squeezing, a click filled the ship as Mark's helmet opened and flew off. He winced as a chunk of hair was pulled with it. The shoulders opened as well, turning the armor into a tube. "Can you wiggle free?" Dax asked.
"I don't have any way to get purchase. Can you pull me out?"
"I can try," Dax said, positioning himself at Mark's head. He grabbed Mark's jumpsuit and pulled. The young man groaned before shaking his head.
"Stop, stop, stop,"
he whimpered.
"Ankles can't bend that way."
Dax released Mark and nodded. He turned back toward the cockpit. Seeing the bar, he ducked under, then marched over and grabbed it. Inspecting the 12-foot piece of metal, he struck the ground with a solid thunk. Nodding in approval, Dax grabbed some debris and placed it on the ground next to the pile that pinned Mark. "I don't know how heavy all this is, but I doubt this lever is going to be long enough to get enough leverage to completely clear you." Dax jammed the rod under the edge of the debris before leaning it on the fulcrum a third of the way back.
"What are you doing?"
Mark asked with a scoff.
"You're not strong enough to get me out."
"Not on my own," Dax replied as he moved to the end of the pole. "But I may be able to with this. Pop quiz. Which would you rather get stepped on by, an elephant or a 120-pound woman in stilettos?"
"What kind of Quentin Tarantino stuff are you into?"
Mark scoffed. "Just answer the question," Dax mused, giving the bar a tug to make sure it was secure.
"The woman, she's lighter," Mark replied. "Now, if we're done with the science lesson, can you get me out?"
"Good guess. But she actually isn't," Dax countered. "You see, the tip of her heel will exude just as much pressure on you as an elephant's foot. It's the reason most places with hardwood floors won't allow those kinds of shoes on them." What does this have to do with my current predicament? Nothing. It's just a fun little physics fact that I like, Dax replied as he gave a few small test pulls. But, in the name of physics, I present to you the power of the lever. Start climbing out now. Dax pulled his legs up, putting his full weight and that of his armor on the edge of the pole. The debris pinning Mark groaned and shifted. As it did, the young man was able to move ever so slightly. After a few seconds of squirming, he pulled himself free from his still trapped armor. "Clear," Mark said as he climbed into a ducked position. Dax slowly lowered his feet with a labored breath. The debris shifted, pinning the suit of armor in the process. Mark scoffed, nodding as he looked Dax up and down. "Very impressive. How'd you know to do that?" "It's basic high school level physics. How do you not—" "Oh, right. Because you're incarcerated," Dax teased. Mark pulled the cloth from his forehead. The bleeding had already stopped. He sneered and tossed it to the ground. "I'm going to smack you when we get out of here," the young man threatened. "The scar will make that a little more believable when it comes in, but the facial hair just ruins all credibility to your threat," Dax teased. "Now, where's Kane?" "Last time I saw him, he got thrown to the back of the ship, which got ripped off when we crashed." "Okay. Well, you survived not being strapped in. Maybe he did too. Now for the escape." Dax turned and made his way back to the cockpit. Mark followed closely behind. "How do you plan on doing that? We don't have the tools to cut through this hole," Mark added. Dax stopped where the door used to be. He pointed at the sand. "We dig our way out." "I no longer have my armor. What's going to stop the sand from crushing me?" Dax smiled and pointed to himself. "It's going to be me, you, the ship," he said, motioning as he spoke. "A little tech genius sandwich. I provide the protection, you dig." "Can our suits handle that kind of pressure?" Dax shined his lights where Mark's suit lay under a pile of twisted metal before turning back to the young man. "I think we're good." Dax moved to the sand first. He started to dig. The coarse material allowed for a small cavern to hold long enough for him to climb out of the craft and into the ground. Bracing himself between the ship and the ocean of ground stone, he called for Mark. The young man climbed out of the ship and positioned himself between Dax and the vessel. As Mark dug, they inched their way around the craft, making their way to the surface. They both remained silent, concentrating on the task at hand. After nearly an hour, a beam of light punched through the ground onto both of them. An armored hand broke through sand, grabbed Mark by the collar, and in one swift motion pulled him out of the ground as he let out a squeal. A second later, the hand returned. Dax grabbed it before being pulled out as well. As he fell to his back on the sand, he squinted up at the sun in the clear blue sky. A shadow crossed over him, bringing a forced smile to Dax's face. He waved at the disappointed expression of Kane, his suit intact, glaring down at him. "Glad to see you made it," Dax mused. 7. Shelter. As Dax pulled himself to his feet, he looked around. A pillar of smoke rose from the remains of their rusty ship. Its debris was scattered for nearly half a mile around the gorge made by the alien craft. He sighed, turning to Kane. "The emergency beacon will lead people to us soon enough, but we need to find some shelter," Dax said, pointing at the sun. "The longer we spend in that, the faster we dehydrate." "I agree," Kane replied, pointing at a nearby dune. "I already scouted the area. There's a cave on the other side of that dune we can use for shelter." "You scouted before helping us?" Mark scoffed. "I figured if you survived, you were stuck with a highly intelligent man. If anyone could get you out, it'd be him. Kane replied, looking at Dax. With a smile, he graciously nodded. "Have you checked salvage?" Dax asked. "That's sort of our whole job."
"I have. Somehow the water tank survived, but its access is buried in the sand, and my magnet gun isn't strong enough to turn it on its own,"
Kane replied, looking at Mark.
"And I assume you didn't get his before you escaped."
"His suit was pinned. There's no way to get to it right now," Dax replied, motioning to the debris. "Lead the way." Kane paused. Looking at Mark, he chuckled, motioning to the sand-covered wound on his forehead.
"That'll make you look more like a man. Ladies love a scar. Shows you survived something."
"Does it count if you stabbed yourself?" Mark asked. "Mark!" Dax scolded.
"It does if it keeps you alive," Kane countered. "Let's get that rinsed out."
Kane marched toward the wreckage. Dax and Mark followed closely behind. As they trudged through the sand, he looked around, trying to sort out where they could have crashed. The unforgiving sun beat down on him with ill will, heating the suit of armor. A tickle of sweat rolled down Dax's spine. "We can't stay in our armor," Dax pointed out. "We'll lose water too quickly."
"True,"
Kane said, stopping in front of a large container.
"But do you want to lug these things around, or would you prefer to wear them until we get to cover?"
Kane pulled out his magnet gun and pointed it at the water tank. Dax drew his as well, moving next to the older man. He lined his weapon up with Kane's.
"That thing starts rolling. Get out of the way," Kane ordered.
"I know how crush injuries work," Dax replied. Kane let out a sarcastic chuckle.
Knowing the math behind them isn't the same as seeing them firsthand. Fire!"
Dax squeezed the trigger. His gun tried to rip itself from his grip, the fingers of the suit locked in place, keeping the weapon in hand. He crouched as the tool dragged him toward the tank. His suit's magnetic boots activated, stopping him in place. Excitement fluttered in Dax's chest as the tank groaned.
"Aim higher!"
Kane shouted. Mark moved in next to Dax as he pointed the tool higher on the water tank. "Back up," Dax ordered. "I can help. I can push it from the other side," Mark offered. Dax leaned back. His suit's internal systems tightened and articulated, locking his body in place so he wouldn't get yanked forward. "No, give it room. Last thing we need is a severe injury," Dax countered. "Back up." Mark took a few steps back. Out of the corner of his eye, Dax saw Kane start to pull. He followed the former soldier's lead. He leaned back. His fingers started to ache as the gun pulled on his locked-in-place hand.
"Almost there. Keep going,"
Kane shouted. Dax gritted his teeth. With all his might, he slid his foot back and continued to pull. As he did, the tank groaned while it tilted on its edge. It fell toward them. Dax released the trigger. With a flick of his finger, he changed the tool to repulse. With a quick squeeze of the trigger, the rocking water tank was forced from its edge to sit flat in the sand once more. With the strain of the magnet gun gone, Dax's suit unlocked and demagnetized itself. With a wide smile on his face, he turned to his cellmates, putting the gun back in its holster.
"Why are you so happy?"
Kane asked, approaching the tank. "I think I know where we are." "How?" Mark asked. "Do you have any idea how many deserts have enough iron ore close to the surface of the sand for our suits to be able to lock into place?" Dax asked.
"I'm guessing 3 or 4,
Kane asked, waving Dax over. "Exactly." Dax followed Kane around the tank. He watched as Kane dusted off sand from an inset lever. With a pull, a spigot flipped out of the side of the tank. Dax reached for a tiny, built-in rack. Pulling 3 rectangles from it, he handed one to Kane and the other to Mark. As he pulled on the small tabs on its top and bottom, it expanded into a small canteen. With a pull on the valve, water poured from the water tank. All three men quickly filled up their canisters before shutting the water off.
At least one thing worked properly on that bucket of bolts,
Mark mused. It's the only thing they regularly ensured was maintained, Dax replied, closing his canteen's lid. It'd reflect poorly if prisoners died of dehydration. Surprised you didn't know that, Kane added. It wasn't part of the ship's electronics. Didn't really think about it, Mark replied. Dax looked at Kane with a raised brow. Mark, where do you think the water from the ship comes from? Dax asked. They restock us when they bring the monthly rations, Mark replied with a shrug. Kane stifled a laugh. Mark, I'm a little worried about you, Dax said as he crossed his arms. Do you know how heavy water is? Mark shrugged as he started to pour the water on his face, cleaning out his wound. A small 10-gallon fish tank weighs about 100 pounds, Dax explained. Water's way too heavy to ship every month. They only top us off about once a year when we've burned through what's been recycled. Mark nodded as he finished cleaning his face. Recycled? He asked before chugging what was left. Yeah. Where do you think everything from the restroom goes? Kane asked. It gets filtered, cleaned, and recycled, back into the drinking tank. Mark's eyes widened. He spat out the water while rubbing his face. Ah! You let me put piss water on my face? He screamed. Dax chuckled as the young man threw his canteen as he spat into the sand. I can't believe you'd let me do that. How do you think we had water before incarceration? Dax asked. They literally do the exact same thing, only on a massive scale. It's theorized that each glass of water you drank previously went through at least 10 other people. Mark leaned against his knees as he started to dry heave. Young people, Kane muttered, looking at the sky. So dissociated with the truths of the world. We need to move. It's about to hit the hottest time of day. We don't want to be exposed. Mark, refill that canteen and fall in. No way I'm drinking that water, Mark shouted. Dax walked over to the sandy water container. He picked it up and offered it back to the youngest of the group. We don't know how long it's going to take before we're rescued. Last thing we need is for you to die of dehydration, Dax countered. In normal circumstances, it'll take 3 days. In this heat, it's probably closer to half that. What about food? Mark asked. Once the sun goes down, we'll come back to see what we can find, Kane replied. Reluctantly, Mark refilled his canteen. As Kane made his way up the dune, Dax positioned himself behind Mark to make sure he'd make the climb okay. Each step was heavy. His feet sank deep into the sand from the combined weight of him and his suit. His thighs burned and calves ached as they climbed, sending small torrents of sand falling down the side of the dune as they ascended. Sweat quickly poured down Dax's forehead. His suit continued to heat up in the merciless noonday sun. He focused his breathing to be slow and even, not wanting to wind himself before reaching the top. Seriously, old man? Mark huffed. Not the time, Dax replied, keeping his eyes locked on the mound in front of him. Not talking about you, Mark said. Dax looked up. He and Mark were only halfway up the dune. Kane already stood at the top, his hands on his hips as he looked down at them. Come on, ladies, pick it up, Kane shouted. What is he, some sort of Terminator? Mark whimpered. He is made different, Dax replied. Come on, let's not keep him waiting. Pushing himself harder, he continued to climb. Mark sped up to keep ahead of Dax, glancing at him occasionally, clearly not wanting to be passed by a man in armor. As they reached the top of the dune, Kane pointed at a rock protrusion from the sand with a dark hole leading into the ground. There could be something in there, Mark warned.
"Look around the mouth," Kane said, pointing at the sand around the cave. "Do you see any tracks?"
Dax looked closely. The sand was just as wavy as the rest of the desert. "Nothing going in and out. We should be good," Dax said. "How do you know something isn't hibernating in there?" Mark asked. "Hibernation isn't a shut-off button. The animals do still get up and move around. Besides, this biome isn't conducive for large predators," Dax replied, looking at the desert that stretched as far as he could see in every direction. "And if there's big food here, it's too far away to trek for." "How could you possibly know that?" Mark asked. "I wanted to be a scientist when I was your age," Dax replied. He started down the dune with Kane and Mark close behind him. As they reached the cave, Dax removed one of his lights and handed it to Mark before helping Kane out of his suit. The men moved forward to explore the dark, cool cavern.
"What did you want to study?"
Kane asked, looking at the beam deep in the cave. Dax turned his back to the soldier, who activated the manual unlocks for the suits. "Started with astrophysics, then went to geology. Eventually, I lost interest in spending 4 years of my life studying rocks," Dax replied.
"I could see that, although the profession you chose didn't seem much more exciting,"
Kane replied. As the armor fully unlocked, Kane stepped out of the suit, his jumpsuit soaked through with sweat. He closed his eyes, drawing in the cool air of the cave as it dropped his body temperature. Grabbing his canteen, he took several large drinks. "On the surface, maybe," Dax started. "Guys, I found something!" Mark shouted. Kane looked at Dax. Curiosity settled within the convict. Both men jogged down the cave where Mark stood. He pointed the light at a large, circular twist of petrified wood, large enough to comfortably hold all 3 men. "What is that?" Mark asked. "It's a nest," Dax replied. "Petrified means whatever lived here was a long time ago and indicates this place was hit by some sort of flood."
"And that?"
Kane asked, nodding at the wall. Dax looked up. The diffused light sent shadows across carvings on the wall. He grabbed Mark's wrist and pointed the light at the wall. His stomach dropped as his eyes widened. "We're in Iran," he whispered. "How do you know?" Mark asked. "That's cuneiform, the oldest recorded language," Dax replied as his excitement grew. "What's it say?" Mark asked. "I don't know yet," Dax replied.
"I don't recall anything in Iran large enough to make something like that," Kane said, nodding at the nest.
"There is evidence to suggest this part of the world was once a verdant forest," Dax countered, taking the light while his eyes were locked on the wall. "It could be from a long-extinct species, likely wiped out from the flood that petrified that wood. If you'll excuse me, I want to spend some time alone with this."
"I bet you do," Kane said sarcastically.
With a huff, Mark gave up the light. He and Kane moved to the front of the cave. Dax stood in place, inspecting each carving of the linear language. The light that beamed through the mouth of the cave darkened as night started to fall. Mark lay down to take a nap. Kane got back in his armor. Dax continued to look at the carved writing. He rubbed his chin and shook his head. The lights from Kane's suit illuminated him as the soldier approached. He positioned himself next to Dax before resting his hands on his hips.
"Were dead languages more entertaining to study than rocks?" Kane asked.
Dax nodded as he pointed at the markings in front of them. "It says that the Shining Tribe won a great victory from the underbeasts here, that they fell, sacrificing the last of their clan so that all other tribes might flourish. The problem with that is that there are no noted tribes in this part of the world known as the Shining Tribe or the underbeasts," Dax replied, glancing at Kane.
"I think you should come with me,"
Kane said, turning to the mouth of the cave. Dax slowly followed the soldier as they made their way back to the cave opening. Kane stopped just outside. The sun that had ruled over the sky during their crash landing had now relinquished its hold over the heavens, giving way to a celestial host of twinkling stars more numerous than could be counted. Kane studied the starry sky above before motioning at it.
"I've spent a considerable amount of time in the Middle East. I've even had to navigate more than once by constellation. I don't recognize any of these,"
Kane said, before stepping further out and pointing behind the cave.
"And then there's those."
Dax took several steps out. He turned to look at what Kane was pointing toward. His chest tightened and eyes widened at the sight. 2 moons hung low in the sky, one a grayish-white, the other with a hint of purple to it. Dax's knees became weak as he took a few steps back.
"I don't think we're anywhere near Iran,"
Kane said after a few minutes of silence. "I think you may be right," Dax whispered, a smile creeping across his lips. He tried to hide his relief and elation. Johnson's going to be pissed. 8. Salvage. Sparks flew as Dax ground away at the mangled remains of their ship. The stars started to disappear as the moons vanished over the horizon. The angle grinder finished cutting through the metal. He tossed it to the ground. Dax shut off the grinder and disconnected it from the battery Kane found. He leaned back in what was left of the pilot's seat. He looked down to see the former soldier, 10 feet below him, grabbing the metal. "We good?" Dax asked.
"Mixed with what I harvested, we should have enough to make batteries that'll last us a few weeks," Kane replied. "What about food rations?"
Dax reached into the pocket of his jumpsuit, pulled out a bag, and dropped it. "That's all I could find. Maybe we can use some of it as bait to attract wildlife," Dax called out.
"We can try, but this far out I don't see how it could attract anything that could be of benefit to us. We may need to scout."
Dax lowered the grinder by its cord before dropping it. Kane caught it before taking several steps back.
"I can scout first," Kane said. "Tomorrow night I'll go the way the sun rises. I'll keep it to my back so I know how to return to the cave."
Dax grabbed the battery and slid out of the chair. The horizon started to turn purple with flecks of orange. Dax climbed down the mangled remains of their ship, battery in hand. Reaching the sand, Kane took the battery as Dax shook his head. "We don't know the orbital pattern of this planet around its star. It may not be as symmetrical as our own. The fact that it has 2 moons means the likelihood of gravitational anomalies is astronomically high. You could try it, but the chances of you getting lost on the way back is almost a certainty." Kane made his way to a hastily put-together sled and placed the grinder and battery in with the supplies they'd salvaged. Dax made his way to the handle and started to push.
"Then what do you propose we do?" Kane asked.
"Best thing I could think of is spend another day or 2 salvaging, then head off in one direction as a group."
"And if we run out of rations?" Kane asked.
"We've got Mark," Dax replied with a shrug as they made their way up the dune.
"That boy's so skinny, all we'd get from him are toothpicks from his bones," Kane chuckled.
They reached the top of the dune. Both men climbed into the sled and pushed down the backside of the mound of sand. Cool air rushed over Dax as the sun crested the horizon. He closed his eyes, taking in the relief from the heat of work. They came to a stop, and Dax climbed off. He looked at Kane and started to pull the sled into the cave. "The way I see it, we stay here, we die. We get moving, there's a chance we survive," Dax said. "You were a soldier. You know how that works."
"You're right," Kane huffed. "What do you suggest we do?"
"Keep salvaging and watch the sky. There may be a North Star for this planet. If there is, we can use it as a point of reference. And if there's not one, we draw a line in the sand so we can check to make sure we're going in a straight line and not a giant circle. Dax and Kane pulled the sled further into the cave where Mark slept, using his arm as a pillow. The grinding of metal on stone woke the young man up. He sat up, drool smeared across his bewildered face. "What's going on?" he asked, with a creak in his voice. "You're going to help us make batteries. We're going to use those batteries to power the grinder, and we're going to pray that it holds out long enough for us to salvage what we'll need for our trek," Dax explained. "Tomorrow night we leave to try and find some place that has resources that can keep us going until we can form our next plan." "Why not just activate all our trackers?" Mark asked as he looked through the salvage. "That much noise will get someone's attention." "Trackers don't seem to be working," Kane jumped in. "Entry must have burned them all out." Dax's brow furrowed. He walked over to the old soldier as Mark started to divide the scrap into piles. "He's going to need to know sooner or later," Dax whispered. "How useful do you think he's going to be when he finds out? He doesn't think there's a colony on the moon. When he finds out that we're on the planet that's likely those aliens' homeworld, he's going to go catatonic for at least a day," Kane replied, glancing at Mark. "Would you rather that happen now, when we need him, or later, when we can just drag him in the sled?" Dax shrugged, then nodded before rubbing his eyes. They'd grown heavy from working throughout the night. Kane put a hand on Dax's shoulder and motioned deeper into the cave. "Get some rest. I'll get the kids started," Kane ordered. "What about you? You've been up just as long as I have." "I've also been trained to stay up for almost 2 full days before I start getting tired, if need be," Kane replied. "When you get up, I'll take my downtime. I don't trust that kid not to get distracted on watch." "That's a solid point. I'll catch some Z's, and if the batteries are done when I get up, I'll start salvaging again." With that, Dax made his way to the back of the cave, where the petrified nest sat. Climbing in, he lay down and curled into the surprisingly comfortable structure. Closing his eyes, he quickly drifted off to sleep. "Wait, now what are you doing?" Kane's voice echoed through the cave. A loud clang jolted Dax from his sleep. Shaking his head, he sat up and rubbed his eyes. At the mouth of the cave, Kane and Mark stood around a pile of scrap. "You idiot!" Kane snarled. "You attached everything backward," Mark countered. "If we would have booted that up, the whole thing would have exploded and likely buried us all." "That was 3 hours of work." "And it would have been about 0.5 seconds until death otherwise," Mark countered. "What's going on?" Dax called out, climbing out of the nest. Kane and Mark looked over at him and waved him over. Dax stretched. His back popped as he approached both men. He inspected the heap of metal on the ground. His brow furrowed. Dax tilted his head to one side. "That kind of looks like a server," Dax muttered. "It was one. I was able to salvage enough from the crash to put one together, but Grandpa here wired it wrong, making it backroll and overheat," Mark huffed. "You keep calling him Grandpa, and he's going to pop you in the mouth," Dax said, noticing Kane's clenched jaw. "And I'm not going to stop him, because the way he put it, my body was built behind a desk, his was built for war. That's why he's Ogre 1. "That's no excuse for not listening to my instructions. Just because I'm a kid compared to you two doesn't mean there aren't things where I know better," Mark shouted. "He might know all things war, you might know all things books, but only one of us had the technical prowess to actually get access to every nuke on the planet and start a countdown." "And didn't the news article say it was your grandmother with a rolling pin that put a stop to it?" Dax asked. "Don't talk about my gram-gram." "It doesn't matter anyway. When it comes to tech, you two geezers need to listen to—" Kane's arm moved like a blur. Mark was cut off as his head whipped to one side. The young man's eyes rolled as he dropped to his knees, then to the ground, unconscious. "Did you have to do that?" Dax asked.
"You're telling me you didn't want to do that too?" Kane asked.
"I may have, but I have enough self-control not to," Dax replied before he grabbed the battery and a grinder. "I'm going to go salvage more stuff. Stay with him. Make sure you didn't cause too much brain damage."
"Any that I caused is less than the sleepless nights and energy drinks have done to him over the years," Kane said.
9. Underbeast. Dax finished loading up the sled with water, salvage, and food as the sun started to set. He pulled it back to the cave, where Mark and Kane stood at opposite ends of the entryway, their arms crossed and backs toward one another. The bruise on Mark's cheek was already yellowing, and his bloodshot eye was clearer than when he'd woken up the day before. "You children still fighting?" Dax asked. "What do you think?" Mark asked as he motioned to his face. Kane grunted. "What'd you do to tick him off?" Dax asked. "I didn't do anything," Mark shrugged.
"He brought up the public perspective of my incarceration," Kane replied.
Dax's eyes widened. A knot twisted in his gut as he looked at Mark, shaking his head. "What was the one rule of our little junk heap? If you have beef, you never go personal, especially if you don't know the full story. And to be honest, hitting below the belt like that, you're lucky he didn't knock your block clean off."
"Yes, he is," Kane growled.
"Night's falling. Get suited up. We're moving out immediately," Dax said. Kane started to chuckle while he moved to his suit. Dax did the same. Stepping in, he leaned his body back as much as he could. It snapped shut around him, pinching a few points of his skin and tugging at his hair, causing him to flinch. "Why do I feel like it was designed to do that?" Dax asked, rubbing the armor where he'd been pinched. "Probably a fetish of the designer," Mark replied. Dax approached the sled. He took a pipe he'd salvaged and rested it on the handle with one tip in the sand. "You know, I always thought deserts were supposed to be a lot windier," the young man mused as he poked his head out of the cave. "I don't think we've gotten anything more than a semi-stiff breeze since we crashed." Kane snickered, nudging Dax out of the way, and took control of the cart.
"I'll take first push shift. You enjoy the show," the soldier teased.
"What show?" Mark asked.
"Nothing," Dax and Kane said in unison.
As they left their shelter, all three men headed what they thought was east. They walked in silence for quite some time. The sun continued to fall, and the sky darkened. With all eyes on Mark, the young man seemed oblivious to the 2 moons as they rose into the sky. After nearly 20 minutes of being oblivious, Kane cleared his throat.
"What's that over there?" he asked. "To the left."
"I don't see anything." Dax played along. "It's probably because you guys don't have your glasses on." "Holy crap! What's that?" Mark asked, his jaw dropping while pointing at the moons.
"And there it is,"
Kane said, with a satisfactory smile creeping across his face. "Earth actually has 2 moons?" Mark squealed. "How'd the government keep that under wraps for so long? That's got to be one of the biggest conspiracies that's ever taken place." "Seriously?" Dax scoffed. "That is what you're taking from this? That Earth actually has 2 moons? We've been in orbit around Earth for 2 years. How many moons have you seen?" "They were messing with our displays. Easy as that," Mark replied.
"Biggest idiot I know,"
Kane huffed, shaking his head. "Mark, we're not on Earth anymore. No idea where we are, but not on Earth," Dax explained. Mark turned back to them as they reached the crest of a dune. He gave a sarcastic glower before crossing his arms. "You will fall for anything, won't you? I thought you were an educated man."
"He's telling the truth," Kane chimed in.
"That makes me believe it even less," Mark scoffed. "I am educated, several masters and a doctorate, and I'm telling you we're not on Earth anymore. Dax glanced behind them. The light of the full moons made the line they were drawing in the sand very clear. So far, so straight.
That's the problem with you educated people. You're in a system that tells you to listen to the government, that it has our best interests at heart, and that they are here to help.
I believe one of America's greatest presidents said, "The 8 most terrifying words that any government could say is, 'I'm from the government and I'm here to help,'" Kane cut in. "You forget my job. I've seen enough to know that the only people in power you can trust are the ones who didn't want any in the first place."
Stop trying to connect with me. You're just embarrassing yourself,
Mark huffed, rolling his eyes. Dax looked at Kane. The bubbling rage inside him manifested as a low chuckle and a shake of the head.
All teens go through an angsty phase, Dax whispered to the soldier. He'll grow out of it soon enough.
I didn't, Kane replied.
Well, you were also in military school since before you could walk, so that doesn't really count, Dax replied as his heart sank and he looked back at Mark. But trust me, they do.
Maybe when we run into little green men, he'll finally believe us, Kane replied.
He'll probably just say it's government agents in makeup, Dax replied.
I can hear you,
Mark shouted back from a few yards ahead. Everyone fell silent. They continued to march through the desert, Dax checking periodically to make sure their line was straight. As far as he could see, it was. As they walked, Mark continued to put distance between the sled and himself, climbing to the top of a nearby dune.
I see something,
Mark called out, pointing ahead. What's it look like? Dax asked as they turned to go straight to him.
It looks like trees,
Mark replied. Kane and Dax looked at each other. Both men shrugged before picking up the pace. As they reached the top of the dune, Dax squinted. A few hundred yards ahead, in the dark, the visage of what looked like a small oasis of gnarled, dead trees stood trying to hide in the dark.
Firewood,
Dax mused. Maybe even shelter.
We can use the ash for soap and antibacterial properties if we get injured, Kane added.
But trees, that means there's got to be life nearby, right?
Mark asked. Scary answer? Yes, Dax said before they continued. As they pressed on, the stars in the sky started to fade. Reaching the small growth, Dax inspected the bare trees. Their bark was bleached. He grabbed a branch, and it snapped free with the lightest touch. Shaking his head, he looked at the 15 other trees around them.
Shelter is out of the question, Dax said. This is a low point, not a bad place to rest since the sun's about to come up, Kane suggested.
Good idea. Mark, start getting branches for us, please. The young man nodded to Dax's order and picked up smaller branches before breaking larger ones in half over his knee. Kane made a fire, using the sparks from striking his armored gloves together to help provide a little extra light as the moons started to set. Dax approached one of the smaller trees. He took a deep breath before kicking it as hard as he could. The arm-sized trunk splintered, bringing the whole tree down.
Do you guys hear that?
Mark asked. What? Dax asked, cracking the tree into evenly sized sections.
It almost sounds like running water,
Mark replied. He held up a finger. Silence fell among the crew. Only the soft crackle of Kane's fire filled the air. Dax tilted his head to the side, listening as closely as he could. Nothing but silence.
I don't hear anything, Kane whispered.
Me either, Dax added.
It's probably from the tinnitus. It's getting What is that?
Mark pointed at the dune in front of them. Dax's hand immediately moved to his magnet pistol as a shock of terror nearly stunned his body into motionlessness. A 4-foot-wide bulge of sand slithered down the hill toward them. It left a crater behind as it moved.
Mark, get on the sled, slowly but quickly, Kane whispered as he pulled his weapon. Dax, keep distance from either of us.
The former soldier slowly pulled the pipe they were using to track their movement from the sled before moving away from it. Dax kept his eyes locked on the encroaching mound of sand. It moved with an S shape as it grew closer. Dax's heart started to race as adrenaline surged through his system, accompanying the fear that slowly crept across the back of his mind. Mark turned and sprinted straight for the sled.
"Mark, no!"
Kane shouted. As soon as he started to sprint, whatever was under the sand turned its leisurely approach into a beeline as it tripled its speed. Faster and faster the mound raced toward them. "You activated its predatory instincts!" Dax shouted. His desire to survive completely overrode his fear. Dax's legs started to move before he could tell them what to do as he sprinted toward the path of the burrowing creature. "I'll try and distract it. Throw me some metal!" Dax screamed. Mark continued to run to the sled as Kane held the pole in front of him with his magnetic gun ready. He led the charging creature, waiting for it to break through the surface. Dax slammed each boot into the sand as hard as he could to get the creature's attention. His eyes darted from Mark to the sand as they closed in. Gritting his teeth, he prayed his plan would work as he moved on instinct. Mark reached the sled. As his feet hit the inside, the sand mound turned straight for Dax, rushing him. "I got you!" Mark shouted. The clang of metal filled the air as he flung shards of salvage at Dax. He pointed the magnetic gun at the airborne debris, squeezed the trigger, drawing it toward him even faster. Sand exploded in front of him as antennae the size of baseball bats flicked through the air. Pincers for a mouth slammed open and shut with near-deafening cracks. 15 feet of chitin and dozens of legs flew through the air toward him. Dax turned his gun, pulling the shrapnel with it. He flicked the switch for repulse and squeezed the trigger again. Shards of metal screamed through the air. They sliced through the antennae, popped one eye like an overdue zit, and embedded themselves into the rest of the armor. Diving out of the way, Dax narrowly dodged the massive insect. It hit the ground, letting out a series of high-pitched squeals as it flipped to its back, writhing in pain. A pole punching through its skull caused the entire creature to fall limp with the occasional twitch.
"What is that?"
Mark squealed.
"What is that? It's disgusting!"
"Nice shot," Dax said, looking at Kane.
"You're the one who set it up," the soldier replied. "Might want to give it some room for a bit, though. Post-death twitches could still happen."
Dax nodded before looking at Mark. "You okay?"
"Am I okay? There's a giant bug right there that just tried to eat me. Get it away."
"Stop being such a baby," Kane countered. "Dax got it away from you and opened it up for a kill shot. If anyone gets to freak out, it's him."
Dax looked at the massive body as its dozens of heavily armored legs twitched. "This planet must be oxygen-rich for the insects to grow to this size," he said, more to himself than anyone else. "I think we know what the underbeasts are. Giant freaking bugs."
"What does that mean for us?" Kane asked as he approached the professor.
Dax put his magnetic pistol away before meeting the armored man halfway. He took another look at the massive dead insect. "It means we'll be able to operate at a higher efficiency. It also means that we're extremely screwed," Dax replied. 10. Natives. Dax slowly approached the body after it hadn't twitched for several minutes. He grabbed the pole as Mark started to dry heave, and Kane joined next to the massive centipede. Planting one foot on the hard, chitinous shell, Dax ripped the pole free, sending a spurt of greenish-gray ooze to spill into the sand. "You okay, Mark?" Dax asked.
It's a giant bug," he managed to get out between vomiting.
"You know you're going to have to kill your own bugs one of these days," Dax teased.
"This is more than close enough for me,"
Mark continued to whimper. On the plus side, Your abs are going to look great after this, Dax continued.
This is a good and a bad thing, Kane said as he approached one of the legs. We've got food now, but if there's an insect this size, there's bound to be thousands more nearby.
Yeah, they don't tend to hatch in small clutches, Dax replied, walking with the pole to Kane. Let's crack that leg open. I want to check something.
What are you checking? Kane asked.
Earth had centipedes this size in its history. That was when Earth was covered in thick, heavy forests, a hot, humid climate, and extremely high oxygen levels. This world only has one of those so far, so I need to test a theory. Kane knelt, grabbing the leg just under the final hinge. Dax stuck the pole into the sand and grabbed the tip of its sharp foot. He leaned back, pulling on the leg. A crack filled the air, but the leg stayed intact. With a powerful push, another crack rang out while the leg loosened, and with a second yank, Dax ripped the top of the leg off. Blood oozed from the dismembered limb. Kane released it, looking inside as Dax started his investigation. A pit filled his gut as he shook his head. He grabbed the leg and forced it to the side to see how much blood poured out. Hardly any. The movement was punctuated by Mark's dry heaving yet again.
"What is it?" Kane asked.
"We just became the bottom of the food chain," Dax replied, letting the leg go.
"Why do you say that?"
"Insects have open circulatory systems. Think a bag of blood that they squeeze more blood into certain parts to cause movement while pulling blood out of other areas to retract," Dax started.
"That's disgusting," Kane said.
"It is, but it also limits the sizes they can get. While large, they do have a cap based on their perfect environment," Dax continued, pointing at the meat-filled limb. "What do you see?"
"Muscle," Kane replied.
"Closed circulatory system." "What does that mean?" Mark shouted as he drank some water. "Do you really want to know?" Dax asked. Mark's face contorted. The color drained as he looked at the corpse in front of him.
"I do,"
Kane replied. "I wouldn't be surprised if there were some species that got to the size of elephants, worst-case scenario," Dax replied with a shrug. "Elephant-sized bugs?" Mark whimpered. "What kind of Area 51 backwatered secret facility did we crash into?" As Dax continued to investigate the limb, Kane stood upright. His hand moved to his thigh.
"We told you, kid, we're not on Earth anymore," he said.
Kane's tone sent a chill down Dax's spine. He continued his investigation. Subtly, he flipped the switch on his suit's bracer that connected the internal radios. It crackled to life. He could hear the old soldier's breathing had changed. It was slow, controlled, the same kind he'd taught Dax in their training sessions. "What kind of bug are we looking at?" Dax asked, his hand moving toward the pipe.
"The mammalian kind," Kane replied.
Every nerve in Dax's body jolted at the comment. His vision blurred for a split second as his mind understood what he meant while fighting the news at the same time. The rising sun cast a shadow over their former victory. A humanoid form stretched across the sand behind Kane. "There's one behind you, too," Dax replied.
"Think you can put that pole to use like I trained you?"
"They've never seen humans fight."
"We've never seen them fight either," Kane warned.
Dax's other hand released the insect. He moved to his magnetic pistol as well.
"Ready when you are,"
Dax whispered.
"We don't attack first," Kane warned.
The shadow cast on the sand behind Kane moved, drawing what looked like a weapon. Dax's hand tightened around the pole as he kept his eyes locked on the oozing gray meat of the giant dead centipede. "Doesn't look like we'll have to wait long," Dax said.
"The one on my 6 just pull a weapon?" Kane asked.
"Looks like." Mark let out another high-pitched squeal. The cart rattled violently. Kane drew his weapon. The shadow moved. Memories flashed through Dax's mind. Screams, spatters of blood, twisted laughter echoed in his ears that filled him with an old, mind-melting terror. "Not again," he snarled. Drawing on the rage that accompanied the terror, he fanned it into an inferno. Adrenaline surged through his body, electrical tingling sensations spurring him forward. Breaking through the lock of terror that would have stopped him from acting, he spun left as Kane moved right. A battle roar rumbled from the being behind Kane. Looking up, a wall of muscle, green and glistening silver, hair that would make a lion jealous, soared at them. Raising the pistol, Dax squeezed the trigger. The two-handed battle-axe, with a head the size of Dax's body, was ripped from the attacker's hands and sent into the sand. The breastplate, shoulder pauldron, and pelvic bowl armor were ripped free as well, leaving only cloth narrowly covering the attacker. Surprise splashed across the tough yet delicate features of the attacker. Winding up, Dax swung the pipe as hard as he could across the alien's cheek. With a stunned grunt, the muscle-bound giant flipped to the side, crashing into the sand. In the blink of an eye, Dax rushed at his stunned target while holstering his gun. He threw the pipe at an angle between the nearly 7-foot-tall native's legs. It landed between their legs. Using a move Kane would put him in 3 times a week when they'd spar, Dax got behind the person and compressed the luscious black mane to put them in a headlock. His attacker's neck was so thick he was barely able to lock in his own grip. After ensuring a solid connection, he wrapped his ankles around the pole and tightened his legs. A feminine groan of pain rose from his attacker's lips as the pole dug into her upper thigh while adding an unnatural twist to her spine. Dax glanced down to see she was covered in tribal tattoos across her forehead and arms. Her coverings weren't just to provide protection for the armor, but for modesty. Her muscles tightened and twisted as she tried to break free. Massive fists crashed into the sand around his head. After the first few narrow misses, Dax stopped dodging. "Downside of being that buff," he teased. "Not very flexible." Dax squeezed just hard enough that she'd stay conscious but not get enough oxygen to allow her to keep attacking. To his surprise, the blows continued to rain down around him. He looked up to see Kane on the ground with a dent in his breastplate. A nearly 10-foot-tall, green-skinned man with a bald head but large gray beard stood over him with a massive chitinous warhammer in hand. Small tusks protruded from his lower jaw. His free hand held Mark by the upper torso, only his thumb and index finger wrapped around his throat. He looked at Dax. Taking a deep breath, the Goliath puffed out his already rippling, scar-covered bare chest. He didn't have to know what posturing looked like to know that this man was challenging him. "What are you doing, Dax? End that She-Hulk-looking freak and take care of this guy," Mark shouted. Dax's mind rushed back to the corpses they'd found on the ship. They looked almost identical. The carvings in the cave, the stitching on the uniforms. Excitement surged through the professor. A smile ripped across his face as he shook his head. "They visited us," Dax laughed. "They've already visited Earth." "Who cares? Kill her!" Mark shouted. "She being alive is the only reason your head hasn't turned into a bloody bottle rocket," Kane snipped. "Shut up." Mark punched at the behemoth's hand and forearm. The man paid him no attention. Dax looked down at the struggling woman. She looked up at him with fierce, bright green eyes filled with hate, admiration, and something else as she bared her smaller tusks and snarled. "Not enemies," Dax said. "Friends." He looked back at the large man. His heart pounded in his chest. He prayed he was making the right decision. As he slowly relaxed his legs, His mind rushed to all the times uncontacted tribes ended with the team sent to them being slaughtered and eaten. The dent on Kane's breastplate wasn't deep enough to cause damage, but another blow would likely kill him. Mark was only alive by the will of the man glaring at him. Once his ankles slid past the bar, allowing the woman to kick it away, Dax noticed the man lower his warhammer slightly. A theory quickly swirled in his mind. As Mark tried to continue and fight, a sharp hiss from Kane put the young man back in place. Tension filled the slowly warming morning air so thickly they'd need a spoon to cut it. "We mean no harm," Dax continued. Dax released his bicep. He let go of the back of the woman's head. As he let her go, she quickly spun over. Straddling him, she raised a fist. Dax grabbed his helmet, pulling the emergency release for the headgear. He twisted it and yanked it off his head. Wincing, sharp pain shot across his scalp. He'd have made a bald spot comment if not for the fact the female alien had already raised a fist in his direction. "Friends!" he shouted, raising his hands. The female's eyes widened as she examined him. Her fist quickly dropped to her side. Leaning down, she grabbed his face. Dax was surprised at how soft her skin was. She leaned in, sniffing at him with her long, slender nose. Her nostrils flared as she leaned inches from his face. The stench of raw onion filled his nose. "Aren't you as fresh as a daisy?" Dax mused. She continued to inspect every facet of him closely. She locked eyes with him. Every instinct told him to look away. The intellectual inside told him not to. He listened to the intellectual. Her pupils sported cat-like slits. As her demeanor started to relax, the bright forest green of her eyes lessened, and flecks of yellow settled around the outer edges of her irises. She stared at him with such intensity that butterflies filled his gut. He clenched his teeth and forced a smile. "What's going on over there?" Kane asked. "I think she's deciding if she's going to kill me with her fist or death by snoo-snoo," Dax replied. "Death by snoo-snoo is a good death," Mark replied. "What's snoo-snoo?" Kane asked. "Well, let's just say you want it from someone like her and not Mr. Personality, who still hasn't let me go," Mark replied. "Shut up until she decides, please," Dax called back. Excitement quickly filled the woman's face. She sat back on Dax's hips, sending him into the sand slightly. She turned, pushing the long pointed fingernail of her index finger against his breastplate. "Hairless pink ape!" she shouted. Dax's heart skipped a beat. "Did I just understand her?" Mark asked, his arms dropped to his side. The alien holding Mark looked at the young man. His expression turned from cold to excitement before dropping him into the sand. "Kane, take your helmet off," Dax ordered. Without another question, Kane yanked his helmet off and tossed it to the side. The warhammer slipped from the large man's hand as he offered Kane a hand up. Hesitating, the former Marine took the offer before being pulled to his feet. "Hairless pink ape!" he exclaimed in excitement. "I feel like that's mildly insulting," Mark said as he stood up. "Would you rather be a smear on his hammer?" Dax asked. Almost before he could finish, the woman on him leaned down and slammed her mouth so hard into his own it hurt. Her tusks smacked against his teeth, making him wince. After a confusing, profoundly unpleasant interaction, she pulled back and threw her hands up. "Hairless pink ape!" she screamed. 11. Escort. Mark lay in the sled, bound and gagged as muted shouts left the cloth in his mouth. Dax watched as the massive green woman retrieved her armor, then reattached it. Picking up her axe, she rested it on her shoulder before starting back to the rest of the group. The male tended to the insect. He broke pieces from it, harvesting meat and chitin, even drawing a cloudy liquid from its fangs into small glass bottles and sliding them into a pouch on his hip.
"Well, at least you got the green part right," Dax mused. "And half of the man part, too," Kane countered.
"That's not a man," Dax scoffed, subtly nodding at the bearded Goliath. "That's a Hulk." Mark kicked and shouted at them through his gags, his words unintelligible. Dax looked back at him and shook his head. "We're not letting you out. They tied you up for a reason," he scolded.
"It's because he wouldn't shut up,"
Kane replied, looking at the young man.
"Do you believe we're not on Earth anymore?"
Mark's eyes narrowed. He let out a grunt and shrugged.
"For some people, all the evidence in the universe isn't enough,"
Kane muttered, shaking his head. Dax continued to watch them move as they finished preparing the kill. They spoke to one another quietly. They both glanced at Dax more than once, sending a wave of unease through him.
"What was the kiss about?"
Kane asked. Mark let out a sarcastic laugh, clear enough to cut through his gag. "I don't know," Dax replied, rubbing his lips. "But it wasn't pleasant."
"I thought you knew about this stuff."
Just because I can read Space Orc doesn't mean I know anything about their culture," Dax scoffed. "And it was assumed to be a dead language. We can read it, but we don't know how it sounds. That'll take further study."
"Do you really think they'll give you that chance?"
Kane asked. Dax looked at the dent in Kane's breastplate, then at the large aliens who'd turned part of the carapace into a sled itself to pull the corpse with them. All things considered, they just tied up Mark for being annoying and didn't use that Shao Kahn wrath hammer to fatality smash your heart through your spine. I'm feeling hopeful.
"Any idea how they speak English?"
"The Black Knight satellite. They clearly had a space program of some kind at one point. They likely sent a ton of information about our world back here before whatever happened returned them to what I'm guessing is the Iron Age," Dax explained. "Not all of it's iron. My gun didn't do anything to his equipment." As the man and woman approached, he pointed his giant war hammer at Dax and Kane before swinging it toward the tracks they'd left. The woman eyed Dax. She bore her tusks to him before turning her attention to the centipede sled and continued pushing.
"I think she's got a thing for you,"
Kane teased. "I think if our roles were switched in that fight, she'd be having a thing for you," Dax countered. "Sizes like that, handheld weapons like those. I'd bet just about anything their culture values strength and fighting prowess above all else."
"Is that something your Ivy League taught you?"
Kane scoffed. Both men started to push their sled, keeping a few yards behind their escorts. "No, it's something I learned from the late great Sir David Attenborough."
"Didn't he die 150 years ago?" Kane asked.
"Maybe, but his work and insight on living beings is never outdated, although it could be a good thing you lost. How do you think Bruce over there would have reacted to you beating him?" Mark let out a muffled laugh.
"Not pretty, I assume,"
Kane replied. As the sun rose higher in the sky, its heat caused sweat to pour from every pore on Dax's body. He reached down and grabbed some of the water, chugging it as they went. Kane did the same while Mark drifted to sleep to take a nap. Their green counterparts continued to walk without any seemingly negative impact of the sun. "I think I figured out why they dress so revealingly," Dax huffed after several hours of walking while pushing up a giant dune. "I'd be running around mostly naked, too, if the 3% Irish in me wouldn't immediately turn to lobster the second the sun hit my skin."
You don't know hot, son. Hopefully you never will,"
Kane replied, taking a drink and looking at the unconscious Mark.
"I have to say, I'm surprised he can sleep through this."
He's an angsty teen that's been up almost 24 hours. He can sleep through anything, Dax chuckled. His laugh quickly trailed off as they reached the top of the dune. His eyes widened at the sight below them. A large, mutated white dome protruded from the sand the size of a city. Kane stopped shortly after Dax. Both men squinted at the dome. Mark, wake up. You're going to want to see this, Dax said. He leaned down, blindly swinging at the teen, keeping his eye on the city. Smacking him in the side of the face, Mark jolted awake. Kane removed the gag. "Will you guys stop hitting me in the face?" he shouted. Dax grabbed the top of Mark's head and turned it to face the sphere. Their escorts lifted their weapons, waving them in what appeared to be a coordinated pattern. A low trumpet billowed from the dome, shaking the desert around them. Strange turrets emerged from the walls. Their barrels glowed with energy. As they crackled, they moved in a scanning pattern, aiming at nothing in particular. A large door slid open for them to enter, causing more sand to shift. As it did, wooden spikes were uncovered, dotting the entire outside of the dome. Chitinous heads were impaled on the spikes. Some looked like insects Dax recognized. Others were larger and more twisted. "Something tells me we were lucky to get the centipede," Dax whispered. A head the size of a school bus, with its mouth propped open, was uncovered by the rumbling. It was little more than a sun-bleached skull, but a single bite would have been enough to damage the hull of a ship. "I think you're right," Kane replied. "How do you kill something that big?" Mark whispered, horror calming his dramatics. "Trip it," Kane and Dax said in unison. Both men looked at each other, their brows furrowed and heads tilted to one side. Mark let out a snicker at their unintentional mirroring. "Easier to cut the head off that way," Kane explained. His words held a hint of a challenge. "With a skull that big, it's likely high enough off the ground that the simple act of tripping it will cause irreparable internal damage from the impact with the ground," Dax explained. "From a mathematical standpoint, if it doesn't snap the neck, it'll scramble the brain, hence dead giant." "We've got magnet guns. What if I can increase its juice? We lure it into an area where there's iron above it, then we just pull the iron down on it. That could do the trick as well," Mark suggested. "For someone whose mind is always looking for the next big conspiracy theory, you're eerily calm about this," Dax said, leaning on the handles of the sled. "Well, we have a sled," Mark said, pointing down the hill toward the open door where the man and woman were almost at. "And that's a very large hill. I'm distracted with the possibility of a bit of fun." Dax looked from the hill to Kane, then the sled. "No," the former soldier said, shaking his head. "Come on," Dax mused. "They have weapons pointed at us," Kane countered. "They're more like scanning our general direction, not actually aimed at us. Hop on, face puncher," Mark replied. "We're no threat to these people. Just have a little bit of fun. Plus, our escorts are already close to the bottom. If we don't get down there, it'll be rude," Dax replied. "And that's not okay." With a frustrated huff and a roll of his eyes, Kane reluctantly climbed onto the sled. Dax approached Mark and untied the teen. "Thank you. What took so long?" Mark asked. "I just figured if this goes poorly, it'd be better if you could move freely," Dax replied. "If what goes poorly?" Kane asked. "Yeah, if what goes poorly," Mark echoed. Dax leaned over, his hands planted firmly on the handlebar. He gave it several short pushes before pulling the sled back as he spoke. "Feel the rhythm! Feel the rhyme! Get on up! It's push sled time! Cool runnings!" Dax shouted. Sprinting down the edge of the dune, Dax felt gravity pull on the sled. He quickly jumped up, planted his feet on the inner ledge, and let their bulk pull them toward the sphere below. Warm wind rushed over Dax's sweaty forehead, pulling the hair stuck to his face free as it whipped in the wind. Mark threw his hands up in exhilaration, letting out a scream of happiness as Kane kept as low as he could with his eyes darting from turret to turret. Their escorts looked up at them as they rushed down the side of the dune, gently bouncing with the uneven sand. The escorts bore their tusks. The woman's shoulders jostled while they zoomed over the sand. The dunes started to level out as they approached the sphere. As they slowed, the joy of the ride rushed through Dax like a kid at a theme park for the first time. The sled came to a stop a few yards past their escorts. Dax stepped down and looked back at the tracks they'd left. "Let's do that again," Mark exclaimed. "Don't tempt me," Dax replied.
"Will you two focus?"
Kane snarled. A group of 6 equally massive alien men and women in minimal clothing, all wielding forms of massive, blocky weapons, marched out of the dome. They rushed to Dax and the sled as their escorts called out in their native tongue. The words danced from the large woman's lips like French from a Casanova. Immediately, the armed giants formed a protective square around Dax and his team. "What did she say?" Mark asked. "I don't know," Dax replied. "I thought you could read this language," Mark whispered, panic sending his voice up several octaves. "Reading and speaking isn't the same. That's like me telling you to speak binary," Dax replied. "I mean, do you really want to hear screeching for the next 10 minutes?" Mark asked with a shrug.
"Don't you dare,"
Kane warned before shooting Dax a stern look.
"Quiet."
His word was more akin to a growl, extinguishing the first flicker of childlike joy Dax had felt in some time. Quieting down, he reached onto the sled, grabbed his helmet, and put it back on. As he did, the woman who'd kissed him walked over to the sled. She pointed her jagged, hammer-like war axe at him. "Hairless pink ape, follow," she ordered. Dax nodded. "Mark, Kane, get out of the sled," Dax ordered. Kane immediately obeyed. Mark hesitated until he saw the look on Dax's face. He scrambled out of the sled.
"Why aren't you taking this more seriously?"
Kane asked, stepping next to Dax.
"We're in a life-and-death situation. Act like it."
"At least there's a life option on this one. Earth had us in an only-death situation. If you want to snuff out any spark of joy you're having, fine, but don't force us to do the same." With that, Dax followed the natives, pushing the sled toward the dome and its open gate. 12. Meeting. As they entered the dome, wonder and curiosity overtook Dax. Sand filled the entire sphere. Its covering was opaque, allowing the daylight in, but something about its structure prevented the inside from getting too hot. Structures filled the orb. They were haphazardly reassembled, clearly recycled from the material that was used in the original city. Children ran and splashed in rivers that crisscrossed the city. Their laughter filled the air, bringing a pain to Dax's heart as he took a deep breath. The smell of body odor and onion filled his nostrils as he did. "It smells funny in here," Mark muttered.
"I'd very much doubt these people have deodorant," Kane whispered back.
"I wouldn't make them feel uncomfortable about it," Dax added. "I don't think death by headlock is a great way to go in this situation." The woman who kissed Dax approached him as her partner pushed the centipede sled to a nearby building. She dropped a heavy hand on his shoulder and grabbed his shoulder. "Follow," she ordered. Dax looked at Mark and Kane. He quickly pointed at both of them. "Together," he replied as he motioned in a circle of all 3. "As one." The woman's eyes narrowed. She looked at Mark, then Kane. With a huff, and showing her tusks, she pointed at them as well. "Tribe?" "Yes, tribe," Dax replied with a nod.
Dude, what are you doing?
Mark asked nervously.
He's stopping us from getting separated, Kane remarked.
But if we're the tribe, who's the chief?
Mark continued.
Chief?
The woman asked, pointing at Mark. Dax and Kane erupted in laughter. Both men shook their heads. Mark folded his arms as a deep scowl spread across his face. "Not chief," Dax replied, still shaking his head as he regained his composure.
"I could be chief,"
Mark countered. Dax pointed at Kane. "Chief," he said.
"I don't know how I feel about that,"
the former soldier replied. "You're Ogre 1 for a reason, remember?" Dax teased. The woman's large finger pushed into Dax's chest as he said Kane was the chief. Her demeanor shifted from inquisitive to something a little darker as her eyes narrowed.
"Warrior?"
she asked, her tone dropped. Forcing a smile, it took him a few seconds, but he nodded, deciding it was better than the truth. He pointed to himself, then touched the magnetic pistol at his side before pointing to the dead centipede. "Warrior," Dax replied. The woman's demeanor lit back up at the comment. She gave Dax a pat on the back, sending a bolt of pain through his shoulder. He stumbled forward, barely catching himself on the sled.
"Warrior, chief, child, follow," she ordered.
As she turned to walk away, the guards stepped away, providing a path for them to obey. Dax and Kane looked at each other. They shrugged almost in unison before starting to follow. Mark huffed and crossed his arms.
"Did she just call me your child?"
Mark asked. "I don't know how I feel about that. I've got complaints of abuse I'd like to file to HR. Come on, Mark, don't talk back or there's no dessert after dinner," Dax teased. "The nice lady wants us to follow, we follow."
"I don't know how I feel about this,"
Kane whispered. Dax looked back as Mark quickly caught up. The guards closed in around their sled, holding a defensive position around it with their weapons at standby. The massive door quietly shut them out from the outside world as the weapons powered down. "I see walls, I see defenses, I see water," Dax replied. "They clearly have food. You don't get to the size of She-Hulk with a lion's mane like that without a good diet."
"She does have fantastic hair," Kane replied. "They could still kill us at any second. We need an escape plan."
"We need to play this smart, not like a military mission," Dax replied. "If they wanted us dead, we'd be dead." "Maybe they're just waiting to sacrifice us and eat us," Mark added, nudging Dax. He nodded at their escort. "She's been looking at you like she's ready to feast." "You are way too young to be speaking like that," Dax countered, putting a hand over the young man's mouth. A muffled "ouch" came from under his glove. Dax quickly withdrew his hand as Mark rubbed his mouth.
"Dude, you're still wearing your suit. You could have knocked out a tooth," he complained.
"Sorry," Dax grimaced. He quickly turned, walked backward, and inspected the young man's face. After a few seconds, he gave an approving nod. "Doesn't look like I caused any extra damage," he said, glancing at Kane.
"The boy was warned. Maybe now he'll show a little respect. Just because we aren't incarcerated anymore doesn't mean I'm still not Ogre 1, Kane replied.
"There are better ways to do that than physical assault,"
Mark countered. Dax turned back around as they moved to the lowest center point of the sphere-covered city. "I agree. I mean, he's too old to spank, but he's way too young to get punched in the face to teach a lesson," Dax replied. "Although it did get you all rested up for the trip." Kane huffed and shook his head.
"I was hoping I'd knock some actual sense into him. Do you still think we're on Earth?" he asked.
"I will admit, I'm getting a little more open-minded,"
Mark replied as he looked at the dome over them.
"Still not completely convinced, though."
The woman stopped near a large metal door. Taking her axe off her back, She used the squared back of the weapon and slammed it against the thick barrier. A series of low thuds echoed through the streets. The impacts faded, leaving the soft running of water and giggles of children to overtake the city once more. Dax's jaw tightened. He tapped on his suit, loud enough to distract him while he tapped his foot to appear impatient.
"Take a breath,"
Kane whispered. A low thud sounded from the door. It slid a few inches away from its frame. The woman grabbed the edge of the door and pulled, opening the 10-foot-tall, 3-foot-thick barrier.
"That's a nuclear bunker blast door,"
Kane whispered in awe.
"How do they have that kind of technology?"
"They have electromagnetic plasma containment turrets surrounding this city, and it's the door you have trouble getting your head around?"
Mark scoffed.
"How'd you know what kind of weapons they have?"
Kane asked.
"I know tech. It's not that hard to tell,"
Mark answered. "What's the engine of a 1971 Impala sound like?" Dax teased. "What does it sound like?" Mark asked. "No idea, just curious if you knew." Dax shrugged. The woman turned back to them. She pointed through the door.
"Follow,"
she ordered. She stepped through the door. Dax was the first to follow. Kane waited for Mark to go in second before entering last, keeping his head on a swivel. They approached a spiral staircase covered in pristine, silvery metal. Implanted lights illuminated their path as they moved deeper into the ground.
"This is amazing,"
Dax whispered. He pulled his glove off, touching the wall. It was the same, nearly completely frictionless material as the Dark Knight satellite. Looking up, the roof turned to the stairs they'd just walked down as they continued to spiral into the sand. A shout rose from a few yards ahead. The woman replied in her native language. As they reached the bottom of the stairs, another large door popped partially, ready to be opened. The woman grabbed the edge of the door and pulled it open as well. As the woman led them through, Dax grabbed the 1.5-foot-thick steel door. Giving it a slight wiggle, it barely moved. The room they stepped into was a large circle. Dax looked around. The corners of his lips twitched at the classroom appearance of the room. At the bottom stood the largest space orc he'd seen yet. The man had salted hair just as big as their escorts. His clothes covered him from neck to foot. The baggy clothing did nothing to hide his massive size. He looked at a clipboard. Just turning the thin piece of wood over, his bicep danced through his sleeve. They exchanged a few more words as he looked at the woman. She stepped next to Dax and placed a hand on his back, saying something he couldn't understand. Dax glanced back at Mark and Kane. They both shook their heads at the exchange. With one last word from the man at the front of the room, the woman turned her attention to Dax, showed her tusks, and walked out of the room. Silence filled the massive semicircle. The man at the bottom looked up at them. He toyed with his long braided beard that ran down his barrel of a chest. A wide smile spread across his face as he leaned against a nearby desk. "Welcome, humans. It's been a long time since we've seen your kind," he said in seamlessly perfect English. Dax's stomach dropped. His eyes widened as he took a half-step back. Mark scoffed. A stern silence surrounded Kane. "What, am I not speaking correctly?" the man asked. No, you're speaking perfectly," Dax replied. "Told you we were still on Earth," Mark teased. The man chuckled and shook his head. He slid in front of the desk and sat down. "Child, you are nowhere near Earth anymore. This is Dalno Newer, home of the Dalno, or, as your people liked to call us, orcs," the man replied, placing a massive hand on his chest. "I am Salti, chieftain of the Star Tribe. You've met our fiercest warrior and my daughter, Dahlia T." It's a pleasure to meet you, Salty. I am Daxter. People call me Dax. This is Kane, and the little one is Mark, Dax replied. Might I ask, how do you know English? This world used to be a verdant forest, Salty said, motioning for the men to step forward. Then the underbeasts crashed on this world and threatened to consume it all. We were much more advanced then, researchers, explorers. We had little in the way of defense. We sent scout ships to help us find a new world we could flee to. Dax made his way down the gentle slope toward Salty as he spoke, drinking in every word he shared. We discovered yours. We shared customs, history, and language with one another. Some even volunteered to come back and help us with our war. They taught us how to fight, how to defend ourselves, and how to die with honor when the time comes, Salty continued. Instead of continuing to interfere with your people's development, as a thank you for the sacrifice your people made, we sat back and observed, learned as much as we could about your race. Unfortunately, the damage had already been done to this world, but we wouldn't know for sure until it was far too late. Was that the shining tribe I read about? Dax asked. Surprise spread across the alien's face. He crossed his arms and continued to play with his beard. So, you can understand our language? He asked. I've spent many years learning to read it. I cannot speak it, Dax replied. No wonder my daughter is proud to be your bride, Salty said, opening his arms. Welcome to the tribe. My what? Dax shouted, his voice cracking as he did. 13. Incoming. A series of side-splitting cackles filled the room as Mark rolled on the ground, holding his sides. Kane tried to cover the embarrassment on his face. The pink hue of his cheeks shone through his fingers. Dax looked from his team back to Salty. Not married. Did it once. Will never do it again. It is not your place to make that declaration, Salty said, standing from his desk. You are on our world, unable to leave, just like us. You are part of our civilization, our culture now. If you are to be welcome in our sanctuary, you will accept our customs, and you will accept your bride. Dax huffed. He hung his head at the ultimatum as Kane's hand dropped onto his shoulder. 30 years in the military, and I've never seen a man have 2 shotgun weddings before, Kane teased. I told you that in confidence, Dax replied. Oh, that's great. That's priceless, Mark squealed as he pulled himself from the floor. Mark wiped tears from his eyes as he continued to recompose himself. Dax fired the teen with a cold stare. Once they locked eyes, Mark quickly returned to baseline. How are you stuck here? Mark asked, putting up his hands. Let's say, for argument's sake, I believe the whole thing that we're on a different planet. We came here in one of your ships. The technology you have defending the perimeter of this place is beyond anything you'd need to break the gravitational limit of this planet. Kane's hand slid from Dax's shoulder. He scoffed as his head tilted to one side. A sense of disbelief overtook the professor at Mark's explanation. You're a computer hacker, not an aerospace engineer, Dax said. How would you know that? Computers speak using numbers. Numbers make sense to me, Mark replied with a shrug as he turned back to the orc. Why are you not as advanced as a civilization? I have already told you. The underbeasts consumed all, Salty replied. Forgive him, he doesn't listen well, Kane chimed in. We have entered a stalemate with them. We can't defeat them. So long as we stay in this city, they can't defeat us. That's no way to live, Dax muttered to himself as he crossed one arm and tapped his chin with his free hand. "It's the only way my people survive." "And what if we can help you on that front?" Kane asked.
"You want us to what?"
Mark asked as he cleared his throat. "Your people have a propensity for violence few in this galaxy are capable of," Saltee said with a chuckle as he mirrored Dax's movements. "It's one of the reasons everyone leaves you alone. They see what you do to each other. It makes them scared what you can do to them." Dax looked up at the chief, his brow raised. "And you? What do you think about us?" "I think a handful of men in less armor and with weaker weapons came here and nearly won our war for us. From what my daughter told me about your fighting skill, I imagine we could possibly reclaim our planet," Saltee replied. Dax's stomach dropped, along with his arms. He looked back at the empty doorway. A knot filled his throat. "Of course she's your daughter, because that's how all this works out." Kane grabbed Dax by the shoulder, pulling him away from their host. Stepping between Saltee and Dax, the former Marine locked eyes with the professor, sending a chill down his spine. "We can focus on your marital and new family issues shortly. First, let's try to get home," Kane whispered. "Bugs have queens. We find their queen, we kill their queen, the hive dies, these orcs get their planet back, and we might just be able to get off this rock and return to our own." "Valid argument. Couple of holes. You're expecting these things to behave like they do on Earth. Then there's the backup queen we'll have to deal with, the royal jelly we'll need to destroy, and make sure Mark doesn't drink, for reasons—" "I could see him doing that," Kane interrupted. "And make sure that the insects attending to the queen are all wiped out, so they don't limp on to make another one. But that's Earth standards. We are not on Earth. This is not Independence Day. We don't have enough information to know if killing the queen will wipe out the hive or where to even look for her," Dax continued. "On top of that, why would we want to return to a system that is willing to falsely accuse, convict, then sentence us to be glorified trash collectors until we die?" "If I remember correctly, you asked for an ogre posting," Kane countered. His words struck Dax like a dagger to the heart. Clenching his jaw, he shook his head. "You know why?" he snarled. "We do this, you can return to Earth. I'm not. There's a lot to learn out here, and I plan on drinking in as much as I can." "Fine. So long as our mission is the same, we get off this rock." Kane stepped aside. Dax moved back toward Saltee. "Do you have the knowledge or engineers to build a ship?" Dax asked. "We have blueprints that have been translated," the chief replied. "Okay. We're going to help you find the nest and kill everything in it. While we do, your people will help build us a ship with those blueprints, so when the job's done, we can leave this world." "You can't just ditch your wife," Mark teased. "If you rid our world of the underbeasts, as the final chieftain, I will release you of your bond with my daughter, and you will be free to leave." A wave of relief crashed over Dax as he nodded in approval at the terms. "Where would we even start to hunt for the queen?" Kane asked, approaching the desk. "The underbeasts attack this city occasionally. When they do, we can send scout teams to follow them back to their nests," Saltee started. We've got trackers," Mark cut in. "I'm sure with the systems here I could integrate whatever surviving pieces of our little junkyard to follow our discs. We find a couple bugs, stick a few trackers on them, and then sit back and follow them home." Kane looked from Mark to Dax, then the chief, towering over them. "Did he just say something intelligent?" Kane asked. You'd be surprised at how frequently that happens, yet no one seems to really listen, Mark replied.
We can do that, Saltee said with a nod. There is a herd near here, hunting. I will send a team to place your trackers on them.
I'll go, Dax said, shaking his head before motioning to Kane. Mark needs someone watching his back. You're more capable than I am in that respect. You also know our ship, so you know what to look for. Bring it back here and, hopefully, by the time I'm done, you'll have something stitched together. The only thing he watches is his fist to my face, Mark huffed. I'd say you got a pretty good front-row seat to that show, Dax replied. Mark tossed a mocking laugh at the professor. He turned to Saltee before giving the large green man a shy smile. That is, if that's an okay plan with you. I don't want to step on your toes. Saltee looked at Dax's feet. He tilted his head to one side before letting off a slight chuckle.
I do not believe you could harm me by stepping on my toes, the chief replied.
What I meant was, I didn't want to make it seem like I was overriding your authority as chief.
Our chiefs are not like the leaders of your world. We lead by example, but make choices for the tribe based on the desires of the tribe. We don't override choice with authority.
Silence fell across the room. Dax slowly turned to Kane. Mark already stood next to him, staring at the former soldier. Do you think he can survive in a world without that kind of structure? Mark asked. Kane's expression was blank, his eyes locked forward as if deep in thought. I think he's trying to reboot to see if he can accept that kind of directive, Dax replied.
Come, Saltee said, moving toward the door. Follow me.
They followed the chief back up the stairs and into the city. Dahlia and the white-bearded man that escorted them stood, waiting for Saltee to emerge. Dax watched in confusion as they both knelt to him.
Dahlia, take a scout and this man to the Underbeast's hunting grounds, Sal said, placing a heavy hand on Dax's shoulder. He is going to help us find and slay the queen.
At those words, Dahlia's eyes lit up. She looked at the man next to him. Eagerness spread across his face as well. She said something in her native tongue, only to be shushed by the man at her side.
Please, they do not speak our language. Use theirs, Saltee ordered.
Queen die? Truly die?
Dahlia asked. That is what we are hoping, Dax replied.
Malkoth, you will escort the other two back to their crash site. They will harvest what they need to track the workers returning to the queen.
Malkoth do as chieftain say,
the orc replied with a nod. A scream cut through the domed city. Kane's hand went to his weapon as Dax instinctively stepped in front of Mark. The door they'd entered was open. 3 Dalno carried a third in. Both legs were missing as green blood poured from the wounds. The injured Dalno screamed as he was set down, and others rushed around to help.
Underbeasts shouldn't be this close, Saltee muttered.
A horn rumbled through the city. Like a tornado drill at school, everyone immediately rushed inside. Dalno warriors in primitive armor rushed into the streets, massive war hammers and battle axes in hands.
Kid, stay with Sal,
Kane said, drawing his magnetic pistol.
Dax, with me. Get your hands on some shrapnel if you can.
What are you doing? Saltee asked.
What soldiers do, Kane replied.
But he's not a soldier, Mark said, motioning toward Dax. Dax pulled his tool and double-checked it. It was half-charged, more than enough to hold out for a few more hours of use. But I can still put up a fight, Dax said. He looked at Dahlia. Her weapon was already up. She nodded at Dax. He turned back. Kane was already halfway up the hill, making his way toward their sled. Dax quickly took off after him as Malkoth escorted Saltee and Mark back into the bunker. Without skipping a beat, Kane grabbed his helmet from the sled and threw it on. Dax watched, impressed, as the older man rushed up the ranks of the Dalno as if the sprinting giants stood still. Dax passed the sled. He leaned in and grabbed a handful of metal shards before attaching them to the magnetic tip of his pistol. Dahlia grabbed the pipe he'd used to pin her as she joined his side. Both huffed while rushing past the injured man, beyond the formations being made and out of the safety of the city. Dax slid to a stop next to Kane. The sand exploded around the outer edges of the dunes surrounding the city. Mutations erupted from the sand the size of small cars. Their thick, spiky chitin came to razor points at the ends of their massive legs. Complex eyes darted around the battlefield. Dax's legs weakened at the sight. Blood-chilling screeches rose from the beasts, insectoid in title alone. As they let out another battle cry, the wall of monstrosities charged down the hill. Another horn blasted. The Dalno rushed from cover to join the fight. Dax raised his weapon, pointing it at the charging creatures, their stamping violently shaking the ground as they closed in. 14. Defense. Dax squeezed the trigger. Shrapnel flew from the end of his gun, peppering the eyes of a charging monster. It let out a scream, throwing its head back as the metal that popped its eyes was ripped from its face. The rest stayed embedded in its chitinous armor. Kane shut off his tool. The shrapnel fell to the ground at his feet. Dax rushed to his side as they both picked up the debris. Dahlia shouted at the soldiers in their native tongue. They quickly rushed toward the humans, taking formations around them. "Why aren't the defenses booting up?" Kane asked. Dax looked around the field. The beasts were larger than they initially looked as they got closer. Adrenaline surged through Dax. He fought the panic that wrapped its tendrils around his mind. "How should I know?" Dax asked, holding up all his shrapnel. "Only one at a time," Kane barked. "Don't waste all of your ammo in one shot." "How do you expect to kill them, then?" Dax asked. "We don't," Kane replied. Dax watched as the warrior's steady hand lifted his magnetic tool. With a flick of his finger, he set it to repulse. A quick squeeze of the trigger, and a single piece of metal screamed through the air, striking an insect 10 feet away in the face. It stumbled to the sand as the Dalno braced themselves for impact. Once it hit the ground, they jumped on it, hacking at it with all their might, with spurts of grayish blood and battle cries filling the air. Taking Kane's suggestion, Dax took aim at the next closest beast. He fired. The shot missed wide, fracturing a spike on its head but not slowing it down. Dax tried to pull the shard back. It remained buried deep in the bug's skull. As it bore down on him, he took a sharp breath, readying another shot. He planted his feet, bracing himself for impact. In a blur of green, Dax's world spun violently. Crashing into the sand, he rolled to a stop. Dahlia put herself between the bugs and him. They crashed into the wall of Dalno steel with a deafening clatter. The natives fought ferociously against the greater numbers. Dax climbed to his feet as the Dalno line broke. 2 of the monsters rushed through, charging for the open gate that stood directly behind the former professor. Gritting his teeth and disregarding Kane's instructions, he threw all of his shrapnel in front of him, raised his pistol, and fired. The metal whistled as it sliced through the air, the thuds of their impact sounding clearly through his muffled helmet. They continued to charge forward, causing Dax to backpedal. With a mighty roar, Dahlia stepped between them, swinging her weapon. She cleaved the front legs out from under them, sending them tumbling to Dax's feet. "Lend!" Dahlia shouted, pulling Dax's attention from the writhing bugs at his feet to her. A knife as long as his forearm spun through the air. Sparks jumped from his glove as he caught it by its sharp, meaty blade. In a flash, Dax gripped the leather handle and lunged at the writhing, hissing masses before him. He brought the blade down into the soft hinge between the base of the creature's head and its body. The bug jumped, hissing as blood poured from it. Gritting his teeth, Dax slid the blade across the membrane until he hit the familiar impact of metal on spine. Letting out a roar, and with one final push, the snap of bone gave way as he sliced through the spine. With a weakened hiss, the bug fell limp under him. His adrenaline surged once more, igniting a rage he hadn't felt in years. Maneuvering to the other bug, he lunged at it, spinning his magnetic gun to hold it by the barrel. With a primal scream, Dax slammed the handle of the weapon into the insect's head. Wet squelches filled the battlefield as the sound of a cracking skull flashed in his memory. Dax continued to rain down blows until the chitinous armor was little more than mush. Using the knife, he started to stab and gouge the beast, even as it lay motionless under him. His blood rage overtook him. He hardly noticed the flashes of blue overhead, the screams of the injured, or the cheers of the others. Dax raised the knife over his head, ready to bring it down once more before a wave of repulsive energy slammed into him. He slid back, falling off the bug, then slammed the knife into its carapace to land on his feet. A second wave struck him, pulling him into the husk. The impact snapped Dax out of his haze to see Kane pointing his magnetic tool at him.
"Get your head on the mission," Kane shouted. "Plant a tracker now."
Dax turned back to the fight. Plasma rounds flew through the sky, incinerating flying bugs that he hadn't previously noticed. The ground assault was weakened, with only a few bugs left and the majority of the Dalno still holding their ground.
"Underbeast!"
Dahlia shouted, pointing at one trying to escape. Dax took off toward the retreating insect as fast as he could. Sprinting up the dune, each step was like trudging through tar. Unable to keep up with the more powerful creature as it pulled away, he looked at his bracer. "Please work," he muttered. "Please work, please work." Dax dropped his knife into the sand. Pulling the trackers off his suit, he spun his magnetic gun around. Pressing the center of the trackers, they started to blink. Raising them, he squeezed the trigger on his magnetic tool. The trackers flew out of his hand. They slammed into the fleeing creature. One shattered, a second fell to the ground, but two implanted themselves deep into its carapace before it vanished over the edge of the dune. Holstering his weapon, he bent over and picked up the knife. As he turned back to the dome, a high-pitched screech filled the air. Quickly realizing how separated he was from the rest, Dax sprinted toward the group below him. Another screech shot through the battlefield, sending a chill down Dax's spine.
"Behind you!"
Kane shouted. Dahlia rushed to the former soldier's side. She handed the pipe to Kane, who fired it above Dax's head. It whistled as it narrowly missed him, followed by the soft impact of metal in sand. Glancing over his shoulder, Dax was greeted by a series of massive claws, open, reaching for him. Humming from its 6, membranous wings rattled his armor and kicked up sand as it swooped in for him. The impact of its legs sparked against his armor, its strength squeezing the air from his lungs as it lifted them both off the ground. Panic gripped Dax, freezing him in place for a split second until a plasma round ripped over him and the bug by a few yards. As the projectile incinerated another flyer, the one carrying him stayed low while trying to fly away. From his new vantage point, Dax noticed a straight line along the top of the dune where the sand was blackened and turned to glass. Looking from the impact sites to the weapons, he guessed they had a few more seconds before they were in range. Resisting the pain in his ribs, Dax reached back with the dagger and stabbed at the creature. The blade dug deep, causing the beast to scream. The wings just above the stab slowed with the lower of the two barely fluttering at all. "I used to do this to grasshoppers and June bugs," Dax growled. He let go of the knife, grabbed the bug's wings as they moved into range, and pulled as hard as he could, ripping them in half. With another screech, the bug dropped, sending them both tumbling to the ground, narrowly missing the plasma round that was fired directly at them. Plummeting 15 feet, they crashed into the side of the dune. On impact, the bug's grip on Dax loosened. Spinning, he grabbed the knife and pulled it free. They tumbled toward the dome together. Screeches and hisses filled the air. He stabbed the beast in the chest. They slowed down. Dax released his knife, grabbed the legs, and pulled with all his might to spin the bug onto its back. They came to rest, its wings fluttering and legs kicking, trying to flip itself back over. In a flash, Dax pulled his magnet gun and fired, sending the knife through the beast, causing it to fall limp under him. He looked around to see the fighting was over. Holstering his weapon, he grabbed the hole he'd made. Pulling as hard as he could, he heard a slight cracking in the chitin. Gritting his teeth, he straightened his back and continued to pull. The armor cracked a few more times before a ball of lightning shot through his spine. Dax's eyes widened as he involuntarily dropped to his knees. The muscles across his shoulders and lower back started to tighten as the pain radiated further through him. "Dax!" Kane's voice crackled over the radio. Dax looked over to see Dahlia, Kane, and another Dalno charging at him as fast as they could. He let out a groan as he started to slide off the carapace. "Here we go," he whimpered. Falling into the sand, Dax's arms and legs were stuck in the air. He tried to move them. Each time sent a bolt of electric pain through his body. He groaned as Kane and Dahlia rushed to his side. The other Dalno immediately took his battle-axe to the bug to dig out the knife. "You okay, kid?" Kane asked. "I'd like to be," Dax replied. "I think I just pulled every muscle in my back." "How are you feeling?" Kane asked, kneeling next to him. "Right now? Like a turtle stuck on the freeway. How are you?" "It's been a while since I've been in a fight that's gotten me excited," Kane replied with a wide smile. "Things I didn't need to know," Dax countered. Dahlia stepped over Dax. She looked down at him, axe on her back and hands on her hips. She leaned over, inspecting his bug-spattered, gut-soaked faceplate. "You live?" she asked. Dax nodded, barely managing to give her a thumbs-up. "I live," he wheezed. The Dalno, ripping apart the bug, threw a hand up with the knife in hand. He shouted something in their native tongue. Dahlia turned to him, grabbed the knife, and wiped it on what non-guts-soaked clothes she had left. "Good blade," she said, putting the knife in Dax's hand. "Very," Dax replied. "Did you get the trackers attached?" Kane asked. "I think 2 of them planted," Dax replied. "Good. Mission accomplished, then," Kane said, kneeling and giving Dax a firm pat on the chest. "Now, why don't you get up, get cleaned up, and we'll do what we came here to do." "I don't think I can at the moment," Dax replied, each little movement sending another surge of pain through his body. "I think I'll just lie here for a bit. I'll be okay." With a sigh, Kane pushed off Dax and stood up, causing the former professor to groan. "Carrie?" Kane asked, looking at Dahlia. "Please don't," Dax pleaded. "I'll be fine. It's just a back thing. Give it a few minutes." "Carrie," Dahlia replied, leaning down toward Dax. 15. Adjustment. Dax lay on a hard mat for hours. His armor sat in a neat pile beside him, as Dahlia sat next to him, brush in hand, cleaning his suit. When he tilted his head to one side, a loud crack shot down his neck. As he moved it to the other, a second series of pops rang out. Concern spread across Dahlia's face. She lowered the piece of armor she was cleaning. "Bone break?" she asked. Dax shook his head as he sat up. His muscles were stiff, but the pain was finally gone. Stretching, another series of cracks ran down his spine, the stiffness releasing immediately. Dahlia dropped his armor and knelt by his side, quickly inspecting him for injury. "No, bones no break," Dax replied. "Bones readjust." Dahlia grimaced at the comment. She sat back down next to him.
"Human can move, Bone?"
Phrasing, Dax thought to himself with a snicker. He shrugged. "A little bit," Dax replied. He looked at Dahlia. She was still covered in the drying insect blood from the fight. Several spatters of her people's blood stained her armor and skin as well. "How is your team?" he asked. Dahlia's brow furrowed. A slight frown overtook her face as she tilted her head to one side. Shaking his head, he rubbed the bridge of his nose. "Sorry, tribe. How is your tribe, the warriors?"
"Tribe strong, warriors strong,"
Dahlia replied.
"Tribe endures."
"Our Earth lessons haven't quite reached the level of the abstract," Salty said as he emerged from between two buildings. He looked at Dahlia, speaking their native tongue. Her face brightened. Nodding, she replied to her father. "There are a few minor injuries, but nothing that wouldn't make a Dalno proud," Salty replied. "And the man who lost his legs?" Dax asked. "He will be honored as a warrior who sacrificed himself for his people," Salty replied. Dax's head lowered as a weight he didn't expect pressed down on him at the news. "I'm sorry for your loss," he said softly.
"We not lose him,"
Dahlia replied, pointing at one of the larger buildings near the center of the dome.
"He is there."
I meant," Dax stammered. "He is not dead," Salty chimed in. "It takes more than an underbeast to stop our kind. He will be an elder of war, leading this tribe in what to do and not to do in battle against them." Salty sat next to Dax, crossing his legs. He looked the former professor up and down. "Were you injured in the battle?" the chief asked. "Only my pride," Dax chuckled.
"He slayed many foes,"
Dahlia said, a hint of pride in her voice as she struck her chest.
"Fought with the ferocity of earth and strength of Dalno."
"I think Kane would just chalk it up to fog of war and no actual combat prowess," Dax said, scratching the back of his head. "That is high praise coming from our best warrior," Salty replied. "Speaking of which, where is Kane and Mark?" Dax asked. "They left right after the battle for salvage. Attacks on the city are rare. When they occur, they often do not happen for some time after. Now was the safest time for them to leave." Salty stood up. Not to be rude, Dax followed the chief's movements. He fought back a groan as he moved his stiff joints. The Dalno reached out to his daughter and clicked his tongue. She grabbed the freshly polished pauldron and handed it to him. Curiosity overtook the chief's face as he inspected the piece of metal. The ogre insignia was visible for the first time in Dax's memory. Salty let out a laugh as he turned the insignia toward Dax. It was a skull with massive tusks protruding from the lower jaw, with one broken halfway down. The darkened eye sockets seemed to stare at him as if alive, despite being no more than an etch in metal. "He looks kind of like me," Salty teased. "What is this?" "It's our symbol. On Earth, we're known as ogres. It classifies us for what our job is."
"Job?"
Dahlia asked. "You're a warrior. That's your job," Dax said, motioning to the large woman. "I'm an ogre. We work in space. Well, worked." Salty handed Dax his piece of armor back. Looking at it, he rubbed his fingers over the engraving. It was hard to miss the care and effort put into cleaning his suit. He looked at Dahlia, still filthy from the fight, and offered her a warm smile. "Thank you for this," he said softly. Dahlia looked at her father, head tilted to the side. He went on for several minutes in their language. At the end, he motioned toward Dax while saying, "You're welcome." "You welcome," Dahlia said. She forced a smile back, showing off her pearly white teeth and tusks. Her lips curled unnaturally, as if her face wasn't accustomed to the motion. "I take it you all don't smile much," Dax teased. "Our familiarity with the concept came from observing you. That was almost 2 generations ago, when the underbeasts surged, nearly eradicating our world," Saltee replied. "There are things that were lost, and things still to be discovered in the archives." Dax perked up at the mention of archives. He raised an eyebrow, crossed his arms, and looked at the chief. "I would like to see these archives. Maybe I can help fill in any gaps you may have, or just get a better feel for what you know about my people so I know what to share." "We would appreciate that," Saltee said, motioning to the bunker below them. He turned toward Dahlia and spoke in their language. She immediately started to pick up the pieces of Dax's armor. Dax quickly stepped toward her and grabbed his suit. Taking the gear out of her hands, he offered her a friendly smile. "I offend?" she asked, looking at the armor. "No, not at all. The armor is mine. I'm fit to carry it. It would be rude of me to have someone else bear my burden," Dax replied. As he clipped on his armor, Saltee further translated his words. Dahlia crossed her arms, shook her head, and muttered something in their language. Tucking his helmet under his arm, he looked at Saltee. "She said your customs are odd," the chief explained. "We're all a little odd," Dax mused. They made their way back down to the bunker Saltee greeted Dax in. As they entered, he glanced up at the sphere's gate. It was closed tightly with a pile of dead bugs just inside. Several dozen Dalno surrounded the bodies, cleaning them, taking out the meat, dividing up the chitin, and preparing every last piece to be used by the tribe. "Where I'm from, when a bug dies, they let out a smell that attracts all the other bugs in their colony to attack whatever killed it. Are you worried all those bodies are going to bring more?" Dax asked. "That's why we bring them inside the dome. If they're inside, their deaths don't call for others," Saltee explained. "And it replenishes our food reserves, armory, and smiths with supplies." "I guess giant bugs do have their upsides," Dax said. Saltee opened the bunker door. All three entered the stairwell and descended underground once again. The impacts of their boots echoed off the metallic walls as they moved in silence for several minutes. "Your family named you Daxter. According to what information we have, that is not a usual name for a human," Saltee said as they entered his room. "Where did you get that name?" Dax felt his cheeks warm with embarrassment as he shook his head. Not wanting to dive into it, but also not wanting to be rude, he decided to provide an abbreviated answer. "My father loved video games, a digital world where you can have adventure without risking your own safety," Dax explained. His favorite game as a child was about a boy who didn't speak much and his overly mouthy sidekick. He named me after the sidekick. Confusion set over both Dalno's faces. Dax shook his head and waved them off. "I was named after a character in a story my father enjoyed," he simplified. "Daxter must be great warrior," Dahlia muttered in awe. "More like a bumbling idiot," Dax countered. Saltee made his way to his desk at the front of the room. Leaning against it, several soft clicks rang out from the piece of furniture. As it did, Dahlia looked cautiously up the stairs before shutting the door behind them. "Secret," she said, placing her finger to her lips. A hydraulic hiss filled the room as the far wall lowered into the ground. Dax froze, his eyes widening at the sight of the lab-library hybrid that expanded the room by hundreds of feet. "If this is a secret, why are you showing me?" Dax asked, stepping toward the newly expanded room. "This knowledge was provided by your people," Salty explained. "The way I see it, it's yours anyway. We do not, however, share this with the rest of the tribe, as to not spread humanity's propensity for violence against one another." Dax smirked as he looked around the room, nodding in approval. "That is a very wise choice," he chuckled to himself. He set his helmet down on a nearby table as he looked at the holographic interfaces that covered 2 of the 4 walls, while the lab half sported dissected insect pieces, swords with spiraled patterns, too small for the Dalno to effectively wield, and several sets of firearms that had been decommissioned by human militaries nearly 100 years before. "I do have a request before we get started," Dax said, rubbing his hands together. "What is it?" Salty asked. "I would like you to teach me how to speak your language," Dax said, turning toward the chief. "Humans have trouble with our language. It's been found to be quite complex for your minds. You say that you've deciphered our walls. How much time did that take?" Salty asked. Dax pointed to an inscription carved into the metal across the opposite wall. It took up the entire length of the room. Using what he'd learned in the cave, mixed with his education on Earth, he quickly translated the carvings. "Out of the mouth of war, peace," Dax said, his voice brimming with confidence. Salty and Dahlia both turned to him, shock spread across their green faces before showing off their tusks. "You truly can read our language," the chief exclaimed. "And from there it's only a small jump to being able to speak it and understand it," Dax explained. "Now, will you teach me?" "Only if you help Dahlia learn your language," Salty countered. "The chief who taught me was a much better teacher than I am. Perhaps you can work with each other." "I am a professor of linguistics," Dax said as he rubbed his hands together, looking back at the library. "Let's get to work." Walking over to a wall, he studied the glowing outlines in the metal. Inspecting them, he reached up and tapped it. Nothing happened. Salty moved in next to him and placed a finger on the outline. He held it in place for several seconds. As he removed his hand, the data stored in the wall was projected in front of him. "We were just getting to this tech when I went off-world," Dax said to himself, sliding his hand across the screen to pull up more information. "Mark would blow a gasket if he saw this." "I did not think humans had gaskets," Salty said. "Are you not completely flesh and bone like the Dalno?" "It's an expression," Dax countered, keeping his eyes on his work. 16. Theory. The data held in the library sucked Dax in. He read and studied about Dalno-Nur, how it was once a forest world and highly advanced. By all accounts, despite their appearance, the Dalno were a unified society, only taking what they needed to flourish. Stumbling on genetic sequencing of the Dalno, Dax swiped through the data to see they shared 98% of their genetic markers with humanity. Their green skin held a form of chlorophyll that permeated throughout their cells. He looked over at Dahlia, who helped her father inspect the human weapons. "Explains how you could keep fighting with no oxygen," he said to himself. Dax continued to dig into their archives. Time blurred for him. Hours spread into days as he absorbed as much knowledge as he could. He napped when he felt tired, no more than an hour to 2 here or there before diving back into work. As he exposed himself to their language more and more, his ability to read it sped up. What once took 10 minutes now only took a few seconds, as the connections to cuneiform were continually made. He stopped at a blueprint. His hand ran over the projection at the image of the massive dome. Dax's heart skipped a beat, his eyes widening at the familiar structure. Expanding on the hologram, he turned to see Dahlia asleep on one of the tables, her massive axe lying on the ground at her side. Salty stood in the lab running tests on blood samples he'd pulled from the swords. "Did you know this dome isn't a city?" Dax asked, getting the chief's attention. "It's a ship." "Sort of. It's actually a lifeboat," Salty replied. He put down his work and walked over to Dax. He tapped on the hologram, pulling up massive lists of seeds and genetic samples stored in the vessel. "A more cowardly chief had this built to abandon our world and take another," Salty explained. "What made him cowardly?" Dax asked, looking at the mountain of muscle next to him. "From a logistical standpoint, this is a completely logical approach to facing the end of your world. The Dalno do not flee from a fight. We were born on this world. We will die on this world. I would prefer that it not be for many years to come, but we do not abandon a gift like our home easily." Dax fought the urge to shake his head, not wanting to be rude to their culture. He tried to wrap his mind around not being willing to leave his home world when he'd felt nothing but joy at leaving Earth behind. "The fact that this planet has been turned to a near desolate wasteland." Dax paused as he spoke, flashing Salty a shy smile. "No offense." "This world is a desolate wasteland," the chief replied with a nod of agreement. "I won't argue with you there. But if we can destroy the Queen, we may have a chance to return this world to what it once was." "About that," Dax said, stepping back and leaning against a table, "I haven't found a single thing on the underbeasts in this archive. They are clearly an invasive species because there's no natural predators to keep their numbers in check. Billion-dollar question is, how'd they get here in the first place?" "Invasive species. It's something that isn't native to an ecosystem. When they show up, more often than not, they cause a lot of damage to the natural balance of the area. Sometimes an equilibrium can be found, but most times it ends in a gradual collapse of the biome they're introduced to." "What are you saying?" "I'm saying that one of 4 things happened on this planet, and none of them are good." Salty's brow furrowed. His stern face molded to a frown, making his tusks protrude more from his face. Crossing his arms, the chief motioned for Dax to continue. "Has Dalno ever been hit with a meteor shower?" Dax asked. "No rocks from space have made it to the surface of our world in thousands of years," Salty replied. "Okay, that knocks out one of my theories then," Dax said to himself as he tapped his chin. His mind whirled as he went through the basic steps of what would most likely have caused the advent of the underbeasts. He looked at the swords, caked in dried blood, that Salty was analyzing. Pointing at them, he proceeded to tap his chin. "What's going on over there?" Dax asked. "I am comparing blood samples from ancient battles to our most recent conflict," the chief replied. "Why?" "My predecessor did it, the chief before him did, all the way back to the men and women in charge of researching the underbeasts when they first emerged," Salty explained. Dax nodded. Curiosity tugged at the back of his mind as he walked over to the swords. Grabbing one of the hand-and-a-half swords, he picked it up, inspecting the master craftsmanship of Damascus steel. The aged etchings were in Latin, blessing the sword to defend those who couldn't protect themselves. "And you went halfway across the cosmos to do it," Dax said to the weapon. "What tests have you been running on the blood?" "Largely looking for genetic variations across each encounter." "And why do you do that?" Dax asked, the wheels in his head starting to turn as he set the sword down. "It's always been done," Salty replied with a shrug. "The reason was lost when one of our chieftains died before he could fully train his replacement." Okay, cool. I want to try something," Dax said, stepping to the side and motioning toward the lab. "Can you pull up every genetic variation that's been tested as far back as your system goes?" Salty approached the table. He swiped on its surface several times as he pulled up the results of his most recent test, followed by genetic testing from the past several hundred years. Dax stepped forward. He inspected the strands of DNA set out before him. "Can you read this?" Salty asked after a few minutes of silence. "I'm not a geneticist, but linguistics is all about finding patterns and deciphering the meaning of a forgotten language through those patterns," Dax replied. "That's how I learned to read what we call cuneiform, which is your language." "Then what are you doing?" "Looking for patterns," Dax replied. He squinted as he leaned toward the results, scanning over them. Standing in silence for several more hours, Dax scrutinized the genetic sequencing from the first test and compared it to every one of the hundreds of tests that had taken place afterward. Dahlia woke up and spoke with her father in hushed voices before leaving, sword in hand. As she left, she placed the dagger she'd lent Dax on the desk next to his helmet. Several more hours passed. Salty continued to stand patiently in silence as Dax continued his work. With each comparison, a pit started to form in the former professor's stomach. A distinct, disturbing pattern emerged. He double and triple-checked his work to make sure his findings were correct. Dax took several steps back. He rubbed his aching eyes, closing them to relax them from the strain of staring at a projection as long as he did. He leaned against a desk and shook his head before letting out a groan. "That's not good," he whimpered. "What is not good?" Salty asked. "The genetic markers in every single test share a common base trait," Dax replied. "Every single one." He pushed off the desk and pulled up the most recent test result before pulling the first scan up. With a flick of his wrist, he put them side by side. Dax pointed at a portion of the genetic structure that was identical in both scans. "The underbeasts showed up hundreds of years ago, correct?" Salty nodded in agreement. "Okay, so on Earth, insects are what we call haploid when it comes to reproduction." "What does that mean?" Salty interrupted. "It means there's not two parents. It doesn't take a male and a female to make offspring. It just takes one, a queen. Now, if a queen dies and a new queen takes over, there will be subtle changes in the genetic structure, because you cannot have two strands of DNA be exactly the same when they come from more than one source," Dax explained. He started to pace. His heart began to race in the excitement of piecing together the puzzle. As he relayed the information to Salty, the joy he hadn't felt in years for sharing knowledge started to overtake him, causing his pacing to increase in speed. "This can only mean one thing. The queen that initiated the spread of the underbeasts on your world is the same queen in charge today. That's not uncommon. Queens do tend to have longer lifespans than the rest of their colony, and this particular species could be exceedingly long-lived," Dax continued. "Which brings me to the last two possible explanations to what these things are, neither of which are good." He stopped pacing before turning to the chief. Saltee stood with his arms crossed, leaning forward with curiosity, waiting for Dax to speak. The former professor paused for a few moments, trying to organize his thoughts, figuring out the perfect way to word them. "On with it!" Saltee exclaimed, his voice taut with impatience. "Before I do, I want to let you know that I am just going off of what I see here. I am not making any accusations. It's just a theory, and I mean no insult by it," Dax explained. "Speak. I find your silence more insulting than anything you could say," Saltee replied. "I don't believe these insects are intelligent enough to create their own spaceships and traverse the stars. If they were, they'd have used your planet's resources to create weapons and would have taken over this world in more than just a devouring capacity," Dax explained. "That means that either they were genetically modified on this planet by a Dalno for one reason or another, or they were placed on this world by a different species." "Are you saying that we were either betrayed or invaded?" Saltee asked. "I wouldn't say betrayed. It could have been an experiment that got out of hand, kind of like the story of Isla Nublar and Isla Sorna on my homeworld," Dax explained. "Or, yes, they were deliberately left here to cull the planet and remove the threat that is your people, likely to provide an opportunity to harvest resources, although that is an extremely roundabout and slow way to conduct an invasion." "How sure are you?" Saltee asked, his eyes narrowing. "It's just a theory," Dax replied, motioning toward the scans. "But the evidence indicates longevity beyond what would be considered natural for an insect, which leads to genetic engineering, which means weapon. The only question is who and why, but the fact that this seems to be an iron-rich planet explains one of those." "That is troubling," Saltee muttered. "We'll take care of the Queen. We'll have Kane weigh in when he gets back, since he's the military mind, and see what he has to think about it," Dax continued. "Think about what?" Kane asked as he and Dahlia entered the room. The former Marine paused, looking at the expanded facility, and whistled. "Impressive. Now, what have you been up to while we were away?" "I've been buried in data, and I think I've found something that's a little bit troublesome, but I'd like your input," Dax said, motioning to the holographic scans. 17. Plan. Dax picked up the knife Dahlia left him before falling back in a chair. He rubbed his brow as Kane continued to drone on about what he was seeing on the scans. He then shifted gears and started talking about tactics of using a weapon like the bugs. He spoke in circles, saying the same thing dozens of different ways. Saltee watched the former soldier closely, not wanting to miss a single word, while Dahlia sat down next to Dax.
"He talk lots,"
she said, motioning toward Kane. "Yes, he does," Dax replied with a nod.
"What he say?"
"Nothing new. He's been repeating himself, using different words for the last 2 hours.
"Underbeast bad. We kill Underbeast?"
"Yes, pretty much." Dax looked back at Kane as he picked up the M4. He ejected the magazine before checking the barrel. Once confirming it was empty, he raised the gun to his shoulder. "That's a 150-year-old gun. Even if the internals are still good, I very much doubt what limited ammunition that's left will still fire," Dax called out. "Even if it did, 5.56 rounds aren't going to pack enough of a punch to take out those bugs," Kane replied. "It's a beautiful weapon, though. I've always wanted one." "Well, that one's going to be one heavy paperweight," Dax teased.
"Paperweight?"
Dahlia asked. Dax looked around the room. He pursed his lips before tapping the knife against the palm of his hand. "You don't have paper here," he said to himself. It's something humans use to write on.
Like wall carvings?
Dahlia asked, motioning toward the etching in the walls. Yes, but it's light. It moves easily, Dax said before blowing against the blade. Wind can move it. People put heavy things on it to keep it in place. They're called paperweights.
Like anchor?
Dahlia asked. Exactly, like anchor. Dax inspected the dagger he'd been given. Its metal held a bluish-yellow sheen to it. He flicked his thumbnail along the edge of the blade. It held, despite being used to stab such hard chitin. He carefully slid the tip of his thumb along its edge. With hardly any pressure, the metal sliced into his skin, drawing blood. Dax jumped at the sight. He didn't feel the cut take place. A few seconds later, the dull burning permeated his digit. Carefully, he set the knife down, slid his hand in his pocket, and put pressure on his thumb, not wanting to show he'd cut himself. Dahlia snickered as she pointed at her thumb.
Knife sharp?
Very, Dax replied. It's very well made.
Thank you. Forge master teach Dahlia how to create. Dahlia create perfect knife to kill underbeasts.
Dax leaned forward. Grabbing the knife, he held its handle to her. You are better with it than I am. Keep the knife. Dahlia shook her head, placing her hand on her war axe.
Dahlia make more than puny knife. Battle-bonded, keep knife for me.
Battle-bonded? Dax asked, looking at Saltee. That is what we call a spouse, the chief replied. Dax let out a frustrated sigh before leaning back in his chair. Your English is phenomenal. It's a little broken, but it's better than most non-native speakers on Earth. Dahlia flashed her tusks at the compliment. She pulled her lion mane of her hair back, draping it over the back of the egg-like seat she sat in. She should. We've been working on it since she was a little girl, Saltee chimed in. Several heavy knocks rang out against the bunker's door. Kane set down the rifle as Saltee escorted him back into the main room. With a few presses of tabs on the side of his desk, the chief summoned the wall, hiding the second half of the room once again. Dahlia quickly stood up, slung her axe over her shoulder, and approached the door. Pulling on it, Malkoth entered with Mark close behind. The young man looked at Dax and Kane, grimacing before recomposing himself. "Something you want to say?" Kane asked. "You two look like crap," Mark said, raising his hands before motioning at Kane. "Don't kill the messenger, but it looks like you haven't slept since we got back. And you, Professor, look worse than my shiner." "I haven't really slept much since the fight," Dax said, rubbing his eyes. "Out with it. Do you have what we need to build a tracker?" Kane cut back in. "Yes, but there's more information that I think you two should know as well. I'm thinking they've got some sort of government backing, because Malkoth here and his little group of soldiers are like ants." Dax frowned at the comment. He looked at Kane, who shook his head in confusion. "I've got a feeling he's about to get punched in the face again," Dax said. "That's hard not to take as an insult," Kane replied. "I don't mean it as an insult," Mark said, turning toward Malkoth. "I mean the entirety of our touchdown has been moved in a 36-hour window to just outside of the dome. They've got to have some heavy machinery or backing of some sort to get all of that here that quickly." "They do have heavy machinery, Mark," Dax replied. "I knew it!" he exclaimed with a clap. "Where is it?" Dax pointed at Malkoth, then to Saltee, and finally to Dahlia. "There's your heavy machinery. I'm willing to bet one of those little kids out there could deadlift more than the strongest human on Earth." Dax started. "We are on Earth, but continue," Mark cut in. "Dalno-Newer's got to be a part of the planet cordoned off by the government." "Please shut up," Kane groaned. "We have a legitimate problem we're facing.
Keep on track.
Don't appreciate the shut-up thing, but I'll keep going. Between both ships, we have enough to build back Junkyard. She won't be pretty, but I'm pretty sure we can at least get her spacefaring." Dax looked around the room. Disappointment spread across Saltee's and Dahlia's faces. Malkoth stood in confusion, unable to understand Mark. "First things first," Dax chimed in. "The tracker gets built. We fulfill our part of the bargain, and only then do we start building that ship." "Why can't we do both?" Mark asked, a hint of complaint in his tone. "I can build the tracker, you guys set out to kill this queen, and I'll start making the ship with the help of Malkoth over there. When you get back, mission complete, ship's rebuilt, Bob's your uncle, we're clear to go."
"That's not the deal," Kane countered.
"We're going to keep our half of the bargain. We're just going to get a start on our return of investment," Mark argued. Kane stepped toward the young man. Dax quickly stood up, placing a hand on Kane's chest. He shook his head, causing the former soldier to take a step back. Dax looked at the technological genius. He gave Mark a warm smile before stepping toward him. "Mark, these people could have easily just let us die twice now. Every single day we're in here and not out there, we're draining their food, their water. We're even using what power they have to stand in this well-lit room," Dax said as he placed his hands on Mark's shoulders. "We would be dead right now if it weren't for them. If not by dehydration, then by the bugs. The deal with Saltee and his tribe is that we kill the queen, they help us rebuild the ship." Mark rolled his eyes and huffed. Dax stifled a chuckle at the all-too-familiar response. "Look, in a situation like this, our word is the only thing we have. We have no money, nothing to barter with, we have no power. Being an adult sometimes means having to be more patient than you want to be in order to get what you want," Dax continued. "So, you build the tracker, then sit tight here, while Kane, Dahlia, a few others, and I find the queen and kill her. Once we do, then we get what we want." "I hate having to be an adult," Mark complained.
"If you wouldn't have tried to nuke the moon, then I'm sure you'd still be in your mom's basement playing Fortnite and chugging energy drinks," Kane replied. Mark frowned at the comment. "He's got a point," Dax cut in. "You made an adult decision. Now your opportunity to just be a kid is gone. I wouldn't wish that on any young person, especially you. But now we find ourselves in a predicament where being an adult is likely the only way we get out of this desert. When you give your word, you do not change it. You stick to the letter of that word until the job is done. That is the only way we get out of this. Do it responsibly." As he spoke, Dax locked eyes with the dark brown of Mark's. As he spoke, memories flooded him of the last time he'd given a similar speech. The young man's eyes seemed to shift to bright green as he talked. For a few seconds, Dax lost himself to the ghosts in his mind, not seeing the tech-savvy young man, but a beautiful young woman only a year or two younger. He took a deep breath, and his own body's stench stung his nostrils, pulling him back to the room. A look of disappointment was spread across Mark's face. He nodded as he shifted his shoulders and stepped out of Dax's grasp. "Okay, I'll be an adult," Mark huffed. "But this doesn't mean that I like this, or that I agree with anything that's going on." "That's a start," Dax replied before crossing his arms. "How long do you think it'll take to make it?" 2, maybe 3 days. It depends on the shape of the salvage, but we'll be up by the end of the week, I can guarantee that." "Good. I'm going to keep looking into the Dalno records to see if there's anything useful that we can use to target the Queen," Dax said, making his way back to the seat and grabbing the knife Dahlia gave him before his helmet as well. I'll learn as much as I can about their weapons and see if there's any way we can integrate what we have to help out," Kane added.
"I stay with Battle Bonded,"
Dahlia said. She patted Dax's back, sending a sharp pain through his shoulder. He winced at her immense strength, wishing he hadn't gotten out of his armor. Dahlia looked at Malkoth and spoke quickly in their native tongue once again. The gray-bearded orc-looking man nodded before stepping to the side to give Mark room to pass. As the teen and warrior left, Dax looked up at Dahlia. "What did you tell him?" Dax asked.
"Dahlia said to protect Tooth Cleaner as he protects Chieftain," Dahlia replied.
"Told you the kid was a toothpick," Kane snickered. "Even these orcs think he's small enough to pick their tusks with."
"Kane, they're Dalno, not orcs," Dax scolded.
"We like the sound of orc," Salti mused. "It's close to the name of our creator, Ukshakta Nu. To be named after her is an honor. See? Orc is fine. Even the chief's okay with it," Kane said, turning toward Salti. "Do you have any weapon blueprints in that library of yours?"
Salti returned to the desk. With a few clicks, the wall retracted once again. He turned toward Kane and motioned for the former Marine to enter. "Come, hairless pink ape. I'm sure we have plenty about weapons for you to learn about," the chief said in a teasing voice. "Human, not hairless pink ape," Kane countered.
"Dalno, not orc,"
Dax teased.
"Go to bed,"
Kane huffed.
"On my way,"
Dax replied, as he and Dahlia made their way to the bunker door. 18. Student and Teacher. Dahlia escorted Dax out of the bunker and into the city. He looked at the translucent dome before slowing to a stop. The diffused lights of the night sky streaked across the barrier with both moons slightly fuzzy but still visible. A shooting star with a tail of green tore across the sky. As it did, the dome generated a clear image of the projectile. Ripples of light danced from its tail, causing a line of clear night sky to stretch across the dome. Dax watched in awe as the line slowly blurred once again, only for a second to be carved above them from another shooting star. "Wow," Dax whispered as dozens more stars painted the dome in ripples of light. "That's beautiful."
"Ancestors wanted Star Tribe to see sky. Fast movement was only way to see sky,"
Dahlia explained.
"They did a great job."
"Come, Battlebound must sleep,"
Dahlia ordered. She motioned for him to continue following. Dax trudged through the sand. They climbed toward a building halfway up the city. The former professor kept his eyes on the sky. Curiosity about what the dome was made out of and how they'd managed to program it swirled in his mind. Dahlia approached the door of the metal building and pulled on it. It pushed sand out of the way as it slid open. A single dim light flickered to life, revealing a table, a chair, and a nest made of long dead wood. "Is this your bed?" Dax asked, turning his attention into the home.
"Yes."
He stepped in, placed his helmet and knife on the table, and inspected the non-petrified nest. "I've seen one of these. I've slept in one of these. They're very comfortable."
"Good. Sleep,"
Dahlia ordered, motioning toward the nest. Dax moved to the table, sitting down. He removed his armor before approaching the twisted bowl of sticks and logs. As he climbed in and reclined, Dahlia moved to the table and sat down. He watched her as she inspected parts of his armor, then the knife she'd given him.
"How is Finger?"
she asked, glancing over at him. Dax looked at the fresh cut on his thumb. It had stopped bleeding, but the skin around the cut was red and inflamed. He brushed sand out of the wound, wincing from the sting of contact on his open skin. "Good," he replied. Dahlia stood up. She walked across the small, bland room. She approached the far wall that had a slight dent in the middle. The green-skinned woman pushed on it. Nothing happened. She tried again, with a little more force. Again, nothing. Dax sat up, watching closely as she let out a frustrated sigh. She murmured something in her native tongue. Drawing back, Dahlia punched the wall, furthering the dent's size. The entire wall shifted before swinging open, revealing a series of racks. Spears, swords, and hammers lined the wall. All were too large for a normal-sized human to wield. He watched as she leaned to the bottom of the compartment and grabbed several strips of leather. Dahlia turned back and eyed the suit of armor before grabbing a few more and taking a piece of what looked like the end of a bug's leg. She left the door open, returned to the table, and sat down.
"Battlebond need protection from knife,"
Dahlia said. She slid the blade inside the pointed bug carapace. It was slightly too wide, not fitting all the way into the chitin. Dahlia used the edge of the blade to scratch out some of the exoskeleton. As she did, she checked to see the knife's fit. Dax watched closely while she carefully worked. Once the blade slid seamlessly into the bug's foot, she let out a snort, cleared her throat, then spat a thick, yellow liquid onto the chitin. Dax fought a grimace as the stench from their combined body odor grew worse after the spit. Dahlia wiped the secretion over the exoskeleton before quickly wrapping it in leather. After covering the hastily made sheath, she gripped the tied skin tightly. After several seconds, she released her creation. Giving the leather a few hard tugs, it held in place. Looking at the dried mucus on her hands, Dahlia pulled at it gently before completely peeling it from both her palms in a single sheet. Dax looked away, his stomach turning at the sight. "So much worse than when I did it with glue," he muttered to himself.
"Now connected to you,"
Dahlia said as she fastened the sheath to his armor.
"No lose. Blade covered, no cut."
"Thank you." Dax shifted himself in the nest. He leaned over and ran his fingers through the sand. He wrote an introduction of himself in cuneiform. Motioning at the writing, he positioned himself on the edge of the nest. "How do I say this?" Dax asked. Dahlia stood up. She approached the crude sand writing before kneeling next to it and inspecting it closely.
"My name Dax,"
she said before looking up at him.
"Did hairless pink ape forget name?"
"I'm sorry, I mean, in your language," Dax replied. Dahlia nodded. She leaned down and wiped away some of the symbols before writing very similar ones in their place. Pointing at it, she spoke with an elegance he'd never heard before. Trying to mimic the sound she made, Dahlia laughed, shook her head, and repronounced one of the words with an exaggerated rolling R sound. He followed her lead. With a near-deafening clap and smile, she nodded.
"Yes,"
she exclaimed.
"Good."
"Thank you," Dax replied with a smile. Leaning back down, he erased his introduction and wrote out what he thought "nice to meet you" would be. Dahlia made another small change in the grammar before reading it out loud to him. Once again he tried to copy her words, his tongue not quite able to capture the complexity of their language. Dahlia straightened her posture. She took a deep breath and tapped her well-formed abs before repeating the greeting. Following her instructions, Dax sat up as well. He took a deep breath and tried to copy her once again. Dahlia laughed, shook her head, and tapped his stomach, nearly winding him from her light contact.
"From here,"
she said before pointing at his throat.
"Not here."
With a nod, Dax took another deep breath. As he spoke from his diaphragm, the words rolled off his tongue with a little more ease. Dahlia laughed, leaning back and nodding in approval.
"Better,"
she said, motioning toward the sand.
What else?
Taking the very next step in learning a new language, he wrote out asking what her name was. Dahlia turned to him, her forehead scrunched as she placed a hand on her chest.
Dahlia T., she said. Does battle-bonded not remember?
I remember. I just want to know how to ask what someone's name is. With another understanding nod, she read the words he'd written down. Dax quickly corrected his posture, found his breath, and repeated her words. After another gentle correction and several more attempts, he was able to ask what her name was. They went back and forth for hours. Dax would write a phrase down. Dahlia would correct his spelling before reading it. He'd repeat it back to her, only for her to correct him more times than not. Gradually, their back and forth slowed down. The last thing he remembered was going through a full introduction with Dahlia before passing out from exhaustion. In a deep, dreamless sleep, the night felt like it went by in a flash. His eyes shot open. Taking a deep breath, Dax felt an unnatural pressure on his chest. Looking down, he saw Dahlia's massive head rested on the center of his torso. Her voluminous hair covered him like a blanket. He almost didn't notice their combined stench from having been around it for so long. Grabbing her head, he gently lifted her boulder of a skull, holding in his grunt of strain as to not wake her. Dax carefully slid out from under the warrior, gently setting her head down in the nest. Life was a strange thing. How a warrior as fierce as Dahlia could also have such a tender side to her, one that would allow her to be so vulnerable as to place her slumbering head on him. The thought humbled Dax and reminded him he had a duty to these people, to Dahlia, to be the man they thought he was. As he climbed out, Dax grabbed his armor and moved it outside, piece by piece. He squinted at the blinding midday sun as he worked. Carefully closing the door behind him, Dax quickly got into his armor. The knife sat perfectly at his right hip, ready to be drawn at a moment's notice. "How was your evening?" Kane's voice rang up the street. Dax looked down to see the former soldier, out of his armor, climbing toward him. Dark circles loomed under his eyes, and his usually perfectly groomed hair and mustache were disheveled. "Educational," Dax replied. Kane stopped. He raised an eyebrow and looked at the door. "If you're planning on leaving her, that kind of education may not be the best kind to have," Kane scolded. "It's not what you think," Dax countered. He took a deep breath and quickly introduced himself in the Dalno native language. "You speaking French at me, boy?" I introduced myself in their language. She's teaching me how to speak, and properly write in cuneiform. That's the education I had, not whatever Moulin Rouge thing you're thinking about, Dax countered. "Good," Kane said as he drew his magnetic tool. "I found something fun we can do with this." "And that is?" "Come on, I'll show you." With that, Kane continued to walk up the city. Passing Dax, he pointed toward the edge of the dome a few hundred yards away. "It's a bit of a trek, though," the soldier replied. "Are you going to have the energy to keep up?" "I feel like I got 8 hours, Dax said, looking at the translucent dome overhead with the sun directly above them. "But who knows how long the day-night cycle is for this planet?" "I'm sure you could figure it out with a few calculations," Kane teased as he continued to walk. "I could, but that's not important now." Dax turned and quickly followed Kane through the city. They passed a smith who forged using what looked like bug chitin as his fuel source. It burned a nearly blinding blue flame. A tanner, who smelled like bad asparagus for 50 feet in every direction, placed skin on racks. Hooks held the membrane up out of a large bug shell, helping pull it from its home. The tanner used a gently curved knife to separate the skin from the armor.
These people know how to work, Kane mused. It's not like our society, where we sit behind screens and let robots do the work for us.
They do work hard, Dax replied as they reached the edge of the city. But you have to consider the cost. Their entire lives are fighting for survival or scrounging to survive. I'm not saying we're the beacon of a good example, but maybe something in the middle wouldn't be too bad. Kane scoffed. He grabbed a metal box that sat next to a rusted building. Pulling it over revealed a disconnected defensive gun with wires loose in the sand. The former soldier put his weapon away before grabbing the decommissioned plasma cannon.
In the blueprints, I found out that those plasma rounds are held in place by a magnetic field, Kane explained. Mark seems to agree with me that we can use one of these as an amplifier for our little dinky tools to increase their magnetic pull.
It'd need a massive power source, but it's certainly possible, Dax said, rubbing his chin as he looked at the weapon. Are you planning on taking down a mountain with that thing?
I was thinking, if we get them in a kill box, we could bring down a ravine around them, Kane replied.
That's not a bad idea, and you could have just said yes. 19. Prototype. Dax carried the shell of the defensive cannon on his shoulder, out of the city. It wasn't as heavy as it looked, adding little to the suit he was already wearing. Once stepping outside, the heat of the desert overtook him. Beads of sweat formed on his brow and the nape of his neck in seconds. A hot wind blew over them as he put down the decommissioned cannon. That dome does a good job dispersing heat, Dax said, kneeling next to the weapon.
That it does, and in case this goes badly, I'd rather not bring the entire structure down on everyone's head, Kane replied.
What about them? Dax pointed up the dune he'd been carried by the bug. Dalno surrounded the debris of their old ship. Malkoth stood over them, shouting and pointing as the Dalno organized the scraps of metal. One of the smaller women carried a steel beam that took 5 grown men to move, let alone lift like a folding chair.
We'll put some distance between us and them, Kane replied, and we won't point it their way.
5 rules of range safety? Dax asked. Does that really work with experimental weaponry?
It works for everything. Now get that shell to the top of the dune.
Dax picked up the weapon and continued to ascend the steep sand. He heard Saltee's voice echoing between the dome and ground. As he reached the top of the dune, he placed the weapon down before sitting and looking over the work being done. Saltee held a small puck that emitted a harsh blue light. Dax couldn't tell for sure from the distance, but it looked like blueprints. The chief muttered to Malkoth and pointed around the gathered debris. The Dalno then barked orders relayed to him by the chief. At the bottom of the dune, tucked up against the dome, sat Mark. The sled they'd made sat in front of him. Wires were connected to a series of the batteries he'd made, and sparks jumped off a square metallic box in the middle of the sled. Dax watched as Kane approached the young man, his magnet tool in hand. Leaning forward, the former professor observed both men speak with one another. Kane shook his head, causing Dax's eyes to narrow. "What are you doing?" Dax said to himself. Mark shrugged, sat back down, and continued working. With an exaggerated sigh, Kane waved for Mark to stand back up. He reluctantly nodded, put his hands behind his back, and leaned forward. Oh, this isn't going to end well. Mark put his tools down. Winding up, he swung at Kane as hard as he could, punching the former Marine in the face. Kane's head hardly moved from the impact. Mark's eyes widened as his shout of pain made it to the top of the dune. The young man shook his hand, turning away from Kane in the process. With an anvil for a jaw, I could have told you that was going to happen, Dax chuckled. Kane holstered his weapon and motioned for Mark to show his hand. The soldier inspected the knuckles before giving the young man a pat on the shoulder and motioning toward Dax. Mark kicked sand in frustration before following Kane up the hill. "How's your hand?" Dax teased as they got within earshot. "Shut up," Mark huffed, rubbing his red knuckles. "I'm fine, too, thank you for asking," Kane remarked. "Come on, I bet your third wife hit you harder," Dax replied. "No, fourth one did, though," Kane said, approaching the Dalno weapon.
"Why am I not surprised you made them want to hit you?" Mark grumbled.
"We're even now. I'm sorry I laid you out. Shouldn't have done it. But you got a clean shot back," Kane cut in.
"Should have used a pole," Mark grumbled, looking at the plasma cannon's shell. "What do you expect me to do with this?"
"Plasma containment runs off electromagnetism. So do our little work tools. I'm thinking he wants you to integrate our magnet guns into one of those and amplify its power," Dax replied.
"I know computers. I know code. I'm not an electrical engineer," Mark scoffed. "I can't just slap together different kinds of junk to make something."
"You're doing it with the tracking system," Kane said, pointing at the sled below.
"Because I've had to take ours apart, fix it, and put it back together when we were in space. I can do it blindfolded. Integrating existing technology into advanced technology is a little above my pay grade."
"We're prisoners. We don't get paid," Dax replied. Mark threw him a frustrated look before crossing his arms.
"Look, if you can just take a look, point us in the right direction, maybe we can figure it out,"
Kane said, motioning to the weapon shell.
"I'm intuitive with weaponry. He knows how to think in the abstract. I think if you at least give us a place to start, we'll be able to figure it out."
With a grunt and rolling his eyes, Mark moved to the back of the plasma weapon. He inspected the wires that dangled from the inside. Reaching in, he pulled on a few pieces of metal and electronics before sitting in the sand. Grabbing two of the wires, he looked up at Kane.
"These are what draw power. Hook them up to a power source incorrectly, and it'll probably fry this entire thing. Before you ask, no, I don't know how it's set up, so you're 50-50 on if the connection is right at all," Mark explained before grabbing the next set of wires. "Again, just a guess, but judging by the way these are looped into the weapon, it looks like these wires help conduct the magnetic field. If you remember my TED Talk from last month on how to disassemble your magnet tool, fix it, and put it back together, you'll know where to connect those wires."
Dax looked at Kane. The former soldier frowned and shook his head before motioning at Dax. The former professor gave a subtle shrug. Mark continued, his body halfway into the weapon casing.
"After you hook everything up, I'd suggest putting this on the other side of the dune and pulling the trigger with the longest string you can find."
"Why would you say that?" Dax asked.
"Because the chances of this blowing up in your face is almost 100%, and the chances of the government silencing all three of us when we get back is a lot less than if I'm the only survivor," Mark replied.
"We're criminals. We're ogres. We're expendable by design. If your conspiracy theory is correct, they'd just shoot us down the second we got back to— What are you calling your new conspiracy theory?" Dax asked.
"Normal Earth,"
Mark replied. With that, Mark turned and started down the dune to return to his work.
"How can someone so smart be so dumb?" Kane asked.
"I never understood the minds of teenagers with my own. I'm not going to try to understand a conspiracy theorist now," Dax said, waving at Kane. "Give me your tool. I'll try to wire it in if you want to grab a battery or two."
"Why mine?" Kane asked. "You've got one on your hip."
"Because it wasn't my insane idea," Dax chuckled. And if it's going to blow up, it's not going to be my gun that gets destroyed."
"Fair enough. I had the idea. I take on the risk," Kane said, drawing his magnet gun. "I'll be right back."
Dax took the tool as Kane made his way back to their sled. Inspecting the tool, Dax grabbed the handle of the weapon and pulled as hard as he could. With a metallic clang, the weapon split open, revealing its wiring, power source, and magnetic drive inside. The outer casing fell apart into 4 pieces, 2 for the handle, 2 for the barrel. Turning to the wires Mark pointed out helped generate the magnetic field, Dax grabbed them and connected them as best he could to the generator in the tool. Taking the handle portions of Kane's weapon, he reattached them. As he pushed the magnet tool further into the weapon frame, it was nearly ripped out of his hand by a magnetic force that pinned the tool to the shell. Dax gave it a few hard pulls. It didn't budge. "Well, we'd better hope this works, because I think you just lost your gun," Dax chuckled. He stood up, picked up the weapon, and looked back to see Kane on his way back with a massive battery in each hand. This drew the attention of Sal T. Dax stood up as the chief handed the holographic projector to Malkoth and started to walk toward the experimental weapon. Dax picked the gun up and walked over to the hill of sand. Putting nearly half a football field between the top of the dune and himself, he set the weapon down. Sal T waved as he approached Dax. "Is that what Kane was talking about?" the chief asked. "Yeah," Dax shouted back. "I'm hoping it works, but to be honest, we have no idea, so we figured it's better to be safe than sorry and move the test further away from the city." "Better to be safe than sorry?" Sal T asked. "It means if something goes wrong, I want it away from everyone instead of harming someone," Dax replied. "I like that," Sal T said with a nod of approval. "Is it hooked in?" Kane asked, panting as he closed the distance. "It's hooked in, all right. I don't think it's coming out, either," Dax replied. Kane moved next to the weapon and set the batteries down. Standing back up, he wiped his brow, sighed, and looked at Sal T. "You want to watch?" "I am curious to see what you make here," Sal T replied. "It is curious, to say the least." Dax sat down and looked at the wires. He pursed his lips, trying to figure out which end needed to be attached to the positive and negative nodes. Following the wires to their connection points, he found nothing of use. With a defeated sigh, he connected the wire on the left to the negative node and the wire on the right to the positive one. A hum ran through the weapon as he finished his connections. Looking up at Kane, he gave the former soldier a big smile. "Well, it hasn't blown up yet." Kane approached Dax and waved him off. "Get to a minimum safe distance," he ordered. "It's my weapon. I'll do the test shot." "What about you?" Dax asked, looking the sweat-covered man up and down. "You need to be minimum safe distance as well." "I'll be fine. I trust you and the kid. There's no point wasting more time trying to find a string or rope long enough to get behind that dune," Kane countered. "Besides, my hip is ceramic, not metal, so it's not like I'll get ripped apart." "If you say so," Dax relented with a shake of his head. "Come on, Sal. We need to give him some room for this." Dax led the chief back toward the dune. Sal T looked back at Kane as he lay down and took his position, readying to fire. "You're not going to stop him?" Sal T asked. "Trying to get him to stop is like trying to stop a charging underbeast unarmed," Dax replied. "It can't be done." Standing at the top of the dune, both men turned to watch Kane. He shouted that the range was clear. "How do you know you hooked it up correctly?" Sal T asked. "I listened to my gut," Dax replied. "Firing in 3, Kane shouted. "It told me to do one thing." 2, so I did the opposite. 1. Sand launched into the air around Kane. He squeezed the trigger. He was dragged forward several yards, while chunks of iron ore were ripped from the ground. They rained down around Kane. Dax stood still, watching the old soldier's cackles of joy rise from him. "It worked!" Kane shouted as he held up a thumb. 20. New rules.
You're absolutely insane! You're lucky that didn't pull the batteries into you and turn you into a cane jam sandwich,
Mark barked, turning toward Dax.
And you're a professor. You're supposed to be smarter than to let someone try something so dumb.
Dax sat back in the bunker chair. He raised his hand as he looked at Kane holding the weapon, a massive smile on his face.
This isn't one of your classrooms. You're allowed to talk,
Mark said, motioning toward Dax. "How's your hand?" Dax asked. Mark tilted his head to the side in confusion at the question. He looked at his slightly swollen knuckles.
"Sore? Why?
And how's his face?" Dax asked, pointing at Kane. The former soldier continued to inspect the newly minted weapon without so much as a red spot where Mark punched him. "The only way to stop a military man when his mind is made up is by force," Dax explained. "You should know this. You've been around him for 2 years. Now, if I would have tried to stop him from being the first to try out a new experimental weapon, how well do you think that would have ended for me?"
"He probably would have broken every bone in your body,"
Mark replied. "That's a gross overestimation," Kane called out, keeping his eyes on his weapon. "Half of your bones are in your hands and feet. Breaking the larger bones takes too much time and effort. Besides, that could cause your target to bleed out, which you don't want. Breaking half the bones in one's body is more than enough to get your point across." Mark's eyes widened. Dax pointed at the former Marine. "See? While that's useful, I was going to suggest a stone or wood chisel and a hammer," Dax cut in. "Because when you break the hands and feet, the bones are all mangled. They don't heal right, but they still get some use back. If you take them joint by joint with a chisel, not only do they lose the ability to use their hands, they get phantom pains as well that make them think they have their hands when in fact they really don't." Kane sat down the gun. His jaw went slack. He looked at Dax. The color drained from Mark's face at the comment while Dax leaned back in his chair. He flashed them both an awkward smile. "What?" he asked after a few moments of silence.
"What is wrong with you?"
Mark shouted. "I believe the phrase enhanced interrogation techniques and the Geneva Convention don't mean anything to you?" Kane asked. "I'm a firm believer that in the right circumstances it's more like Geneva suggestion, or as my brother would put it, the checklist," Dax replied.
"Why'd he call it a checklist?"
Mark asked, his voice little more than a whimper. Dax flashed a smile at the young man before crossing his arms across his chest.
"Why'd he call it a checklist?"
Mark asked again. "I think you know why." "I take it your brother's in prison too, then?" Kane chuckled. "Oh, no, he had the benefit of not having my temper, so he didn't miss his part of cleanup," Dax replied. "That's how they got me. I went a little bit bloodlusty and missed a hair." Silence filled the room as Mark and Kane continued to stare at Dax. He bit the inside of his cheek, kicking himself that he'd slipped. "What did you do?" Mark asked. "He told us he didn't want to talk about it," Kane cut in. "It's not our place to force him to give us that information."
"That was before he started talking about chisels and the Geneva Suggestion Checklist. I want to make sure we're not sharing space with a psychotic killer."
"If I was the kind of killer you fear, you'd be dead already," Dax said with a sigh. Kane stepped away from the weapon. He crossed the room, folding his arms over his chest as he looked down at Dax.
I have one question, and one question only. You answer it, we're good.
Depends on the question. Fire away, Dax replied.
I recognize PTSD flashbacks when I see them. I've had them plenty myself, Kane said, pointing at the door. You mentioned bloodlust. Is that what I saw on the battlefield the other day?
Dax forced an innocent smile as his cheeks and the nape of his neck warmed up. He shrugged, letting out an awkward chuckle in the process. Kane turned his attention to Mark.
Boy, you may have a healthy fear of me, but if I were you, I'd be terrified of him,
the former soldier said before returning to the weapon.
Why?
Mark asked, slinking back against Sal T's desk.
Why should I be terrified of you?
You don't have anything to be scared of, Dax countered with a shake of his head.
I'm a linguistics professor.
The only person less dangerous than me is the Call of Duty following who say they're going to do horrible things to your mother while online 100 miles away. The door behind them creaked as Sal T, Dahlia, and Malkoth entered. Dax quickly stood up and faced the chief. He glanced back at Mark, leaning against the desk. With a quick jerk of his head, the young man stood on his own 2 feet. "Is everything okay?" Dax asked. "The weapon that you've created has raised some concerns," Sal T replied.
"People worried it'd bring Dome down,"
Dahlia chimed in. Malkoth let out a low snort, seconding her concern. "I promise you, this isn't going to be used on anyone here," Malkoth cut in, speaking their native language faster than a southern auctioneer. Dax picked up a word or two, but nothing that'd give away what he said. "I'm assuming he's the one uncomfortable with the weapon?" Dax asked. "He is the one, yes," Sal T replied.
"Battle bonded, not betray us,"
Dahlia cut in.
"We totally won't,"
Mark cut in.
"Quiet, boy,"
Kane snipped. "This weapon isn't to be used on anyone but the bugs. Sorry, underbeasts," Dax said, motioning toward the gun. "But if it brings a sense of security to your people, we will hand it over until the tracker is finished and we leave to find the Queen."
"We're not done with our tests, though," Kane chimed in.
"Quiet, old man,"
Mark replied. Dax turned to both of them. He gave them an exaggerated sigh and eye roll before turning back to the Dalno. "We do still need to run several more tests to make sure that earlier wasn't a happy accident," Dax explained. "We want to make sure that it works when we need it to. That being said, when we're not working on it, we will turn it over to you. And since it only works on metal, if Malkoth wants to bring his underbeast hammer and babysit us while we work on it, he can." Sal T turned toward Malkoth, translating Dax's suggestion to the right hand.
"Why sit on babies?"
Dahlia asked, giving her father some space.
"I am not interested in such a thing."
"Does she think we sit on babies?" Mark asked. "It's a saying. We don't sit on babies," Dax quickly jumped in. "It means to watch very closely."
"Good. Sit on babies is wrong,"
Dahlia replied.
"I would not enjoy that."
"Well, that's definitely one thing our races have in common,"
Kane said, sitting back down to inspect his gun. Dax watched Malkoth closely as Sal T spoke with him. His grimace shifted to a light scowl before he replied. The chief turned back to Dax. "Those terms are acceptable. He does, however, have some of his own." "We are open to hearing them," Dax replied. "He demands that during the trip, that weapon stays out of your hands until it absolutely has to be used."
"Simple enough. You don't walk around with a nuke ready to shoot until you need to fire it," Kane said from his corner of the room.
"He wishes to be trained on how to use the weapon." "That can be accommodated," Dax nodded. Kane loves teaching gun safety.
The 5 rules were created for a reason, the former soldier called out.
I translate,
Dahlia chimed in, looking at her dad.
Father still need lead Star Tribe.
Saltee thanked her in their native tongue. Dax smiled to himself, able to understand the phrase. Malkoth chimed in, speaking once more to Saltee. He also requires that an elder of the tribe join you to oversee the deployment of our warriors.
I go with battle-bonded,
Dahlia said, tapping her axe. Malkoth let out a hiss before the lovely language shifted to something more guttural. He spat on the ground in the process.
I don't need to be a linguist to know that's not good,
Kane said softly.
What did he say?
Mark asked. I don't know, Dax replied.
I thought you were learning this language,
Mark countered.
I've had 1 lesson.
I know like 4 phrases.
And you call yourself a linguist?
Kane took a deep breath, centering himself as he fought the frustration Mark tried to incur. Do not slap a child. Do not slap a child. Do not slap a child, he whispered. Saltee raised a hand as he stepped between both parties. Dax stopped muttering his mantra before giving the chief his full attention. Malkoth said he doesn't trust my daughter to oversee the mission, as being battle-bonded is stronger than that of tribe.
Star Tribe above all else,
Dahlia cut in. As next chief, Malkoth's concerns must be addressed. As such, I will be accompanying you to hunt down this queen. Dahlia said something in their language Dax couldn't pick up. Malkoth let out a disapproving snort. His tone made his protests clear. I am the chief of our people. It is my job to ensure their safety and survival. I have taken a passive role as chief. What kind of chief would I be if I let the hairless pink apes save our world without at least offering help?
Happy to have an extra orc on the adventure,
Mark exclaimed. Dax shot Mark a cold glare before turning back to Saltee. This will be extremely dangerous. Your people need their leader. No one will think less of you if you were to stay, Dax countered. Malkoth is more than welcome to join and oversee the mission. My decision has been made, Saltee replied, his tone gentle and even. I will not pass up the opportunity to see my world liberated from the underbeasts and help where I can. Dax turned to Kane for support. The former Marine shook his head. He stood up from the weapon. He's their commander. It's rare these days for a commander to do something he's ordering his people to do, Kane said, resting his hand on the top of the gun. I personally think it's honorable and would love to serve by your side, Saltee. Thank you, Saltee said as he approached his desk. He spoke to Malkoth in their language as Mark moved out of the way. He pressed on its edge, revealing the library and lab. Malkoth's jaw dropped. His eyes widened at the sight of hidden knowledge. It's time my replacement learns the full truth of the Star Tribe. Well, I guess that means it's time to get back to work, Mark said as he made his way for the door. And I'll keep my end of the deal and keep looking to see what gaps I can find to help fill in, Dax said, making his way to the library half. 21. Practice. Over the next few days, Dax continued to dig into the archives in the bunker. He found mundane information about humanity that was inaccurate. He'd make the corrections and expand on their knowledge base. Dahlia stayed by his side, learning as he added to the knowledge bank. She'd take turns cutting into his research to teach him more about how to speak cuneiform. Taking a break, they left the safety of the dome. Kane continued to practice with the magnetic weapon away from the dome to test it under the careful eye of Malkoth, his chitinous maul ready if the former soldier proved to be a threat. They stopped by Mark. He leaned into the sled, continuing to work on the tracker. Lights sparked as the piece of equipment caused the screen to flicker to life for a few seconds. Dax tapped the young man on the shoulder. He quickly withdrew from inside the tracker's housing. "How's it looking?" Dax asked. "I should be done by tomorrow morning," Mark replied. "So we'll be good to go by tomorrow night." "That's either wonderful or terrifying. Does it work?" Dax asked. "Does it work?" Mark scoffed. "Look at who you're talking to. Of course it works. I just can't burn out the 2 batteries Kane has allotted to it." "What about the other 8? "We're down to 4. His shooting has burned out the others." "Has anyone talked to him about this?" Dax asked, a pit forming in his stomach. "Twice. He said today is his last day of tests, so we'll have 4 for the mission. He says it'll be enough." "Do you think it'll be enough?" Dax asked. "He said it'll be enough. I'm not arguing with him." "Fair enough," Dax said, looking up at the well-organized debris Saltee overlooked. "Did they get everything?" "And then some," Mark chuckled. "Sal said they could cannibalize some of the abandoned parts of their dead ships to help rebuild ours." Dax looked around the debris as the clanging of hammers filled the air, the Dalno straightening out hunks of metal with their weapons of war. "I don't see a core." "Saltee said we'd get our power source after the Queen is dead. Also, look what they found." Mark leaned into a crouch, showing off his armor. It had the same bluish sheen the dagger at Dax's side had. "Did they work on it?" Mark nodded, grinning ear to ear. "It was damaged, so they repaired it. It's now better than new. They even managed to keep the ogre emblem." "That's fantastic. Keep working on that so we can finish this." Dahlia looked at Mark's armor. She flashed her tusks at the blue metal before looking at Dax's. With a low grunt, she grabbed Dax by the elbow as she walked back toward the open dome. Dax grunted, yanked off his feet. Dahlia marched through the sand, dragging him behind her in full armor like it was nothing. "Good luck! Don't die!" Mark shouted with a wave. "What do you mean?" Dax asked. Mark shrugged as he returned to his work. Dax looked up to see a lot of determination on Dahlia's face. Her hot breath rained down on him as she exhaled through her nose. "What are you doing?" Dax asked. "Battle-bonded not have worse armor," she said as a matter of fact. "Okay, but I can walk, you know," Dax continued. She pulled him onto the ramp. His armor made a zipper sound as he was dragged into the dome. Dalno stared at the interaction. Some of the children giggled as the armored man was dragged like a burlap sack. Dax's cheeks warmed with embarrassment as he tried to break free. He may as well have been a toddler fighting a parent. Relaxing his body, he let Dahlia drag him through the city to the forge he'd passed earlier. "This is so embarrassing," he muttered, watching his legs leave grooves in the sand. Dalno poked their heads around corners to see what was going on. Once they reached the smith, Dahlia dropped him. He smiled up at the giant woman, who was holding what had to be a 50-pound hammer, looking down at him. He waved sheepishly, introducing himself in the Dalno language. The smith leaned back, an impressed look spreading across her face. "Or you can call me Sack of Potatoes. Either one works," Dax added. "Battle-bonded," Dahlia said, pointing at Dax. She rattled off in her language. Dax picked up the words upgrade and armor. That was all he needed. "I'm good. My suit is strong enough," Dax explained. Dahlia shook her head. "Battle-bonded have best armor of hairless pink apes," she countered. "Out." "Okay, but I've got to get up first," Dax replied. Struggling against the sand, he managed to flip himself onto his stomach. As he climbed to his feet, he unhooked his armor, piece by piece. Dahlia took the pieces and handed them to the smith, talking to him as she did. "What'd you tell him?" Dax asked, removing his breastplate.
"To retreat armor, make harder,"
Dahlia replied. Dax removed his leg armor before stepping out of his boots and setting them near the blue fire forge. The smith inspected the gear before motioning toward Dax with her hammer, making a quick comment. Dahlia looked at Dax. Flashing her tusks, she slowly nodded. "That's a Jack Nicholson level of creepy grin and nod. What did she say?"
"Smith said battle-bonded need practice,"
Dahlia replied. The blacksmith leaned into her hut and pulled out 2 large, thick wooden staffs. She handed them to Dahlia. The Dalno offered one to Dax. He took the intricately carved staff before grimacing at the weight. "That's like 10 pounds, he said in disbelief, looking up at Dahlia. "If you hit me with that, you're going to break something."
"Defend,"
Dahlia said. She swung the bottom of her staff up at Dax's chest. The former professor's heart skipped a beat as he quickly extended his staff, locked his elbows, and tightened every muscle in his body. The impact sent a shockwave of pins and needles through his hands and arms. "Aw, crap!" he shouted. As Dahlia followed through, his feet flew off the ground. Flying back several feet, he landed on his shoulder blades with his feet hitting the sand above his head. With a groan, Dax pulled his feet down, letting them drop into the sand. "Now I know how a pretzel feels," he wheezed. Dahlia let out a deafening battle cry as she lunged at him, staff above her head, ready to strike. Dax quickly rolled out of the way. The staff slammed into the indent his body made in the sand, sending a small cloud into the air. "I can't beat you," Dax shouted, getting to his knees.
"Battle-bonded defeated me once,"
Dahlia replied. She swung horizontally at him. Dax held his staff up to block the hit once more. Again the impact lifted him off the ground. A bolt of pain shot through his spine as he slammed into the building behind him. "I think I just slipped a disc," Dax wheezed. "I beat you under very specific circumstances." Dahlia jabbed the end of her staff at his face. Ducking, he narrowly dodged the impact that sent the sound of a gong ringing through the city. "Mom always told me never to hit a woman. Sorry about this," Dax said, seeing his opening. With every muscle in his body, he spun his torso, swung his staff, and slammed its edge into Dahlia's muscular, exposed stomach. The smack of his weapon against her skin made his ears ring. He cracked a smile that faded quickly as he looked up at the Dalno.
"Good hit,"
she said, a hint of enjoyment in her voice. "Did you even feel that?" Dax whimpered as his smile faded.
"Very little,"
she replied. "I'm a dead man." Dahlia drew her staff back. With a flick of her wrists, she tapped him in the chest with the edge of her weapon. Dax dropped his staff, staggering backward as the wind was forced from his lungs. Holding his chest, he gasped, the pain of not being able to breathe overshadowing where he was hit. Dax dropped to his knees. His vision blurred, his legs trembling from the pain as his body teetered on the edge of going into shock.
"Battle-bonded,"
Dahlia shouted. She dropped her staff, rushed to his side, and knelt next to him.
"You hear?"
she asked. Dax nodded as he continued to gasp for air. He held up a finger to her. A large hand smacked his back, sending him face first into the sand. The second impact seemed to reset his system as he took a deep breath before coughing.
"You live?"
"You didn't have to hit me again," Dax wheezed.
"I not realize how weak hairless pink apes are."
"Why do you think we have the armor?" Dax replied. Dahlia gently flipped him to his back. He continued to cough as he looked up at the large green woman staring down at him, concern spread across her smooth features.
"You not die?"
she asked. Hands still trembling, Dax opened his jumpsuit. He looked down where she'd struck him. A dark bruise was already spreading across his chest. Delicately, he touched his ribs, wincing at the dull pain in the process. Not feeling anything sharp below the surface, he nodded. "I'll live," he replied. "I'm going to have a few bruised ribs, but I don't think anything's broken." Dahlia reached down to pick him up. Dax held up a hand, stopping her. "I think I'm going to lie here for a little bit, if that's okay," he said quietly. Dahlia froze. She nodded at his request. The Dalno picked up both staffs and leaned them against the building she'd hit. She lay down next to him, the side of her head a few inches away from his. "You beat me in combat. What does that mean?" Dax asked.
"Nothing change. You still battle-bonded," Dahlia replied. "This practice, not fight to death."
"Oh, it wasn't a fight to the death. My rib cage would vehemently disagree with you."
"What's vehemently?"
she asked, copying the way he said the word flawlessly. "It means strongly," Dax replied.
"Dahlia vehemently beat battle-bonded,"
Dahlia said as she raised a fist in the air. Dax lay motionless, not having the energy to correct her.
"Play fight, not change battle-bonded status. Dahlia be more gentle next time."
"No offense, Dahlia, but I'd prefer not to have to fight you again. Next time you might accidentally punch my heart out of my spine." Dahlia let out a giggle before shaking her head.
"Dahlia not strong enough to punch heart out."
"Maybe not to other Dalno, but to us hairless pink apes, I have full confidence in your capabilities." Dahlia reached down and took Dax's hand. His heart fluttered as her warm, smooth skin touched his. He chalked it up to the horrible chest trauma he'd experienced before pulling his hand away. Continuing to lie there motionless, each breath sent waves of pain across his body. After a few minutes, he looked from the dome above to Dahlia next to him. "I hit you as hard as I could with that thing," he said, pointing his foot at the staff leaning against the building. "Did you even feel it?" Dahlia flashed her tusks in a Dalno smile.
"Battle-bonded fought well," she replied.
"You didn't feel a thing, did you?"
"Dahlia did not,"
she replied. Dax let out an exacerbated sigh and shook his head. "I am 100% going to die on this planet," he said.
"Dahlia not let battle-bonded die. Dahlia hit for battle-bonded, can hurt everything for battle-bonded."
And just like that, I have a woman fighting my battles for me. That's not emasculating at all. 22. Hidden History.
"It's done!"
Mark shouted as he pushed the sled into the dome.
"It's finally done!"
Dax sat in the sand, checking the black bruise that had developed the entire left side of his chest. Kane and Malkoth entered closely behind him with the magnetic gun in hand. Dahlia stood off to the side, speaking with her father in whispers. "But does it work?" Kane teased, approaching the sled. Dax stood up, zipping up his jumpsuit before making his way to Mark. "Of course it works. I built it. The million-dollar question now is, did my trackers stay on the bug?" Dax added. He leaned against the sled's handle, staring off into space as pain radiated across his rib cage. "Salty, Dahlia, do you want to come over for this?" Kane asked, before looking at Dax. "What's the matter with you?" "I think the blacksmith convinced Dahlia to spar with me." "How are you still in one piece?" Mark chuckled. "We used wooden staffs. I did get a hit on her, as hard as I could, right to the stomach. She didn't even feel it." "Of course she didn't," Mark said, motioning toward her as she and her father approached. "You could grate cheese on that muscle mommy's abs."
I think I speak for everyone when I say that's a deeply uncomfortable way to refer to someone, Kane huffed.
What? Don't tell me you wouldn't pay for her to step on you, Mark replied.
Dax groaned, shaking his head at the teen. You are way too young to be thinking or talking like that. Show a little respect, and please shut up, Dax said. Besides, with those size 18 feet, she steps on you, I imagine your head will be like the cap of a toothpaste tube when you roll it up from the bottom, Kane added.
What battle-bonded talk about?
Dahlia asked as she reached the sled.
Oral hygiene,
Mark jumped in.
Dax's head dropped. He sighed at the teenager before nodding in agreement.
How to keep your teeth clean, he added.
And that we're about to see if my trackers stayed in the bug.
Please, demonstrate, Saltee said, inspecting the tracker.
Mark leaned over, grabbing several wires. He moved them to the batteries. With a quick tap to the power source, sparks flew. He let out a nervous laugh before quickly connecting them. As he worked, Dax turned his attention to the repurposed radar in front of him. The screen flickered to life with a green hue. A soft beep pinged out of the container. A line of green light swept the screen in a circle.
I'm not seeing anything, Dax said, watching the screen closely.
Will you give it a second? This is scrap. It'll take a bit to pick up the... Mark was interrupted by a loud beep. Dax's eyes widened as excitement lurched through his body. He stood upright, looking at the tracker as the outer edge glowed a soft green.
They're at 7 o'clock, Kane said, excitement filling his voice.
How far away is that? Saltee asked, pointing at the edge of the scanner. If I did my math right, from where we are in the center to the outer edge of radar is 10 miles, Mark explained. The fact it's glowing across the edge means they're further than 10 miles away. Miles? Dahlia asked.
It's a measurement of distance humans use, Dax explained.
How long? Dahlia asked as she motioned from the center to the edge of the tracker.
Less than half a day, Dax replied, if we move slow and conserve our energy. Or an hour, if you're fast enough, Kane jumped in.
Do you want to sprint 10 miles in full kit and run the risk of exhaustion when you meet the bugs? Dax countered.
How far off radar are they? Saltee asked.
Unfortunately, with the resources we scavenged, I couldn't add that feature to the radar, Mark replied.
So they could be 10 miles and 3 feet, or another 100 miles beyond the edge, Kane asked.
Affirmative, Ghost Rider, Mark replied. We bring Scout in, team, Dahlia said, pointing at the green hue at the edge of the screen. They run ahead and return with news.
That's a good idea, Saltee said. I'll go, Kane replied. I was a scout for a few years. I can act as one, too, with no issues.
I mean, no disrespect, but do you think you can keep up with these guys in your current temporal situation? Mark asked. Kane shot a look at Dax, his brow knitting together.
Did he just use science speak to call me old?
I believe your assessment of his scientific statement has proven to be in the positive, Dax replied in a teasing tone.
You could have just said yes, Kane countered. And if we were on Earth, I'd say I probably couldn't keep up with them. But have you noticed anything in particular about our little trek?
Dax looked at Mark. Both men shook their heads before turning to Dahlia and Saltee, who shrugged as well. No idea, Dax finally said.
We went non-stop all night. No cramping, little physical exhaustion, and I didn't hear either of you pant once. The only time I've ever seen things like that is when someone from high altitude goes to low altitude, particularly into jungles, Kane explained.
Dax scoffed. His mind played back the events since their crash. Kane was right. He'd have been physically exhausted a lot more from how far they'd traveled. "I'm lost." Mark broke the silence. "He's saying this world has higher oxygen concentration than Earth," Dax replied. "That would also explain the bugs' sizes." "You mean this part of Earth," Mark corrected as he unplugged the tracker. Dax and Kane rolled their eyes simultaneously at the idea that Mark still thought this was some elaborate conspiracy. "Sure," they replied in unison. "We leave when the moons rise," Saltee said, stepping away from the cart. "Come, we must be blessed by the World Mother and rest before we leave." Dax noticed a wicked grin form on Mark's face as an ornery eyebrow raised. With a click of his tongue, he shot the teen a cold look, telling him to stop. His smirk faded as he disconnected the tracker. "Who is this World Mother?" Kane asked. "You will see," Saltee replied. "Follow us." Saltee and Dahlia made their way toward the bunker in the center of the dome. Dax nodded for Mark to follow. The young man obliged, with Kane moving closely behind. Taking up the back of the group, Dax looked at Malkoth, who took a defensive stance next to the sled. Saltee led them around the outside of the large building that protruded from the sand. Curiosity overtook him as they passed one of the small rivers of water that ran to the center of the dome before disappearing into the sand. As they reached the back of the bunker, Kane let out a whistle. Dax caught up to Saltee as he looked up, his jaw nearly dropping. A wall of intricately carved wood created a circle, cutting off the city from what was inside. 20-foot-tall gates towered over them, with images of the Dalno and what looked like conquistadors locked in battle with the bugs. Dax wandered along the wall, inspecting more of its detailed work. The conquistadors were replaced by musketeers and cannons. Several yards later, men and women in early 21st century outfits of war, M4s shouldered, night vision goggles attached to their heads, and even a few rocket launchers. A low thudding pulled Dax's attention as he continued to walk. Following the noise, he rounded the edge to see a Dalno with a chisel in one hand and wooden hammer in the other. He looked at Dax, tilted his head to one side, and squinted slightly before returning to his work. Dax approached the woodworker, curious what he was doing. He froze in place, feeling the color drain from his face. The Dalno noticed and chuckled as he continued his work. The chisel moved to the bridge of a nose, smoothing out the initial hump that was carved into it. The Dalno pulled away, leaned back, and looked at Dax once more. Flashing his tusks, he nodded in approval before stepping away from his work. On the wall stood a carving of Dax in full armor, pointing forward. Crude carvings of Kane and Mark flanked him, with Saltee and Dahlia holding weapons at the ready. "That's quite the depiction," Dax said, as his voice quivered with nerves. "I'll try not to let you down." Kane slowly approached from behind. Seeing the carving, he scoffed. "The educator is seen as some great warrior?" "It may have been a fluke, but I did beat their best warrior in combat," Dax replied. "It's just bad luck your opponent didn't have any metal on him. Don't worry, I'm sure when they see you in action, they'll recarve my face to look like yours." Kane gave Dax a pat on the back before turning toward the wall, looking at the history carved into it. "How long have we been fighting alongside these people?" Kane murmured. "I would guess at least 500 years, Dax replied. "But it's impossible to know. We don't have any historical records, and I'm willing to bet the collapse of their planet destroyed theirs." "At least we crashed on a world with friendly life. What are the chances there's more out there?" 10 days ago I would have said 1, maybe 2%, Dax replied. "Now I'm willing to bet there's hundreds of other species out there. and I'm sure not all of them are friendly.
Then when we're done here, let's get straight back to Earth.
For what? More incarceration by an unjust system? No, thank you. I'll take my chances in the stars, Dax snapped as he turned to walk back to Saltee.
Do I need to remind you that you committed the crime?
Kane asked. Rage flared in Dax's chest at the comment. He whipped around, eyes wild as he stood up to the former soldier.
Don't you dare invoke that,
he snarled from behind clenched teeth.
They were released with nothing more than a slap on the wrist.
They were lucky I exercised restraint.
That was restraint?
Kane scoffed. Mark may not have enough weight behind him to drop you, and you may be a better fighter than me, but if you ever bring this up again— Dax growled, opening his suit to show off the bruise on his chest. I'll make this look like a flea bite. Do I make myself clear? Kane swallowed hard. Dax could see the regret fill the older man's face.
I'm sorry. That crossed the line, Kane said.
Dax took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down before zipping up his jumpsuit.
Just don't bring it up again, Dax said. And that's my last warning about it.
He returned to Saltee, Dahlia, and Mark. As he looked at the small river, he motioned to the water that ran out from under the wall, supplying the city with something to drink. "Where's that coming from?" Dax asked.
"The world, Mother,"
Dahlia replied.
"Which you are about to receive her blessing," Saltee said.
The chief approached the doors. Grabbing them, he pulled them open with a low creak as Kane rejoined the group. Just inside sat an antechamber, with a door covered in strips of leather that had steam pouring out. Saltee turned back to the group and motioned for them to enter.
"We ask that you leave your shoes and outer clothing here before entering the inner chamber to receive the World Mother's blessing," Saltee ordered.
Dahlia stepped into the antechamber and unstrapped her armor. An excited giggle left Mark's lips. Dax reached over, covering the teen's eyes to the sound of a disappointed grunt. 23. Bull Ride. The inner room of the Dalno Temple held a hot spring that gently steamed. Candles of harvested sap burned along the outer edges of the large pool. Dax's body relaxed. He leaned his head back on a rock, carved to hold a Dalno head. "This is great," he said softly. "This is terrible," Mark complained. Dax opened his eyes and looked at the pouting teen, sitting a few feet from him with his arms crossed.
"Blessing of World Mother to ready the body for long travel,"
Dahlia explained. Dax looked at his battle-bonded. She lay back in a stone seat as well, still wearing her leather covering.
"Your blessing ritual is to soak in a hot tub?" Kane asked.
"Hot tub?" Saltee asked. "It's a pool of hot water, like this, but warmer," Dax explained.
"Ah, not entirely.
There is a cleansing ritual that must take place," Saltee replied before looking at the bruise on Dax's chest. "Are you okay?" Dahlia let out a snort at the question. "Your daughter decided to show me how the Dalno keep your skills sharp for battle. I think she just got a lucky hit in," Dax replied.
"No luck,"
Dahlia countered.
"Battle-bonded not move out of way fast enough."
"She's not wrong there," Dax said before leaning back. "But I'm fit for the mission." 6 Dalno men pushed their way through the antechamber into the pool. Dax tapped Mark on the shoulder.
"Look, the nudity you wanted," he teased.
Mark glanced at them before quickly turning away, his face twisted with horror as he violently rubbed his eyes.
"So much green sausage,"
he shouted.
"Then why are you looking?" Kane teased.
"He pointed it out to me," Mark countered.
"You shouldn't have looked," Dax replied. 5 of the 6 settled into the carved seats around the outer edge of the pool. The last approached Dahlia. He stood tall over her as she lay back and relaxed, talking in their native tongue.
"Someone's hitting on your girl," Mark whispered. "What are you going to do about it?"
"Firstly, she's not my girl," Dax countered. "And second, if he crosses a line, she can take care of herself." Dahlia raised her hand and pointed at Dax before saying battle-bonded in their native tongue. Dax's stomach dropped as the mountain of a man turned toward him. Long, black, flowing hair draped his shoulders with stubble on his face. "I've got a bad feeling about this," Dax groaned. The Dalno turned toward Dax, walked across the stomach-deep pool, flashing his tusks at the former professor. "He's got ear piercings," Kane said as he sat up. "I see them," Dax replied. He caught the glint of metal poking through the approaching Dalno's hair. "What did you guys talk about?" Dax asked, giving the looming man a smile. "This is Nalath. He has been fighting to be Dahlia's battle-bonded for many years," Salti replied.
"Nalath weak," Dahlia added. "Not worth being battle-bonded."
Nalath looked down at Dax, a grimace on his scarred face as he crossed his arms and snorted. "And I'm guessing he wants to fight me to prove he's worthy to be your battle-bonded?" Dax asked. Dahlia leaned forward. A twisted look of joy spread across her face.
"Yes,"
she replied.
"That man's a bull. If you fight him, he's going to kill you," Kane warned.
"And then likely eat you, from that look on his face," Mark added. Dax let out a nervous laugh as he stood up where he sat to even out their height disparity. Water ran down his body and off his boxers. In the chair, he stood to Nalath's chin, locking eyes with the man. "Salti, how sensitive is Dalno hair?" Dax asked. "Very. Why?" the chief replied. "No reason," Dax replied. "And would it be insulting if I were to be forced to defend myself in this place?"
"Not for battle-bonded,"
Dahlia replied. "Good," Dax said. He extended his hand. He introduced himself in their language before asking Nalath his name. The Dalno snorted, smacked Dax's hand away, sending a wave of pins and needles through his appendage. He poked Dax in the chest with a finger the size of a broom handle. The former professor was only able to pick up a few words. It was clear he wanted to fight. "Kane, Mark, did I ever tell you about that summer I spent on a ranch as a kid?" Dax asked, keeping eye contact with the behemoth in front of him.
"No,"
Kane replied.
"What did you do on it?"
Mark asked. "They taught me a few things. How to ride a horse, how to herd cattle, the proper way to brand things, and, due to an accident involving 2,000 pounds of angry muscle and a broken fence, how to drop a charging bull before it gores you." Dax grabbed the chunk of hair attached to Nalath's temple. He took a deep breath and jumped in the water, letting gravity take him. A squeal left Nalath's mouth as the hair jerked tightly. The Dalno fell into the water after Dax. Planting his feet on the seat, Dax pushed off, holding the hair tight. Maneuvering around the 9 feet of muscle, he reached out with his other hand and grabbed the same clump of hair on the other side of Nalath's head. He planted his knees into Nalath's muscular back, wrapped both strands of hair around one fist, and pulled as hard as he could. A muffled scream filled the pool in a fit of bubbles as Nalath thrashed. Dax continued to pull back, keeping his knees firmly planted as he grabbed more hair with his free hand to help keep him in place. In an eruption of water, Nalath stood up. He spun and thrashed, trying to grab Dax. A surge of adrenaline rushed through his body, accompanied by joy for the first time in years.
"It doesn't count if you have 2 hands on him," Kane shouted.
"See if you can get to 8, Dax replied. Screams of pain filled the temple. Nalath reached back to grab Dax. He let go with one hand, dodging the massive paw that swiped at him. "Yee-haw!" Dax screamed. His body lurched violently as the Dalno continued to panic, screech, and try to attack him. Nalath spun and jumped, narrowly missing Dax with each swipe at him. "Giddy up!" Kane teased. "Why is it just flopping around?" Mark shouted as he looked away. Dax gritted his teeth. His hand started to ache as the tendrils of hair compressed the bones in his palm. His muscles burned, fighting the ferocity of his mount as cheers rose from the other Dalno in the pool. Nalath's screams stopped as he took a deep breath. Planting his feet on the bottom of the pool, Dax's eyes widened. He looked at Kane, who tugged on his ear. "Geronimo!" Dax shouted before taking a deep breath. He flew backward as Nalath threw himself back first into the water. The impact stung as both men floated to the bottom of the pool. Hitting the bottom shifted Dax's position. Nalath reached back, getting a hold of one of Dax's arms. Knowing the fight was over if he didn't move quickly, Dax shouted, "Sorry about this," his voice muffled by the water and the air bubbles that escaped. Releasing Nalath's hair, he grabbed the hunks of metal that pierced his right ear as the Dalno pulled him forward. With a powerful tug, there was some resistance before he felt the skin rip. Another muffled scream rose from Nalath as he instinctively flung Dax. Flying out of the water, he harmlessly landed a few feet away. In a minor panic, he managed to catch his footing before standing in the mid-chest deep water. His fist was clenched as greenish blood ran down his arm. Nalath burst from the water. He held his ear, roaring in anger. Dax opened his hand, revealing the piercings and 2 chunks of Nalath's earlobe, causing the Dalno to charge him. "Oh, this is going to hurt," Dax whimpered. In a blur of green, Nalath's head whipped to the side. His eyes rolled, stunned as he dropped to his knees. Saltee stood over the warrior with an open palm outstretched. He looked at Dax, nodding in approval. "You have claimed Nalath's battle honor. To do so makes you a Dalno warrior," Saltee explained. It wasn't intentional," Dax stammered. "I didn't want to dishonor him." "Nalath dishonored himself," Dahlia cut in. The way she looked at Dax made him feel uncomfortable. Saltee barked an order at Nalath. He shook his head, recentering himself before standing up. After a few seconds of catching his footing, the Dalno approached Dax and knelt. The sensation of ants crawled under Dax's skin at the sight of a warrior kneeling to him. He looked at his hand, pulled the pieces of earlobe off his palm, and offered them to Nalath. "Sorry about that. I think these are yours," he said with an awkward grimace. "I'm sorry, that's so rude. Do you want me to throw them away? Do you want them back? I'm not really sure how this works." "Oh my gosh, get rid of the earpieces!" Mark shouted. Dax quickly dropped them into the water. He offered Nalath his earrings back. "Now that's just rude. Where's he going to put them? You mangled his ear," Mark continued. "Mark, shut up, please," Dax replied. Nalath muttered something in the Dalno language under his breath. Dax looked at Saltee for translation. "He apologizes and pledges his skill to your orders. He understands now why you are battle-bonded with Dahlia," the chief replied. "Tell him that there's no need to apologize, misunderstandings happen, and that his autonomy should be bound to his chief, not an outsider," Dax replied. "You insult him if deny pledge," Dahlia explained. "Okay, then tell him I accept, but defer any of my orders to his chief," Dax replied, before looking at Dahlia. "That won't insult him, will it?" "No," she said. Saltee translated for Dax before splashing Nalath. The Dalno stood up, walked to the other 5, and took a seat. They taunted the warrior, splashing him as they did. Saltee approached Dax, offering his hand. "Those are too large for your ears. I will have them fashioned into something more wearable for you," Saltee explained. "It's an honor to have them." Dax looked at the spikes of bronze. They were intricately carved with symmetrical arcs and turns. They shimmered as if polished the day before. He handed the decorations to Saltee. The chief took them as 10 Dalno emerged from a side room. Unlike the others, they wore light gray robes instead of leathers. Hoods were drawn, hiding their features as each of them moved to one of the occupied spaces. They set down their stone pots. Removing the lids, steam danced out of them, filling the room with a sweet aroma. "Now we accept the blessing of the World Mother," Saltee said, motioning toward Dax's seat. Dax pushed off the bottom of the pool and swam toward his seat. He positioned himself between Mark and Kane before leaning back, placing his head on the stone carved out for it to rest. "That was disgusting," Mark said, leaning back as well. "It was either that or something tells me he would have baned me." "Baned?" Kane asked. "Picked him up in the air and broke his back over his knee," Mark explained. "Fighting dirty has its perks, then," Kane added. "Did you get a count?" Dax asked. 7 seconds, Kane replied. The priests and priestesses started to wash everyone's hair with the sweet-smelling liquid. Dax closed his eyes, lightly splashing the pool. "Dang it! Missed it by 1. 24. Blessing. Dax closed his eyes as strong yet gentle fingers massaged the floral contents of the jars into his head. He took a deep breath, his body relaxing as they worked. The Dalno let out a series of melodious chants while bestowing the blessing of the World Mother on those in the water. "Who would have thought they had a spa on a world like this?" Mark said as the priestess assigned to him started to massage his neck. "This isn't a spa, it's a temple," Kane replied, a hint of warning in his voice. "Show respect. This is sacred for them," Dax added. "Watch the Dalno. Behave the same way they do. We don't want to insult a blessing ritual from their goddess." "You guys are no fun," Mark sighed. The priest working on Dax leaned forward. He inspected the bruise on his chest. With a deep huff, he stood up and disappeared into one of the side rooms. "Looks like you're the disrespectful one," Mark teased. "Priest of World Mother, also healer," Dahlia said. She leaned forward. Her lion mane hair was matted by the water, giving her the appearance of a wet dog. Now straight, her waist-length hair floated in the water around her like a cloud as the priestess behind her started to massage her back. "Being wounded, no offense," she added. The priest emerged with an ivory-white box no larger than his hand. He walked back to Dax, pointed at the black bruise, and said something he hadn't heard before. "He's saying to fully expose your wound to him," Saltee explained. Obliging, Dax stood on his seat, sat on the edge of the pool, and leaned back, exposing his entire side to the priest. He inspected, placed his hands around it, and let out a snort before looking at Dahlia and making a comment. She replied back with a few swinging gestures before patting her stomach. "Do you give this wound to a lot of people?" Dax asked. "Informed priest it was spar, that you got solid hit in first," Dahlia replied. "Be honest, you didn't feel a thing, did you?" Mark asked. "Dahlia felt attack," she replied. "Dahlia just been hit harder." Mark and Kane snickered at the comment. "I'd love to see either of you try to land a blow on her," Dax replied, before quickly pointing at Mark. "Don't you dare go there." "I wasn't gonna," Mark replied.
"While I appreciate the challenge tactically, I know if I face someone like her, unarmed and unarmored, I lose 9 times out of 10, Kane replied.
Dahlia not sure. Dax fighter, but Kane warrior. Dax beat Nalath. Dahlia confident Kane find way,
Dahlia replied.
I appreciate your confidence, Dahlia, but I've been in enough fights I know when not to pick one,
Kane countered, motioning toward Dax.
Unlike this one over here.
I feel like that was a little personal, Dax said, kicking some water at the former Marine. The priest pressed on his side. The pulse of dull pain brought his attention back to what was at hand. The Dalno leaned in, closely inspecting the injury, even sniffing it several times. He let out another low huff before he leaned back and opened the box. Inside sat a series of cloths folded into small squares, stacked perfectly on top of one another on one side, with a jar of stone on the other. The priest grabbed the jar and pulled the lid off, revealing a light pink paste inside. Dax watched with curiosity as the priest scooped out some of the paste. He reached over and rubbed it over Dax's bruise. He hid his grimace at the abrasive medicine, feeling grains dig into his skin. Keeping his feet in the water, he curled his toes and clenched his jaw. The priest took out more paste and continued to rub it into his bruise until it was completely covered. Every tiny movement felt like shards of glass ripping through his flesh.
"What's in here?" Dax asked.
The priest didn't look up as he continued to work. "It's a mix of one of the few plants that still grows on this world, urine of the Remtide, adrenaline of the Underbeast, and shavings of the sacred shard," Salty replied.
Urine of what?
Dax asked with a grimace.
Best you not know. It help,
Dahlia answered.
How to say change topic?
All right. Did you say it has Underbeast adrenaline in it? Dax asked, his heart skipping a beat.
It speed up healing,
Dahlia replied. And what's the sacred shard? Dax asked.
Mountain left over from when sea dried up,
Dahlia said, moving to let the priestess work lower on her back. Jagged salt. Great, Dax muttered. At least you'll be well exfoliated, Mark teased. The priest continued to work. Once the entire bruise was covered, he placed the cloth over it. He dipped his hand into the water, rubbed it over the cloth to help it stick in place, and repeated the process. Within a few minutes, a patch covered his injury. The priest returned everything into the white box before putting the lid on and returning to one of the side rooms. The process of receiving the blessing of the World Mother took nearly 3 hours. From what Dax could gather, it was a ritual to relax the body and help the mind clear, likely to aid in concentration for the mission at hand. After the ritualistic process was complete, the priests and priestesses returned to the back rooms of their temple, singing their chants the entire time. Nalath and his group left first. A few minutes later, Salty and Dahlia got out of the pool, followed closely by Dax and Kane. "Mark, we're done," Dax said.
"Just 5 more minutes,"
the teen replied.
"Mark, get out of the pool, or I will get you out of the pool," Kane countered.
With a roll of his eyes, Mark climbed out of the water. They returned to the antechamber with their clothes waiting for them. "Kane, Mark, come with me. I'll show you where you can stay until nightfall," Salty said, looking at Dahlia and Dax. "I'm assuming you two will stay in Dahlia's home."
"Battle-bonded stays with me,"
Dahlia replied. "I guess I don't have a choice," Dax added. Dax followed the large green woman back up the internal hill of the city. She held her armor in one arm, staying in her leather underclothing. As they passed her house, she dropped her gear and continued walking. Each step she took was almost 2 for Dax. He maintained a light jogging pace just so she wouldn't leave him in the dust. He was still several paces behind her. She approached the smith, who dropped a piece of glowing metal into a vat of oil. The Dalno wiped sweat from her brow before setting down her hammer. She flashed her tusks at Dahlia while hitting her chest with a closed fist. Dahlia returned the greeting. They spoke for a few minutes. The blacksmith turned into her hut and pulled out Dax's shoulder pauldron. On it was still engraved the ogre's skull. Behind it, at a diagonal, was an etching that looked like Dahlia's axe. She touched the engraving and let out a satisfied huff before turning toward him and holding out the now blue-tinted armor.
"Emblem goes good together,"
she said, offering him a smile. The blacksmith's smile was still forced and uneven, but she was getting better. "It does," Dax agreed, taking the offered piece of armor. He inspected it closer. The engraving was flawless. The axe looked exactly like Dahlia's, to the point it was almost a grayscale photo. While he inspected his armor, the Dalno rushed back to her house, grabbed her upper body armor, and ran back to the smith. She pointed at a spot on her breastplate, then at Dax. The blacksmith took the armor. From her body language, Dax assumed she agreed. Dahlia leaned over to the vat of still-bubbling oil. She reached in without flinching and pulled out the glove that was heat-treated before dropping it into the sand.
"Still warm,"
Dahlia mused as she kicked sand over it. "I would imagine so. Did you burn yourself?" Dax asked.
"Heat not an issue for Dalno,"
Dahlia said. She grabbed the glove out of the sand and wiped it off. In seconds, the sand and oil were gone. Dax pursed his lips at the display. The blacksmith emerged with the rest of his armor. Both Dahlia and he picked all of it up, his mind wandering. He forgot to thank the smith for her work. They made their way back down to Dahlia's house. As they entered her home and set the suit down, Dax wiggled a little bit. Curiosity overtook him as he swung his arms, followed closely by his legs.
"What you doing?"
Dahlia asked. He held up a finger, turned around, unzipped his jumpsuit, and pulled out his underwear before checking himself. With an oddly satisfied huff, he let go of his boxers and zipped his jumpsuit back up. Walking over to the chair, he took his shoes off and dumped them out. A little bit of sand poured out of each one. He put them back on. "That is very strange," he muttered.
"What strange?"
Dahlia asked. "On Earth, we have sand. It looks and feels a lot like this sand," Dax said, picking up a handful before dropping it. "But it gets everywhere, and I mean everywhere. You walk in it, somehow it's in your underwear. You lie in it, and it's coming off of you for weeks. And it's scratchy, too."
"That horrible,"
Dahlia replied.
"Why different?"
"I have no idea. I would love the opportunity to compare the sand of this world to the sand of mine, and see why the difference." Dahlia's shoulders dropped at the comment. Her features saddened behind her still-soaked hair.
"You go back to Earth?" she asked. "Leave battle-bonded here?"
Dax scoffed and shook his head. "I'm never going back to Earth." Dahlia walked over to him. She sat down in the sand in front of him, placing her hands on his feet as she looked up at him. They were still nearly eye to eye.
"Why not?"
she asked, a hint of hope in her voice. "Your people monitored us. I'm sure your father has told you about us." Dax's hands started to move on their own, keeping his focus split as he spoke. "We're a world of violent monsters. It's better for the galaxy that we stayed in our little corner and never left our system."
"You not monster,"
Dahlia said, leaning forward.
"You spared me, help our people, hunt underbeast queen, give hope. Not monster."
Dax took a deep, uneven breath as his hands continued to work. His mind raced with memories, causing his eyes to burn and vision to blur. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes tightly. A hand rested on his knee. It was gentle for a woman so strong. An unfamiliar sense of safety settled into him as he continued to work. "I was battle-bonded once," Dax said softly.
"Only one battle bond allowed,"
Dahlia jumped in. "I also had 2 girls, 10 and 15.
"You have family?"
Dahlia asked.
"You not want to go back to them?"
Dax clenched his teeth. He forced a tight-lipped smile as an ache overtook his chest, and a twist filled his gut to the point of almost vomiting. He shook his head as his hands moved to the other side of Dahlia's. "I've tried more than once," Dax said softly, his voice cracking as he spoke. "Every time I got close, my battle-bonded wouldn't let me. She would tell me I was destined for more important things, that our daughters were safe and she'd send me back."
"Send back where?"
Dahlia asked. Concern filled her voice. "The world of the living." He was barely able to choke out the words. The memories of claiming their bodies flooded his mind, as clear as if it had happened yesterday. Their mangled corpses barely recognizable, having to be identified by birthmarks and what was left of the clothing they were wearing. Opening his eyes, he stared off into the sand at his feet as his hands continued to work. It was the hardest thing he had ever had to do in his life. Harder than traveling space. Harder than fighting giant bugs. He'd take on a horde of massive insects before ever having to revisit that day.
"They are one with World, Mother?"
Dahlia asked.
"They were gone, and you tried to go with them?"
"Something like that," Dax whispered. "I tried to join them, but it wasn't my time. I guess I still have work to do."
"Can Dahlia ask how?"
A few men thought it would be funny to set fire to a building. My battle-bonded and daughters were inside. The collapse killed them before the fire did, which is a mercy, I guess. A deep snarl, enough to terrify a lion, rose from Dahlia's throat.
"The men?"
Dahlia asked. "They were caught, but with powerful family, they were released, unpunished."
"Then Dahlia go back with you. Dahlia help you hunt them."
Taking a deep breath, Dax shook his head. He looked down at his hands. Hands that once had only been used for teaching, but now knew the hold of death. "Thank you for the offer, but they have been taken care of."
"Who would take care of killers?"
Dahlia asked. As he spoke to her, a weight that had always been present slowly lifted from him. How long had it been since he talked about this to anyone? How long had he buried his feelings deep down inside? That's another human phrase that means multiple things. In this case, it means they're one with the world, Mother. Dahlia shook her head as she gritted her teeth.
"Self-tribe killers never join World, Mother. They go to Void."
"Then they're in the Void," Dax replied. "My brother helped me find them. I did what needs to be done with all rabid animals and put them down. I got caught. He didn't. I was sentenced to life in prison by the same judge that let them free. I asked for a death sentence. He made me an ogre." Dahlia gently took his face in her hands. She raised it, locking eyes with his. An earnest caring in her unnaturally green eyes brought a sense of peace to the former professor.
"You bring justice to family?"
she asked. "I bring justice to family," Dax replied. Tears stung his eyes, not pooling to the point where they raced down his cheeks, but enough to blur his vision and cause him to take a deep, cleansing breath. The story he'd never told anyone flowed from him like a river. He wasn't sure if it was because he felt safe in her presence, or that he knew she could only understand about half of what he was saying. Her reaction told him she understood enough. Dahlia leaned forward, gently pressing her forehead against his as she closed her eyes.
"Then Dax did right thing," she replied.
Her confirmation of being in the right brought a strange sense of peace to the former professor. As she leaned back, a genuine smile returned to his face as familiar braids adorned Dahlia's hair. The Dalno looked at them curiously before flashing her tusks in approval.
"What these?"
she asked. "Braids," he replied. "It's how I used to do my daughter's hair. I'm sorry, I didn't realize I was even doing it."
"No apologize. Dahlia like it. Dahlia keep it."
She stood up, walked back over to the still open wall, and grabbed a few strips of leather. She tied them around the base of her braids before looking at the nest in the room.
"We rest. Long night tonight," she said.
Dax nodded. Standing up, he made his way to the nest and climbed in. As he did, Dahlia put her hand on the wall. The lights shut off, turning the house to near pitch black. Dax felt the nest shift as Dahlia climbed in with him, lay behind him, and wrapped an arm around him.
"Dahlia, thank you for sharing,"
she said softly. "Thank you for listening," Dax replied. He closed his eyes. After the emotional exhaustion of reliving his worst memories, it didn't take long for unconsciousness to take him. 25. Move out. A kick to the bottom of his foot jolted Dax awake. His hands clutched his knife. The warmth of Dahlia behind him was gone, causing him to draw the blade. He rolled to his back. In the dark, he saw the light shimmer of Kane's armor. The grizzled soldier stood over him, helmet under arm. "You really thinking about poking me with that pig sticker?" Kane asked. Dax looked at the weapon, confused. Slowly, he resheathed it before sitting up. "I don't remember going to sleep with this," he said, his voice still groggy. "You didn't. Your lady friend put it in your hands when she got up," Kane said, offering a hand. "We're all packed up, just waiting on you and the kid." Dax grabbed Kane's hand before being pulled out of the nest. With the door open, the light of the moons filled Dahlia's house, even through the translucent dome. The former professor made his way to his armor, sat down, and started to put it on. Having done so 1,000 times, he didn't need to be able to see to get his gear on properly. "I feel bad for whoever is going to be getting him up," Dax said as he clamped on his leg armor. "It's Malkoth." "Never mind. I feel bad for the boy," Dax added. "He's also not going to be liking what happens tomorrow," Kane added. Dax stood up, starting to put on his torso pieces. "What's tomorrow?" he asked. "We'll be eating the last of our prison rations." Dax smirked as he put on his breastplate and started with his arms. "He's really going to hate that," Dax chuckled. "What about you? Am I going to be hearing you complain about us having to eat bugs? Mark is going to be bad enough. I'd rather not have two whimpering about it." Dax shot his older colleague a judgmental look. "Couple things, Mr. Impatient. One, these bugs have closed circulatory systems. While technically they are insects, I'm willing to bet their meat is going to be more like seafood. And B, every summer, from 5 to 12, I went to a father-son camp with my dad called Camp Wiggly. It was a chance for dads and sons to bond, but more importantly, it was an opportunity for us to learn. We brought clean water as an emergency backup, but that was it. If we wanted food, we had to hunt it or fish it." Dax clamped his gloves in place. Picking up his helmet, he attached it to his suit before manually retracting it. If we couldn't get food, there were plenty of grasshoppers around, and they were the size of my hand now, Dax continued. Best way I could describe them is a salty gusher that tastes like chicken. Kane's brow furrowed at the comparison. Realization spread across his face as he scoffed in approval.
I knew they tasted familiar. I just could never put my finger on it, he replied. But that's exactly it. How often did you have to live off the bugs?
Me? Not very long. I found what parts of the crickets made the best bait for the fish, and by the end of day 2, I had enough fish for my dad and me for a week. By the end of day 3, we had enough for the entire camp.
Sounds like a survivalist.
My dad was. He taught me a lot about what he knew. I've forgotten most of it, but I am still good at knowing what bait to go for to catch my quarry, Dax said as he strapped his knife around his waist.
How sure are you about that?
Kane asked. What do you think got me assigned to the junkyard? Dax asked. I knew what they liked, drew them in, and sprang my trap. Kane's weight shifted from his right leg to his left. He placed his hands on his hips as he pursed his lips in thought.
And what's your take on these underbeasts? What do they want?
He asked after a few seconds of silence. That's easy, Dax replied. He drew his magnet tool. It was down to 35% charge. He ran a quick test. It still worked. Look at the planet. If Saltee is to be believed, this was once a forest world.
Like Kashyyyk? Kane asked, before rolling his eyes at himself.
There's the inner nerd.
I hate that I knew that, Kane snarled.
Yes, something like Kashyyyk. Where's the forest? Where's the life? I know deserts can be massive, but we haven't even seen nocturnal animals so far. My take on these underbeasts is that they're a blend of locusts and ants. It doesn't matter what it is. They either eat it or bring it to their queen to eat, Dax said, giving an uncomfortable smile. Which is going to be a problem. He moved past Kane and started toward the sled. Kane turned and followed closely behind.
And what's the problem? Kane asked.
I'll be generous here and say that the food split is 50-50. Half goes to the queen, half goes to her hive. Given these things are what I think they are, I'm willing to assume they don't have a limiter in size that they can grow, much like lobsters back on Earth, Dax explained. He turned around and walked down the hill backward as he continued. How big would you be if you consumed half a planet's worth of biomass? Kane slowed to a stop. He retracted his helmet as Dax saw fear overtake the former soldier's features for the first time.
That'd be 1/3 the size of this planet, he whispered. How are we going to kill something that big?
Science, my friend, science, Dax countered, flashing him a reassuring smile. We've got a planet of iron. We've got a souped-up magnet. And most importantly, we've got the squared cube law on our side. All we have to do is put a big enough hole in her, and her weight and gravity will do the rest. They continued down the hill, reaching the sled. Nalath and his scouts were as armored as the Dalno got, while bristling with weapons. The sled was efficiently packed with water, bug meat, firewood, and even more weapons, carefully placed around the magnet gun.
If there's no food left, how are there still bugs? Kane asked.
Anything I'm coming up with is completely conjecture. It'd be irresponsible to take it as fact, Dax replied.
You're a smart man. I trust your thought process, Kane countered.
Cannibalism, which makes me think they're a weapon. It's a self-limiter. Whatever world they're dropped on, after long enough, they die out. Whoever put them here moves in, takes the resources they want, and leaves.
That mural shows humanity fighting alongside the Dalno for hundreds of years, though.
Which leads me to believe it's one of two things. Either a generational payoff, or, the more terrifying, extremely long-lived species, Dax continued. Either way, the bug's numbers would continually dwindle down until it's just the queen, and with her size and metabolism, she'd probably starve to death in a few days, if not weeks. Again, it's all just a theory, a bug theory.
And that raises one more terrifying question. What does the height of an invasion look like? Kane asked.
Shouts of protest rose from one of the houses. Dax and Kane turned to the noise, sighing in unison as Dahlia emerged with Mark over her shoulder. Saltee and Malkoth were closely behind. "Just 5 more minutes," Mark shouted. "Stop whining," Dax replied. "This is important." He turned toward Kane and shrugged. "Why do you think they came and got us, apparently the most violent species in the galaxy?" Dax asked. Dahlia threw Mark down into the sand. He huffed as Saltee and Malkoth placed his armor next to him. Saltee wore ancient-looking battle armor that was bulky and covered him head to toe, unlike the other Dalno, adding 4 more inches to his already towering height. "That's quite the suit of armor you've got there, Master Chief," Dax said.
"It's the chieftain's armor, passed down from one leader to the next. I like the sound of Master Chief, though," Saltee replied.
Kane moved toward Mark, knelt, and started helping the temper-tantrum-throwing teen into his suit. Saltee turned his attention to Malkoth. They shared several words with one another before touching their foreheads together. As they stepped away from one another, Malkoth made his way straight to the bunker. Saltee approached Dax, pulling a thin loop of leather from a bag made of bugskin at his hip. At the bottom of the loop were the metal chunks he'd ripped out of Nalath's ear. "Honored scout," Saltee said, extending his arm. Dax took the necklace. He inspected the pieces of metal. Small holes were punched through them, with no damage to the ornate carvings on them. He slid the necklace over his head, tucking the piercings into his armor. "Thank you," he replied. Kane pulled Mark to his feet as he finished putting the young man's armor on. Once done, he turned to the rest of the group.
"You ready to get going?" he asked.
"No," Mark replied.
"Wasn't asking you," Kane countered.
Dahlia barked an order. The Dalno surrounded the sled as Nalath started to push it toward the open dome. "Let's buggy," Dax said, following the team. "Don't you mean boogie?" Mark asked. "Are we picking our noses, or are we hunting insects?" Dax asked. 26. Science. As they pushed through the sand, Mark connected the tracker to his battery. The radar pinged green on its far edge before the teen pointed the direction for them to go. Correcting their course, they continued to push forward. After a few minutes, he unhooked the battery. "Why not keep connected?" Dahlia asked, inspecting the setup as they walked. Mark looked at her in surprise that she was taking an interest in his work. "The battery only has so many hours it can power the radar, and we only have a few left. The longer we're connected, the more juice it pulls. The faster we go through the batteries, then we're SOL in the middle of the desert with no heading," Mark replied. Dahlia glanced back at Dax, who walked alongside Kane and Saltee. "English is her second language," Dax called out. "You have to make it simpler." "Ah, okay," Mark said, pointing at the battery. "Battery power bug finder for short time. Keep battery unplugged so we can use bug finder for long time." Dahlia let out a low snort. "Too simple," Dax groaned.
"Insultingly simple," Kane added.
"If rolling the eyes had a sound, that'd be it," Dax continued. "You told me to make it simple," Mark countered. "Yes, but not dumb," Dax replied. "Roll eyes?" Dahlia asked. "When someone does something annoying or stupid, it's a way to visually relay your frustration," Dax said as he pointed at himself. With an exaggerated sigh, Dax rolled his eyes.
And as you can see, you can add a sigh or a huff to really relay that message, Kane added.
Instantly, Nalath and the other 4 Dalno sighed, threw their heads back, and did the best eye roll they could. "Not great, but not bad for a first go," Dax said with a chuckle.
"We might regret that,"
Saltee whispered. "Why?" Dax asked, looking at the chief. Nalath and the rest of his scouting team threw their heads back, sighed, and rolled their eyes again.
"This is why,"
Saltee said.
"They like children. Find new thing. Continue new thing until everyone want kill them," Dahlia added.
"You're their chief. Just order them to stop,"
Kane remarked. "That's not how the Dalno work," Saltee replied. "Everyone has autonomy to make their own choices." "Ooh, great use of the word autonomy," Dax said, giving the chief a pat on the back. As they continued through the sand, Dax watched the sky. Every few minutes, shooting stars would rip overhead in a burst of color before breaking apart and vanishing shortly before the horizon. "It's a good thing Dalno Newer has such a thick atmosphere," Dax said, mostly to himself.
"What do you mean?"
Dahlia asked as she slowed down to be next to him. Another shooting star tore across the sky in a blur of green. Dax quickly pointed at it. "Do you know what that is?" Dax asked.
"World Mother's tears for curse of underbeasts," Dahlia replied.
"Oh, no," Dax groaned.
"What?"
Kane asked. "Shooting stars are part of their religion. I really don't want to ruin it for them," Dax replied.
"Shooting star?"
Dahlia asked.
"Are stars falling from sky?"
No stars are falling from the sky," Dax said with a shake of his head before looking at Saltee. "Is the science behind them something I can share without shattering your perception of your goddess?" "They are called World Mother's tears, as you call them shooting stars," Saltee replied. "Share your knowledge." Dax quickly turned back to Dahlia. "Shooting stars are pieces of debris in space," Dax said, motioning to the sled they made. "Kind of like the ship we crashed here on." Dax glanced around. He saw a piece of bug leather in the sled. Rushing over to it, he grabbed the dried skin and returned to Dahlia's side as they pressed on through the night. "Let's pretend this leather is air. This surrounds your planet way, way up," Dax said, holding the leather to dangle in front of him. "Air has resistance to it, like when you walk directly into the wind."
"It slowed Dahlia down,"
she said, her eyes widening as she put 2 and 2 together. "Yes, exactly," Dax shouted in excitement at her starting to learn. "We're hunting monsters here. Do you really need to be that loud?" Mark asked as he quickly checked the tracker again. "Sorry, my bad," he said, looking back at Dahlia. "When something goes fast enough, that resistance gets stronger." Dax poked the leather. "The faster it goes, the more the air in front of it is affected, like the leather here. That creates friction." Dahlia's brow furrowed.
"Friction?"
she asked. Dax quickly put the leather back on the sled.
"Are you going to give her an Indian burn?" Kane asked.
"You're not supposed to call it that anymore," Mark cut in. "It's insensitive."
"Shut up, Mark,"
Dax and Kane shouted at the teen in unison. Dax returned to Dahlia and grabbed her arm. With both hands, he quickly wrung her forearm for several seconds. Her eyes widened and she pulled away, holding her arm. "That hurt!" she exclaimed. "That's friction," Dax replied. Her attitude quickly shifted back to curiosity.
"That happened with wind?"
she asked. "In a way, yes, but the debris, mostly rocks, are moving so fast that they set the air on fire. When they do, they burn up, and depending on what they're made of, will show in the color they let off," Dax said, pointing out a violet and green shooting star. "That one, the color of your skin, is made of what we call on Earth magnesium. The other one, we call that color purple, is made from what we call calcium.
If enter air, why don't they crash, like you?
Dahlia asked. The heat causes the rock to break apart and burn up before they can reach the ground, Dax continued. Which leads me back to my original point. Your thicker atmosphere must break up larger pieces of debris by causing more friction.
Fascinating,
Dahlia whispered as she looked back to the sky.
You just explained that like Kane would, Mark huffed. The most roundabout, annoying way possible.
I think it's fascinating as well, Saltee added. A lot of knowledge was lost. That was some of it. It's always good to learn, Dax replied with a smile. Nalath let out a series of snarls. He said something in the Dalno language and motioned with his hand. Two of his scouts broke away from the sled and sprinted ahead of them before disappearing over a dune. "Are we still on course?" Saltee asked. Mark connected the battery once again. The tracker flickered to life. After the moving line circled twice, he disconnected it. "We're still on track," Mark replied. "Any indication we're getting closer?" Dax asked. "Nope. They're still off the edge of the system." "That's okay. We haven't been traveling long," Kane replied. Dahlia pulled her axe off her back. She held it in the moonlight for Dax to inspect. Intricate etches decorated her blade. He pointed at them.
"World Mother Blessing of Water,"
she said before moving to another one.
"World Mother Blessing of Trees."
She spun it, revealing the other side of the weapon. Dax pointed at an emblem in the shape of an omega symbol with what looked like a lightning bolt in the arch with 2 dots inside each of its 2 arches. "And what's that?" Dax asked.
"Symbol of gods, of victory,"
Dahlia replied. "Care to elaborate?" Kane inquired. Dahlia shrugged before putting her weapon back.
"Dahlia not sure."
"It's a bedtime story," Saltee explained. "A myth. The legend goes, when our people were first reaching for the stars, we attracted the attention of a less-than-friendly race. They laid siege to this world. With technology beyond our capabilities, they overwhelmed us." As Saltee spoke, he made his way toward the sled. "When all hope seemed lost, a group of 1 man and 2 women came bearing that symbol in fire on their chests," Saltee explained. "The legend says that they fought off the entire invading army without weapons, that they turned themselves into walking stars and burned the fleets to ash." "Truth?" Dahlia asked, looking at her father. "No, power like that doesn't exist. That's why I never told you that story. I wanted to share only truth with you to help you grow strong," Saltee replied. "Reminds me of a myth we had on our world," Kane said, speeding up to keep pace with the rest of the group. "We don't have any myths like that," Dax scoffed, pointing at Mark. "Or, as that one would put it, conspiracy theories." "They're only theories if they're not true," Mark countered. "No, I'm talking about the stories of little green men found running around in cornfields," Kane said, pointing at Saltee. "Green men." "Yeah, you're missing the little part," Dax scoffed. "Battle-bonded right. We not little," Dahlia added. "No, you aren't," Mark teased. "Why'd he say that with such an odd inflection?" Saltee asked, looking from Kane to Dax. Both men turned their attention to Mark. From years of reacting to him, they crossed their arms over their chests in unison. "You want to tell him why you said it like that?" Dax asked. "Or would you rather us tell him why you said it like that?" Kane added. Mark lowered his head and mumbled so that the only Dalno that could hear him couldn't understand him. "Sorry, son, I don't speak snarky. Speak like a normal human being," Kane barked. "I said I'd rather neither of those options because he looks like he can squash my head like a grape," Mark replied. "Mark, If you're not brave enough to say it to someone's face, you shouldn't say it at all, Dax said, his tone gentle. But you do owe Dahlia and Saltee an apology.
Like you mean it, Kane added.
Means eye contact, Dax continued. With a frustrated sigh, Mark looked at Dahlia. I'm sorry I've been objectifying you, he said before looking at Saltee. And your daughter. I find her extremely attractive, but that is no reason for me to behave the way that I do.
Apology accepted, Saltee replied.
What'd he say? Dahlia asked. Saltee replied in their native tongue. Dahlia, Nalath, and the other two Dalno burst into laughter. He's so little he'd die if tried to be battle-bonded, Dahlia cackled. You don't have to be so mean about it, Mark said, hanging his head.
His apologies are getting better, Kane said to Dax. He's had enough practice. He ought to be a pro by now, Dax replied.
A blood-curdling screech rose over the dune ahead of them. Dax froze at the familiar sound as a chill ran down his spine. The Dalno quickly readied their weapons and took defensive positions around the sled. Dax and Mark drew their magnet tools as the scout who went to the right sprinted over the hill without his weapon. The deafening hum of bug wings filled the desert as 3 of the flying bugs surged over the dune, hunting him. 27. Old Shelter. "Cover him!" Dax shouted. He rushed forward with Nalath and the other 2 scouts.
"Protect the sled,"
Kane ordered. Dax glanced back to see the former soldier pull one of the massive swords free as Saltee and Dahlia surrounded the sled with Mark between them. "The kick on that thing's going to hurt," Dax called back.
"That's why it's a good thing I'm wearing my armor," Kane replied.
Dax drew his magnet tool and dagger. The bugs closed in on their prey. Throwing the dagger into the air, Dax took aim. As he pulled the trigger, his knife went from a listless arc to flying at the bugs in a blur. As he switched the weapon from repel to attract, 2 wings flew off the bug closest to the fleeing scout. Squeezing the trigger again, his knife continued to fly, landing in the sand at the top of the dune. "Need to dial in that range," he grumbled as he continued to sprint. The bug tumbled out of the sky. It slammed into the sand next to its prey, swiping and narrowly missing the scout. An angry roar left its maw as Nalath lunged at it with his warhammer and brought it down on the insect's head. Its legs flailed in the air, striking at the Dalno. He dodged around them with the grace of a prize fighter, delivering devastating blows at each opportunity. The other 2 bugs dove toward the fleeing scout, and both men helping him. One of them reached into a leather satchel at his side. He ran the small sphere across the edge of his blade, sending sparks in all directions. He shouted something in the Dalno language. Dax thought he recognized the word eyes. Every Dalno quickly covered their face as the sphere was thrown into the air. It flashed to life, sending a blinding white light across the battlefield. Dax quickly turned away, but not before the searing pain from the weapon burned his eyes through his visor. Animalistic screeches joined the chorus of their dying companion before 2 more thuds impacted the sand. As the light faded, Dax turned back to the battle. His eyes struggled to adjust to the darkness. The hum of wings filled the air once more. Kane rushed the bug closest to him, his magnetic tool stowed with both hands gripping the handle of the Konda sword with a blade as large as himself. With a mighty battle cry, he swung the weapon high. As he did, his body lurched violently. The weight of the weapon pulled him off the ground. Kane sailed over the creature, the curved tip of the blade slicing through its wings. The beast screeched again as Kane hit the sand behind it. It spun, slamming its claw into his breastplate. The screech of metal muted everything as the tip of its leg pierced Kane's chest. "No!" Dax screamed. Time seemed to stand still as adrenaline surged through Dax's body. He charged the insect, raising his magnetic gun and squeezing the trigger. A repulsing wave hit Kane's armor, ripping him free from the bug's grasp as two more legs smashed into the sand where he once stood. The weaponless scout scrambled to his feet, grabbed Kane's sword, and joined the other two in violently dismembering the second bug. Dax put his weapon away as he slid next to Kane, immediately checking the wound. A hole, 3 inches deep and 5 thick, was peeled out of his breastplate. Dax touched the crater. No blood came off on his hand. He looked into Kane's visor. His eyes were wide in shock. It was only then Dax noticed his friend's body twitching as if fighting for air. With a violent punch to the chest and a small shower of sparks, Kane let out a pain-filled gasp before coughing violently. He gave a thumbs up while trying to say he was okay, but little more than a wheeze left his lips. Relief washed over Dax, seeing Kane was still alive. The former Marine pointed behind them. He turned to see the third bug clambering to its feet, rubbing soot from its face. It let out an angry hiss as its wings started to flap once more, sending a cloud of sand in all directions. With the scouts preoccupied with the other two, Kane shoved Dax to take care of the third. "I'll be right back," Dax said. Kane gave as much of a nod as he could. Spinning on his heels, Dax rushed toward the sled. The final bug bore down on the equipment, its feet thrashing with rage, its scream filling the night sky. With Dahlia straight in its path, Saltee rushed across the gap and shouldered her, knocking his daughter out of the way while he readied his warhammer for the incoming attack. The bug continued to close in. Dax's legs carried him as fast as they could. Still, he fell further and further behind with each step. Mark let out a squeal and jumped out of the sled when Dahlia hit the sand. Dax looked at the creature, his heart pounding in his chest. He noticed several crucial angles in front of him. He pointed at Dahlia while flipping his magnet gun to attract. "Throw your axe straight up!" Dax screamed. Questioning filled her face, but she didn't hesitate. She jumped to her feet, gripped her axe with both hands, and with all her strength she threw it straight into the air before diving out of the way once again. "Please have enough mass to pull," Dax huffed to himself as he moved to line the bug up between him and the airborne axe. "Please have enough mass to pull." He lifted his gun as Saltee started his swing at the raging beast. "Please have enough mass to pull," Dax screamed, squeezing the trigger. His feet slid in the sand, filling him with a sense of satisfaction. Dahlia's axe was ripped out of the sky. It rotated and flew toward him with blinding speed. As the bug's feet were about to crush into Saltee's armor, Dahlia's axe tore into its neck. The weight and momentum of her weapon threw the insect off its target, pulled it away from the cart, and slammed it into the ground, sending a gout of green blood into the air. Dax released the trigger. The bug slid to a stop a few feet in front of him. He approached the twitching bug, holstering his weapon. Grabbing Dahlia's axe, he planted his foot into the chin of the upside-down bug. With all his might, he pulled on the weapon. It gave slightly, but still held firm in the insect's carapace. With another hard pull, he loosened it more. By the third, the axe was freed. Using the weight of his suit, Dax hefted the 50-pound axe over his head before pulling it forward with all his might. His suit clattered. The impact reverberated through the weapon and into him. The dying bug let out one last hiss before falling limp. Dax looked at Saltee. He was unharmed, helping Dahlia to her feet. Seeing she was uninjured as well, he turned and sprinted back across the battlefield. Nalath stood over Kane, poking at him with his oversized weapon. As he reached them, Dax waved the Dalno off before dropping to his knees next to the former soldier once again. "You alive, old man?" Dax asked. "That was tactically unsound," he wheezed. "I'd say. "You've got a hole half the size of a football in your chest," Dax replied.
"I think this is the one good thing Johnson did,"
Kane said, grabbing Dax's shoulder and pulling himself to a sitting position. "What did Johnson do?" Dax scoffed.
"He gave us the outdated, heavier, thicker suits. If it wasn't for that, I'd be a bug kebab right about now. Now, will you give me a hand up?"
"I'd like to know you don't have a shattered sternum first."
"I've shattered my sternum. This feels nothing like that,"
Kane countered, holding up a hand.
"Get me on my feet."
"Yes, sir," Dax replied. He grabbed Kane's hand and, with a pull, yanked the former soldier up. Once on his feet, he leaned forward, resting his hands on his knees, and groaned. "If you're going to throw up, you may want to take your helmet off first," Dax said. He playfully tapped Kane on the back of the head.
"You're not making things any better."
Nalath let out several low huffs that almost sounded like laughter. He flashed his large tusks as he approached Kane. Grabbing Kane by the wrist, he threw the former Marine's hand into the air, accompanied by a grunt of pain. Nalath pointed at Kane and shouted something in his language at the scouts. He turned and shouted it again at Dahlia and Saltee as they approached, with Mark trying to push the loaded sled but getting nowhere.
"What did he just call me?"
Kane asked, pulling his hand free. "You have received your battle name," Saltee replied, a satisfied smile on his face. "Battle name?" Dax teased, looking at the armored man.
"I already had a call sign,"
Kane countered. "Yes, but you're not active duty or retired anymore. You don't get to keep that call sign," Dax continued, before looking at Dahlia. Translated, "What's his battle name?" "Kane, now Wing Cutter," Dahlia replied. "Wing Cutter? That's a good name," Dax said, looking at Kane.
"I prefer my old call sign."
"Crispy isn't a good call sign," Dax countered. "Take Wing Cutter. It'll make people think you're less Colonel Sanders and more scary assassin."
"Do you know how I got my call sign?"
Kane asked. "You forget that you told me your Uncle Owen and Aunt burned a bunch of bad guys on your first mission. How is that cooler than wielding a sword that's as big as your body, throwing it and having it yank you over a small car-sized bug and cutting its wings off in the process?" Dax asked. "If that were an Olympic sport, you'd have 10s across the board right now."
"Fine," he said with a resounding sigh. "I'll be Wing Cutter."
A few seconds later, the other scout returned. Standing at the top of the dune, he waved and pointed behind him, shouting at them. "What's he saying?" Dax asked. "Shelter," Dahlia replied. Saltee barked a few orders. Nalath returned to the sled and helped Mark get it moving again. The scout who lost his weapon picked up the sword Kane used. He took a seat in the sled, holding his chest. They left the bug bodies behind. They climbed the dune. Dax picked up his knife and slid it into his sheath. He looked over at Dahlia, cleaning her blade. She walked. "Have you named it?" Dax asked. "Name what?" Dahlia inquired. "Your axe. Every good-edged weapon needs a name." "What do you think I should name it?" she asked. "After that little display, you have to call it Stormbreaker," Mark called out from the sled. "I know why you want her to call it Stormbreaker. She's not calling it that," Dax countered. "Skull Splitter," Dahlia said after a few seconds. "Dahlia, name it Skull Splitter." "Now that's metal," Mark scoffed. "That it is," Dax said. They reached the top of the dune. Looking out at the shelter the scout spoke of, he chuckled. "Kane, look familiar?" Dax asked.
"Home sweet home,"
Kane replied. They started their way down the back of the dune toward the cave they'd used for shelter as the moons started to set. 28. Translate. Dax lowered Kane into the sand. The former soldier let out a grunt, propping himself on his elbows, still in his armor. Dax moved around his back while Nalath and the other Dalno entered the cave. He squeezed several manual releases, and Kane's suit opened around him. He climbed out and lay on the ground, holding his chest. "Are you going to survive?" Mark asked. The teen walked over to Kane before kneeling next to him.
"It's going to take more than a bug to bring me down," he replied.
"Good. I'm glad to hear that," Mark replied. He placed a hand in the center of Kane's chest, pushing on it to get back to his feet. Kane let out a frustrated, pain-filled roar.
"I'm going to kill you,"
he snarled. "No, you're not," Dax countered. "If something happens to the tracker, he's the only one who can fix it." Mark flashed both men a wry smile.
"Fine," Kane replied. "But after the mission's over, I'm going to kill him."
"Works for me," Dax said. "What? I thought you were on my side," Mark huffed. "He got gravely injured saving a scout's life, and your response is to sarcastically push on his very bruised chest?" Dax asked as he retracted his helmet. "You'll have to find a way to get in his good graces yourself on that one." Dax turned back to Kane. He opened his jumpsuit to reveal a large bruise already forming on his chest.
"I'm going to kill every single last bug on this planet,"
Kane snarled. "What if there's bugs on other planets?" Dax asked.
"Then I'll find them and kill them too,"
Kane snapped, looking up at him. "Good. Then after we're done here, you'll be spending time with Mark and me in the stars, hunting for bugs and not going back to the cesspool we call Earth." Kane looked at Mark as the teen ran another check on the bug's location.
"We can't leave him here?"
Kane asked. "One of two things will happen if we leave him here. He'll tick someone off, they'll crush him, or his terrible charisma—"
"I believe the young'uns call it Riz these days,"
Kane countered. Dax sighed and rolled his eyes. "We're going backwards linguistically as a people," he huffed. "Fine. The other option is his terrible Riz will actually get him a Dalno girlfriend who will crush him."
"Death by snoo-snoo. There are worse ways to go,"
Kane replied, buttoning himself up. "I'm sure every man would say that, right up until their pelvis shatters into 1,000 little pieces," Dax replied, giving Kane a hand up.
That's a few-second bleed out and you'd go into shock. Won't even realize you're in pain until you're already gone,"
Kane countered. "I'd ask how you know that, but I'm assuming you've seen it?" Kane nodded as he made a falling motion with his hand.
"Falling boulder on a sleeping Marine."
Dax grimaced as a massive hand grabbed his shoulder and turned him around. He looked up to see Nalath standing over him with his free hand extended. He said something in Dalno. Dax glanced at Dahlia. "Nalath say thank you for saving Scout and Chief," she said. Dax grabbed Nalath's hand, giving it a shake. A dull pain shot through his knuckles as Nalath gripped his gauntlet tightly. He gave the Dalno a handshake before replying, "I've got your back," in their language. Nalath let out a pleased huff and looked at Dahlia. He made another comment before releasing Dax's hand and moving to Kane. "You're going to want to tell him to be gentle with that handshake," Dax quickly warned. Saltee quickly jumped in with the warning. Nalath nodded as he and Kane shook hands, Nalath thanking him for saving the scout.
"It's my duty as a soldier to help where I can," Kane replied.
Saltee translated for Kane. Nalath gave an approving flash of his tusks before he made his way back to the sled. Dax reached at the back of his trapezius muscles and squeezed on the manual releases for his suit. The upper body opened, allowing him to remove his armor. As he stepped out of his boots, Dahlia approached him, her brow furrowed. She nearly stared through him. She grabbed his jumpsuit with one hand while delicately unzipping it with the other. "Whoa, what are you doing?" Dax asked, trying to take a step back, but held in place by her grip. "Get a room," Mark shouted as he turned toward the interaction. Dahlia stopped the zipper just above his waist before pulling his suit open. She inspected the dried patch on his side. With a snort, she grabbed it and ripped it off. A stinging pain shot through his side. She let go of him, causing him to hold his ribs and take a few steps back. "Ripping off the Band-Aid is just a turn of phrase," he called out. "You didn't have to try and skin me alive."
"Dahlia no skin you. Dahlia help healing,"
she said, pointing at him. Dax looked down. His ribs were bright red from her less than gentle patch removal. What was once a black bruise that covered his entire side was now just sickly yellow. He chuckled to himself as he gave his side a poke, feeling almost no pain from the contact. "Whatever you guys put in that stuff really seems to work," he exclaimed, looking at Dahlia as she threw the bandage to the ground.
"But next time, give me a little warning first. If Dahlia give warning, removal hurt worse."
She's got a point. It hurts less when you don't see it coming. That's why, if I say we're going to count down from 3, then I'll do the painful thing. I never do it on 3, Kane added.
"Now that we know that, won't we be expecting it?"
Mark asked.
"So you'd think," Kane mused, making his way to the sled. "Do you have any of that magic healing stuff in here?"
Saltee turned away from Dax and walked over to the sled before fishing through the supplies for the medicine. "Just a heads up, if they use the same stuff as the priests, it'll feel like he's rubbing glass into your chest," Dax warned.
"If it gets me battle-ready before our next skirmish with those things, I'm all for it," Kane countered.
Dax zipped his jumpsuit up. He looked back at Dahlia, who examined the cave with wonder. She moved the braids he put in her hair over her shoulders and started to walk toward the back of the cavern. "Where are you going?" Dax asked, grabbing his helmet.
"This sacred ground," Dahlia replied. "This, when tied against underbeasts, turned."
Dax turned the lights on his helmet on. He tucked it under his arm and jogged to catch up.
"Queenmaker once called this home,"
Dahlia explained, as they made it to the carving in the wall.
"Men in metal with sword flooded cave, drowning Queenmaker."
Excitement surged through Dax at the comment. His eyes widened as he stepped in front of Dahlia and held up a hand.
"You're telling me that which made the queen is dead?" Dax asked. "Bug that make current queen was here. Baby queen escape just before flood. Flood kill maker."
"Was this the only queen-maker?" Dax asked.
"Dahlia not know. No Dal no," she replied. "Dal no numbers small, in small place, no access to rest of world."
"Well then, let's just hope there was only one," Dax said, looking into the darkness of the cave. "Can't believe I'm about to say this, but good job, conquistadors." Dahlia stepped to the wall with carvings in it. Dax illuminated it with his helmet. He watched her closely as she approached the rock with the reverence of a priest in a church. Her hand delicately touched the stone.
"Has battle-bonded red?"
she asked, tapping the carving. "I have," Dax replied. "I'd like to know how to be able to pronounce it, though." Dahlia waved him over before pointing to the top of the wall. Dax stepped toward her as he aimed his helmet lights to reveal the entire wall in front of them. She pointed out the first line and read it out loud in her language. She spoke slowly and clearly as she indicated at each carving she covered.
"Now battle-bonded try,"
Dahlia said. She turned toward Dax, gave him a playful nudge, and looked back at the words. Having listened to her intently, Dax tried to repeat how she read the words as best he could. Dahlia let out a snicker at his butchering of her language. He was grateful for her patience as she corrected him. It took nearly 20 minutes to go through the first line. Once he was able to pronounce each word perfectly, they moved to the next. Nalath and his scouts started to set up beds for the group as sunrise banished the black of the night sky. Eventually, Dax was able to turn off his helmet lights as the sun provided enough for them to read. Dax was able to translate the second line much faster than the first. He spoke and heard how to properly pronounce each word. The next line took even less time than the second. In just a few hours, he'd learned how to read the entire transcript near perfectly. Once he finished with the final line, he read the entire thing from beginning to end. The joy of a grad student translating the dead language for the first time surged through him as he learned how to speak it. Each time he read a line, his smile threw off a few pronunciations. "How was that?" he asked, looking up at Dahlia.
"Battle-bonded learn quickly. Battle-bonded make few mistakes. Dahlia proud of battle-bonded."
"Where'd I make the mistakes?" he asked, excitement filling his voice. "I can fix them and have it perfect in no time." Dahlia looked at the mouth of the cave. Everyone but Mark was already asleep around the sled. The teen tossed and turned in his armor as he tried to get comfortable in the sand. She shook her head and motioned toward the petrified nest near them.
"Learn later. We rest," she countered. "Want to be strong for fight to come."
"I guess you're right," he relented. Dax walked over to the nest. He climbed in and lay down before setting his helmet to the side. Dahlia climbed in after him. She slid in behind him, once again making him the little spoon. He let out a contented sigh as a feeling of safety overtook him. He reached back and gave Dahlia a pat on the arm. "Good night, Dahlia," he said.
"Sun up, it day,"
Dahlia countered. "Good day, then," Dax replied.
"Good day, battle-bonded. Rest well."
He closed his eyes, feeling her massive body wrap around him. She let out a soft snore, already asleep, her hot breath tousling his hair with each exhale. "You guys can go to sleep so fast, I think even Bruce Wayne would be impressed," Dax whispered to himself. He closed his eyes and cleared his mind, letting himself drift off to sleep as well. 29. Queenmaker. Dax was the first to wake up. He slid out from under Dahlia's massive arm before climbing out of the petrified nest, helmet in hand. He didn't need to check on the rest of the team. Their snores filled the cave like the growls of a lion. "I wonder how deep this goes," Dax said to himself. He turned on his light and started down the dark cave. It wasn't until he'd traveled almost 100 yards that he felt for his knife, only to remember he didn't take it off his armor before getting out. With a frustrated huff, he pressed forward, not wanting to risk waking anyone up by backtracking. Continuing forward, the cave started to grow narrower around him. He sank deeper into the sand with each step. Dax's light sailed across the darkness directly in front of him. Shadow, twisted in an unnatural formation, caused him to take a sharp breath. His heart skipped a beat as he dropped to the ground, shoving the lights into the sand, drowning him in darkness. He remained silent, not wanting to risk attracting whatever he saw toward him. Holding his breath, he listened for any noise indicating they weren't alone in the cave. Silence. He slowly exhaled before taking another quiet breath. As he listened, his ears started to ring, desperate to pick up any sound in front of him. Still nothing. After several minutes of waiting, his muscles tight and limbs trembling at the steady surge of adrenaline and fear, Dax took several deep breaths. If it was a bug, you'd be dead already, he told himself, rustling up his courage. The human mind likes to find patterns where there aren't any. Bigfoot was just a bear walking on its hind legs. A Wendigo was just a set of trees looked at by someone who likely needed glasses. Even the Loch Ness Monster was just a whale showing off his manhood. It's nothing but rock. Dax lifted his helmet, shining his light directly forward once more. A skull, twice his size, sat half-buried in the sand. Pieces of its carapace were scattered around it, broken apart from time and degradation as it decomposed. "Not a rock," Dax whispered to himself. He approached the deceased insect, inspecting its long, dead skull. The thing was large enough to eat a horse in one bite. Unlike other bugs, it had teeth that interlocked with one another, each at least 4 inches long. Small spikes covered its thick head. Dozens of holes where eyes once sat now held sand. "You made me need to change my underwear," he chuckled. "Glad we don't have to fight you." Dax rounded the skull. His heart sank and stomach nodded. The cave opened back up to nearly 30 feet high and 80 feet wide. Every square inch of what used to be an opening was crammed tight with ancient insect corpses. Inspecting them, he saw a few that looked like centipedes. Most looked like the ones they'd fought. Others were large, spike-covered monstrosities that looked like they belonged in a horror movie.
"Battle-bonded,"
Dahlia's voice echoed off the cool walls. Dax turned around, shining his light past the Queenmaker's skull. Dahlia rounded the skull, her axe in one hand, while holding up her other, protecting her eyes. "I think I found your Queenmaker," Dax said before he pointed his helmet toward the wall. "I think I also found the sacrifice to make sure the current queen escaped." Dahlia approached him. She looked at the wall in awe. Her axe slid from her hand, its blade stuck in the sand. She approached the corpses, packed together so tightly that, even decomposed, their wall was watertight.
"To face horde and win. Truly exceptional warriors," she whispered.
Dax watched closely as she meandered to a skull roughly the size of an elephant.
"What a battle you could give, Dahlia," she whispered. "To fell you would bring permanent honor to Star Tribe."
"When we kill the queen, it'll do that anyway," Dax replied. "There's no need to look for a fight we don't have to have. It's better to sneak behind enemy lines instead of attacking straight on."
"Battle-bonded makes sense,"
Dahlia said as she returned to her axe and picked it up.
"They'll no value enemy killed in battle."
"And I've seen your people fight. It's a good thing you're peaceful, but when your world is in the balance, who killed the biggest underbeast means nothing if the queen lives," Dax replied. "If you ask me, by the way, I think the queen will be the largest underbeast any of your kind has seen. After we kill the queen, if you want to hunt one of those big ones, I'll join you. But we don't need to put ourselves in danger if it doesn't serve that goal."
"Battle-bonded no fun,"
she huffed, slumping her shoulders. "I just want to make sure my battle-bonded survives long enough to see home again," Dax countered. Dahlia flashed him a smile. It was crooked, but getting better.
"Battle-bonded care?"
Dahlia asked, moving some of her hair from her face. "Of course I do, and not just because of what we're getting out of the deal," Dax replied. I never really liked death. I'd rather keep everyone alive if possible." Dahlia leaned forward. She closed her eyes and pressed her warm forehead against his. Dax closed his eyes. Butterflies fluttered in his stomach as he copied her movements.
"Dahlia, thank you,"
she said softly. She stood back up. Dax opened his eyes to see her walk over to the Queenmaker's skull. With a swing of her axe, she shattered part of the jaw. Picking up the teeth, she motioned for him to follow.
"Others awake and looking for battle-bonded."
"Better get back then," Dax replied. Following Dahlia, Dax shut his helmet light off. They trudged through the sand, heading toward the beacon of dimming daylight straight ahead. Within 10 minutes they approached the sled, and Dahlia held up the Queenmaker's teeth.
"Queenmaker corpse, sit in front of wall of underbeasts," Dahlia declared. "New queen cannot be made."
"To our knowledge," Dax added. "Once we get into the hive, we'll be able to tell if there's more than one Queenmaker, but the one in here is dead, along with several thousand underbeasts that stopped the flood used to kill them." Saltee approached the teeth with Nalath by his side. Both men looked at them and flashed their tusks in approval.
"If they made a wall, that means this has to be an entrance into the nest," Kane chimed in. "We could make a hole, climb through, and be in their home in a minute."
Mark connected the tracker once again. He cleared his throat before pointing at the screen.
"I wouldn't suggest that. We don't know how labyrinthine it is down there, and the trackers are still off the side of the screen," Mark replied. "We'd get lost."
Kane's shoulders slumped.
"I hate that you're right,"
he muttered, looking at Dax's, then Mark's armor.
"You two want to tell me why your armor is blue and mine isn't?"
"Blacksmith harden armor while Kane train with gun," Dahlia replied. "Not enough time to harden Kane's armor before leaving."
"The Professor and Geek squad were upgraded, but the Warrior was left vulnerable?" Kane asked, slightly insulted. "Not sure how I feel about that."
Saltee opened his mouth to reply. Dax held a hand up, stopping the chief. "Dahlia's right. You were training with the magnetic cannon when we were upgraded. But you are also right. You're on the front lines more than us. You deserve the stronger suit of armor. You can use mine." Dahlia's grip on her axe tightened. She looked at Dax with a furrowed brow.
"Battle-bonded armor marked of Dahlia. Only battle-bonded may wear mark."
"He can have mine," Mark complained. "They're all the same size. I plan on staying out of the fight as much as possible, and you clearly need the protection. And besides, I'm pretty sure the Lady Orc is going to cut whoever puts Dax's armor on in half." Mark looked at Kane's destroyed breastplate.
"Are you sure?"
Saltee asked. "Pink hairless apes, not known to surrender an advantage." "The best advantage we have is a soldier with 3 decades of experience, protected as much as possible," Mark replied. "Now, will one of you two get over here and get me out of my suit?"
"Just when I'm ready to write this kid off, he goes and does something like this," Kane sighed.
Kane moved toward Mark. Dax cut him off, approaching the teen. "I've got it. Just make sure you're prepped to get in," Dax said. Kane nodded. As Dax manually removed Mark's armor, Kane got the sand out of his shoes and double-checked his chest. The same healing covering that was on Dax's side covered the former soldier's sternum. "How'd it feel getting that put on?" Dax asked.
"I thought you were exaggerating when you said it felt like glass. You were not," Kane replied.
Dax removed the last of Mark's armor. The teen readjusted his jumpsuit as Kane took it and started to put it on himself. Dax made his way to his suit, getting in his protective covering as well. "I'd say after Mark gives you his armor, you two were square for him pressing on your bruise," Dax teased as he locked his helmet onto his suit before retracting it. "I'm inclined to agree," Mark added. "It was very selfless of me. It's just—" A moment of silence passed as Mark struggled to find the right words. It looked like searching for them was causing him physical pain. Dax was about to say something, but Kane put a hand on his shoulder. Dax looked over to the scarred veteran. The older man shook his head, signaling Dax to give Mark time to figure this out on his own. It's just that I didn't have any friends on Earth, so I know I'm not the easiest person to put up with," Mark said, swallowing hard. He aimed his focus into the sand at his feet, as if buried somewhere there would be his next words. Thank you for putting up with me.
You're all right, kid, Kane said, giving Mark a wink. You ever repeat this, and I'll deny it, but you have friends now. At least 2 of them right in front of you, and maybe some green ones to boot. This is a good start.
Mark broke out in a goofy smile with a series of quick nods. Dax looked at Nalath, then motioned to the sled and nodded out of the cave. Nalath huffed, barked an order at the scouts, and started to push the sled out of the cave with Kane at their side. "Wait, what do you mean it's a good start?" Mark asked as they walked away. "We're facing alien bugs the size of VW bugs, and I just put myself in my skivvies for you. If anything, that means you owe me." "I thought we were having a moment. Why did you have to ruin the moment?" "If you want, you can use Kane's armor," Dax said, motioning to the pile of metal in the sand. "Are you kidding me?" Mark asked. "I put that on, and someone sneezes in my general direction, my sternum is coming out of my spine. I'm talking full-out Mortal Kombat finishing style. I'd rather be faster than falsely protected."
"Makes sense to me," Sal T said.
Dahlia walked out of the cave. She turned around, moving backward. She pointed her axe at the sled as they continued to walk away. "We leave or get left," she said. "We're coming," Mark said, rolling his eyes. The teen fidgeted with Kane's armor for a few minutes before jogging after her, past her, and quickly took his place next to the tracker on the sled. Dax looked up at Sal T, his armor making him more imposing than he already was. "There are some really big underbeasts back there," Dax said, glancing into the dark of the cave. "If we run into them, do you think we have enough strength to kill them?"
"The big underbeasts aren't the problem," Sal T replied, looking down at him. "Those ones you can see and hear and hide from before they find you. It's the small ones that are the gravest threat to our mission."
Sal T gave Dax a pat on the back before walking into the fading sunlight as well. "How small are the small ones?" Dax asked.
"They vary depending on the hive. Records show when they first started to spread, the small ones were no larger than this," Sal T said. He held up his fingers with almost no room between them. "They could strip the flesh from one's bones in seconds. Many tribes were lost to history that way."
"And when was the last recording of those?" Dax asked, swallowing hard.
"Many generations ago. Now the small ones are about this size."
Sal T held up his hands, indicating the size of a small dog.
"They are fast and silent and can come from anywhere."
"Wonderful."
30. Tracking. "Well, that's the last of the rations," Dax said. He swallowed the chalky bean paste before tossing the wrapper into the sled. "What'll we eat now?" Mark asked.
"You're telling me you've never had a bug steak?" Kane asked.
"No," Mark whimpered. "You can't force me to eat bug." "You don't have enough reserves to survive the trip without eating," Dax said. "If you don't, you won't be making it back." "Are you calling me skinny?" Mark asked. Dax and Kane looked at each other for a few seconds. Dax's brow furrowed as the former Marine shrugged. "Yes," Dax said after a second of silence. "Objectively, you are skinny."
"Boy, you're one missed meal away from Skeletor," Kane replied. "And identifying as fat won't keep you alive for the trip back."
"That's not what I meant," Mark countered.
"Are you still going the right way?" Sal T asked.
Mark turned to the battery. He connected the tracker. It flickered to life for a few seconds before going dark. Mark slid the dead battery back, grabbed the next one, and attached the wires. The screen jumped to life. It took 2 trips around the screen to show the green ping of Dax's trackers.
"Looks like they changed to 1 o'clock, Kane said, pointing at their new heading.
"Underbeasts move,"
Dahlia muttered, inspecting the screen. Not exactly, Mark replied. The closer we get to them, the more they'll move on the screen. How much closer? Saltee asked. It's impossible to say, but it means we're making progress if they aren't moving, Mark replied. And if they were moving, I'd imagine my trackers wouldn't be in just one direction, Dax added. Once they corrected their course, Mark unhooked the battery. Silence fell over the party. They trudged through the endless sea of sand. For their size and how quickly they moved, Dax noticed the Dalno hardly touched the water. For every gallon Dax, Kane, and Mark consumed, they only drank a cup or two. "How long can you guys go without food and water?" Dax asked, his curiosity finally getting the best of him. 18 rises and sets of sun, Dahlia replied. That's if we're not moving. If we're moving, it's 10, Saltee corrected, tapping his green face. The sun provides us energy when we get hungry. We lose very little water, unlike you. He looked at Dax. Even in the cool night air, sweat dripped down his brow. He took a drink of the warm water in the container packed by the scouts. As he finished it, he placed the makeshift cup back into the sled. I'm a little bit of a heavy sweater, Dax said. He looked at Kane and Mark. Neither were even close to his level of sweatiness. Have you even stopped to pee? Mark inquired. Are you tracking my restroom breaks? Dax asked. That's worse than counting drinks. Which isn't cool, Mark. It's not cool, Kane teased. Call it educational curiosity, Mark countered. You sweat more in 10 minutes than Kane and I do in an hour combined. I'm just curious if there's anything that actually gets to your kidneys. Dax felt his cheeks grow warmer against the cool night air as Kane, Dahlia, and Saltee's eyes turned to him with the same curiosity of Mark. Fine, he relented. I haven't had to pee since we left. If I drank enough where I did, we'd be out of water by now. Are you happy? A little bit, yeah, Mark nodded. This happened to all hairless pink apes? Dahlia asked. No, just him, Kane teased. Dax wiped the sweat off his brow. He lifted his glove, glistening in the moonlight with his sweat. Keep it up and I'll wipe it on you, he threatened. So gross, Mark muttered. Dax turned to the teen. You want some too? By every god and goddess in the universe, no, Mark replied. They continued to trudge through the sand, mostly in silence. As the moons dipped to the horizon, Nalath sent 2 of the scouts out to find a place to hold up for the night. In less than an hour they returned, leading the group to what used to be an oasis. Dead trees reached out of the sand with gnarled branches in a low point of sand. The scouts quickly went to work cutting the trees down, making shelters with the branches and trunks. Nalath took the discarded scraps to make a fire without dipping into their reserves. Dax, get to the top of that hill, Kane ordered, pointing at one side of the dip of the former oasis. I'll take the other side. We'll keep watch. Copy that, Dax replied. Battle-bonded go to hill, Dahlia mirrored, pointing where Kane did. With a chuckle and a nod of agreement, Dax positioned himself at the top of the dune. He looked across the desert, stretching out before him. The only movement he could see was the sand pushed by the wind. The sounds of chopping sounded behind him, accompanied by the crackling of the fire Nalath made. The sky gradually danced to life with yellows, oranges, and reds as the sun started to rise. Once it broke the horizon, he looked away from it, keeping his eyes on the sand. The scent of cooking meat teased Dax's nostrils. The wind blew from his back. His stomach let out a growl, causing his mouth to water as he looked over the dead world. "Food ready," Dahlia called out. One of Nalath's scouts climbed the sand. He stood next to Dax with a hunk of bug meat in one hand and his weapon in the other. He nodded down and huffed. Following his order, Dax left his post and returned to the camp. Having been relieved from his post as well, Kane sat next to the fire, out of his armor, a hunk of bug meat in hand as well. Nalath handed out the meat he'd cooked to the rest of the team before offering some to Dax as he approached. Taking the roasted piece of pink meat, he thanked Nalath in his language before sitting down next to Dahlia. Once Nalath took his piece, he quickly kicked sand over the fire, extinguishing it. Dax bit into the hunk of meat in front of him. It was juicy, like steak. He nodded in approval at the taste of lobster and consistency of shrimp. Kane let out a boisterous fit of surprised laughter.
"This is not at all what I expected," he shouted, turning to Nalath. "Compliments to the chef."
"It is delicious," Dax added. Nalath looked at Saltee, his head tilted to one side. The chief translated Kane and Dax's compliments. Nalath flashed his tusks, bowed his head, and replied.
"He say thank you,"
Dahlia translated.
"You guys are just messing with me to get me to take a bite, aren't you?"
Mark whimpered. A look of disgust spread across the teen's face as he looked at the hunk of meat in front of him. He shook his head before he moved to take a bite. He gagged and leaned away from his piece of food. "Nope, can't do it. Can't eat bug," Mark complained. "Mark, do you like seafood?" Dax asked. "Yeah." "It literally tastes just like lobster," Dax explained. "It's juicy, too, not in that nasty tomato way, more like a steak."
"Natural butteriness to it, too,"
Kane added. Mark continued to grimace. He tried to take a bite, gagging once again. Shaking his head, he lowered the bug steak. "I can't do it," he whimpered. Nalath said something in his native language Dax didn't recognize. The scout looked at Dahlia before motioning to the teen.
"What did he say?"
Mark asked.
"Nalath said you eat food,"
Dahlia replied. "I'm good. Thank you, though," Mark replied. He gave a forced smile and looked at Nalath. Kane leaned over to Dax.
"How badly do you think this is going to go?"
"On a scale of 1 to 10, I'll bet a 7, Dax replied.
"That low? Suit yourself."
Nalath put the rest of his food in his mouth. In a flash, he was behind Mark, one hand wrapped around his forehead, with the other grabbing the meat. Terror filled Mark's eyes as he started to scream for help. Before he could get any words out, Nalath crammed the bug steak into Mark's mouth, closed his jaw with a pinky, and held a hand over his lips so he couldn't spit it out. Mark tried to thrash against the Dalno. Muffled screams rose from him as Nalath held him in place. After a few seconds, his eyes widened in amazement. The screams turned to an "You're good to let him go now," Dax said. Dahlia translated for him. The second Nalath released Mark, the teen ripped the bug steak out of the Dalno's hand and devoured it. What should have taken 10 bites took 3. His cheeks bulged with the food he hadn't swallowed yet as he looked around the fire pit. "Is there more?" he asked. "We need to conserve what we have," Dax said, stifling a chuckle. "I'm sure they'll cook up some more in the morning." "Seriously? I have to wait until morning? You don't understand. This is so good." Dax held up his piece and took a bite. "I know it's good. We told you it was good, but someone didn't like the idea of eating bug." "Do you think the different kinds have different tastes?" Mark asked. "Like the centipede, would they have more of an earthy taste? Or that queen-maker, what do you think that tastes like?" "We only packed the ground soldier and flyer variant," Saltee replied. "They are the ones we have most of in our stores, as they make up the majority of the underbeast forces." "Leg snake are rare," Dahlia added. "Not seen one in many cycles." "I know what I'm calling centipedes from now on," Dax said as he finished his food. Mark turned to Nalath, still uncomfortably close behind him. "Can you tell him the food was good and thank you?" Mark asked. "And ask him to give me some more room?" Saltee quickly translated for him. Nalath returned to his seat. As he sat down, Dahlia looked up. She dusted the sand off her before looking at the small shelters they made.
"Dahlia, get rest,"
she said, looking at her father.
"See you in morning. Battle bonded? See you shortly."
As Dahlia went to the largest of the shelters, she crawled in. "Was that a short joke?" Dax asked, looking at Kane. "I feel like that was a short joke." "Don't worry, you're perfectly average for a human male. There's nothing to be ashamed of or embarrassed about," Kane countered, a hint of sarcasm in his voice. "Burn!" Mark shouted. Not only was that unjustly mean, it's also horribly untrue. You should know. The only shower in that junkyard of a starship was in your room, Dax countered as he stood up. "Now, if you don't mind, I am going to bed." "Don't do anything I wouldn't do," Mark teased. "That's setting the bar pretty low. All I have to do is be respectful to her," Dax countered, walking to the shelter. "I believe that's what you would call a burn," Kane teased Mark. Dax removed his armor, setting it in a neat pile next to the shelter before climbing in. Dahlia lay with her back to her side. He lay down facing her. He'd already sweated off the blessing of the World Mother, but Dahlia still smelled as sweet as a rose. She flashed him her tusks before putting her finger in the sand. Without a word, she wrote in the ground before pointing at it. Dax read it out loud. She nodded in approval. He quickly wrote the same word in English before reading it to her. She read it just as clearly. 31. Missing. As Dax's eyes opened, he looked around. The world around him was pitch black. Even the light of the stars and moon were nowhere to be found. The shelter was unnaturally muggy, smelling of a mix of body odor and flowers. Reaching around, his stomach twisted into a knot as he felt nothing but sand completely covering both exits. "Dahlia," he whispered. She didn't reply. He called out a few more times, louder each time. Her slow, even breaths cut through the darkness. Slowly he reached out, praying he didn't grab the edge of her axe. His fingers found the braids he'd put in. Gently, he lowered his hand until he felt her strong jawline. "Dahlia," he said once more, giving her a gentle pat. A sharp snort left her as her body jumped. He felt her look around before her hand quickly went to his. "Battle bonded okay?" she asked, a hint of panic in her voice. "I'm fine, but I think we've been buried," Dax replied. He felt Dahlia look around as she let go of his hand. "This is why we make shelter," Dahlia replied. "We okay. Battle bonded cover face." He took his hand back, and Dahlia got herself in a crouched position, placing her hands on the logs overhead. "Battle-bonded face covered?" she asked. Dax closed his eyes and ducked his head, covering his face with his hands. "Yes," he replied. Sand rained down on him as deadwood groaned. Several heavy thuds of impact with sand shook the ground around him. He looked up to see Dahlia grab the other logs and throw them to the side like they were nothing. She picked up her axe before offering him a hand up. "Not bad," Dax said, taking her hand. "Sands shift quickly," Dahlia explained. With a gentle pull, she lifted him almost completely off the ground. As he landed on his feet, he started to brush the sand off him, letting it run out of his jumpsuit like water through a creek bed. "I love this sand," he mused. "That'd take 2 days to get it all out." "Good. We not have 2 days," Dahlia replied. Dax looked around. The evening sunlight filled their camp. The sand erupted 2 more times as Saltee and Nalath emerged from their shelters. 2 of the scouts were cooking breakfast over the dugout remains of last night's fire pit, filling the air with the scent of fresh meat. Dax stepped out of the shelter, moving to where he'd piled his armor. Digging into the sand, it didn't take long to uncover it. Putting it back on, he noticed Mark checking the tracker on the half-buried sled. He called at one of the lookouts and pointed in a direction. The scout walked over to the sled and moved it to face the direction they needed to go, despite not understanding English. "How'd everyone sleep?" Dax asked, making his way to the fire pit. "Not great," Kane replied. "But I never sleep well on mission." "Quite well," Salty replied. Both men joined Dax by the fire pit, with Dahlia and Nalath joining shortly after. Once the food was ready, Mark and the scout that helped him, along with the other three, who were harvesting more wood for their trip, ate breakfast. Mark devoured his portion faster than anyone else. Nalath kicked sand on the fire once more. Kane's eyes narrowed as he looked around, curiously, catching Dax's attention. The former professor examined their surroundings. He didn't see anything strange. Tilting his head, he listened for possible bug noise. Nothing. "What's wrong?" Dax asked. "We're missing one," Kane replied, standing up. He put his helmet on. "Where's the other lookout?" "Probably doing hunting, Scout," Dahlia replied. "Restock food." "Hunting a bug by yourself doesn't make sense," Kane muttered. His hand went for Mark's magnetic tool. The tension in the former soldier put Dax on edge. He'd only seen Kane like this twice before. Both times something horrible happened shortly after. "Do a perimeter check," Kane ordered. "Kane not chief or battle-bonded," Dahlia countered. "Kane not able to give order." "Daughter, he's a warrior like you. Trust his instincts you may not have developed yet," Salty replied, before turning to the other scouts and relaying the message in their language. "What's your gut telling you?" Dax asked, standing up. "Sentries shouldn't leave their posts until their shift's done," Kane replied, drawing the magnetic weapon. "Warriors as disciplined as the Dalno would know this. Something's wrong. Prep the sled." Mark quickly got up and scrambled toward the sled. Salty barked an order. Two of the scouts joined Mark at the supplies. Dax pointed to where the scouts stood when they went to bed. "I'll start there," he said. "Keep on your toes," Kane replied. Everyone scattered, climbing the shifted dune around them. As Dax reached the top, he looked around. The ocean of sand whipped around lazily in front of him. There wasn't much daylight left, but what was there revealed no footprints leading away from the campsite. "I'm not seeing footprints here," Dax shouted. "Dahlia see nothing," she added. "Me either," Salty called back. "Footsteps in the sand are like tears in the rain. They can be easily hidden," Kane replied. Dax stopped his search. He turned toward the former soldier, a dozen yards away. "I didn't know you were a Blade Runner fan," he called out. "I'm not. I'm a Harrison Ford fan. That man could do no wrong," Kane replied. "One of the last realistic manly men. Keep looking." "Sure thing." Dax started to walk across the top of the dune, still looking for any sign of the missing scout. The shifting sand was lighter underfoot than usual, causing him to sink in a little further. He took shorter steps while lifting his knees sarcastically high with each step. As he stepped down, he felt a metallic grind against the sole of his armored boot. Losing balance, Dax fell over, drawing the attention of everyone, pointing their weapons at him. With a frustrated grumble, he felt the nape of his neck warm, looking at all the eyes on him. "You okay, Klutzy?" Mark teased. "I stepped on something," Dax replied. "I'm fine." "Yeah, it's called sand," Mark countered. Climbing to his feet, Dax pulled his magnetic tool from its holster. With his free hand, he drew his dagger. It was something metallic, Dax explained. He aimed his weapon where he'd stepped. He kept his dagger at the ready as he switched his tool to attract. Dax gently squeezed the trigger. The sand shifted. He stepped back, causing the ground to move more. After a few seconds, the metallic edge of a down-nose sword revealed itself. "Oh, no," he whispered. He squeezed the trigger a little harder. The sword was pulled further out of the sand. A bloodied, green-tinted skeletal hand was uncovered, gripping the handle of the sword tightly. "Guys, I think I found something," he shouted. Dax's mouth turned to cotton as a lump filled his throat. He put his magnetic tool away before cautiously approaching the skeletal hand. Leaning over, he started to dig around the arm. Everyone rushed toward him. Pulling sand away caused it to run down the dune. The more Dax dug, the more the ground shifted. Before he knew it, the sand underfoot gave way. Dax's chest tightened. He lost his footing and tumbled down the hill. Instinctively, he grabbed for anything to try and keep his footing. Dax shouted. Tumbling halfway down the dune, his armor clattered. He shut his eyes tightly. Landing on his back, he slowly opened his eyes. The skull of a Dalno hovered inches away from his face. The eyes, lips, and most of the skin were missing. With an instinctive scream, Dax shoved the fresh corpse away from him and scrambled backward. Chunks of flesh, tattered leather, and armor rested on what was left of the partially devoured scout. The rest of the team arrived by Dax as he tried to regain control of himself. Dahlia rushed to his side while Saltee and Nalath inspected the corpse.
"Battle-bonded harmed?"
Dahlia asked. Dax shook his head, his eyes unable to move away from the body in front of him. Kane stepped next to him and nodded toward Dax's right. "That could have ended badly," the former Marine said. Dax ripped his eyes from the body as his adrenaline surge gradually burned off, his chest aching from the pounding of his heart. Stuck in the sand, less than 2 feet from where his head was, sat the scout's sword. Dahlia helped Dax to his feet. He thanked her in her native language before looking at Saltee. "I'm sorry for your loss," Dax said. "We live to die," Saltee said, kneeling by the body to inspect it. Nalath took several steps away from the body, his eyes wide in terror. Without taking his eyes off the body, he shouted at the sled, waving his arm wildly. As he did, they took off as fast as they could up the dune, with Mark hopping in to ride. "What did he say?" Kane asked. Dax slid his knife in its sheath. Nalath walked over to the scout's sword, pulled it out of the sand, and handed it to Dax. He said something as he gripped his weapon with both hands tightly. "He said you'll all need one of those," Saltee replied. Dax noticed Dahlia swallow hard. Her forest-green skin turned slightly lighter. "Run," she said softly. "We don't know for sure they did this," Saltee replied.
"Dahlia and Nalath see this before. World Mother accept this burial. Run!"
Dahlia and Nalath sprinted across the former oasis. She grabbed at Dax, but missed. The warriors didn't stop or even look back. Dax quickly put his helmet on before shouldering the massive weapon. "If they're running and Dahlia isn't stopping for her battle-bonded, I think I'll run with them," Dax said. "What are we facing?" Kane asked. "They said it's the small ones," Saltee replied. "I've never seen them before, but I am inclined to believe my daughter." By the time the chief was done speaking, Dax was already in an all-out sprint behind Dahlia and Nalath. Kane and Saltee quickly followed. A soft rumble filled the pit. Dax scrambled up the backside of their camp. The scouts were far ahead of them, pushing the sled. "Feel the rhythm, feel the rhyme," Dax whispered to himself. He turned back to see Saltee and Kane at the bottom of the dune he stood on top of. The sand where the scout's corpse was started to writhe as if it were boiling. He felt blood rush to his legs, causing them to wobble under his weight. In an explosion of sand, a swarm of bugs the size of large cats erupted from the ground. They ran in circles, hissing and screeching, their spikes of legs shaking the ground with the thousands that emerged. Salty threw what was left of his breakfast over his shoulder. The swarm rushed toward the meat. "Run!" the chief shouted as he reached Dax. Without missing a beat, Dax turned and continued to sprint as fast as his legs would carry him.
"How do we lose them?" Kane asked. "We can't fight that many."
"Hope they tire before they catch us," Salty replied. As the three men caught up to the running Dahlia and Nalath, Dax glanced over his shoulder. The tingle of terror gripping him rushed over his body. The swarm of smaller bugs broke the top of the dune and started to pursue the team. Their bloodthirsty screeches caused Dax's legs to move faster than he thought was possible. He pulled away from those around him, forcing them to speed up as well. 32. Small Ones. "Where are we going?" Mark shouted back. Dax looked over his shoulder from the light of both full moons. He could see the swarm closing in at breakneck speed. "Drop the meat," Dax ordered. "It'll buy us some time." Nalath and his scouts started to heave their food reserves out of the sled as they ran. A few seconds later, as they passed the sand-covered bug meat, the small creatures swarmed the lumps of their hive, devouring them while slowing the sea of creatures down. Mark screamed in protest with every slice tossed into sand. "You're ruining it!"
"They'll ruin you,"
Kane shouted, looking at the magnet tool on his thigh.
"Throw shrapnel."
With a reluctant grunt, Mark bent over and grabbed 2 handfuls of useless hunks of metal. Dax grabbed his tool before flipping it to repulse. "Keep moving! We'll cover you!" he shouted.
"Don't you stop here with me. Keep going," Kane countered.
"No way I'm leaving you to hold this by yourself. You need someone to watch your back." "Shrapnel away!" Mark shouted. Dax and Kane looked up as hunks of metal soared over them. They both raised their weapons and squeezed the trigger. Hunks of metal flew into the crowd of bugs. They burst like water balloons in showers of grayish-green. Death screeches rose from their ranks as the others swarmed the dead and injured, devouring them.
"They eat their wounded,"
Kane chuckled. "I'm getting some Lost in Space flashbacks," Dax replied, as both men recalled their debris only to blast the swarm with another wall of metal. "But that's what happens when you're on a world with no food. The strong eat the weak."
"And the Dalno eat you," Kane added. "Why aren't you using that sword?"
"I don't want to get close to those things." They fired several more times. The wall of bugs was slowed, but still advanced toward them. Dax looked down at his weapon, causing his heart to sink. He was down to single digits on its charge. "I don't have a lot of shots left," Dax warned. "Battle-bonded," Dahlia's voice cut through the sound of slaughter before them. Dax looked over his shoulder. The entire team had stopped running several hundred yards away. "Keep going," Dax shouted. "We can't. There's a drop-off," Mark countered.
"Bury yourselves," Kane ordered.
"What?" Mark asked.
"Get under the sand and get the sled away from the drop-off," Kane replied.
"What are you thinking, big man?" Dax asked as they started to backpedal.
"Did you know that Disney produced a show about animals in the wild?" Kane asked.
"Doesn't surprise me. They own just about everything," Dax replied as he continued to fire.
"One of the things they showed was a lemming jumping off a cliff. Every other lemming then followed, leaping to their deaths."
"That's a great idea, but how are we not going to die?" Dax asked.
"You throw me that sword and get that dagger ready. When we go over the edge, we shoot these things into the wall and pray that action movies get something right."
"You're insane." "I love it," Dax cackled. He glanced over his shoulder once again. Everyone was no longer visible. One of the scouts was pushing the sled away from the cliff and further inland, when he let out a scream before being swarmed by a wall of bugs approaching from the side. "We're being flanked. Now's the time to go," Dax shouted. Both men turned and started to sprint toward the cliff. Grateful for the higher oxygen, Dax's legs carried him faster than he'd ever run. Adrenaline, fear, and excitement filled him as he bolted for the cliff with Kane by his side. The thumping of countless feet filled the air. The sea of bugs closed in from behind and to their left. Dax tossed the sword to Kane. He caught it, stumbling slightly from its weight. He managed to keep his footing and continued to press on. With the cliff edge in sight, Dax drew his dagger before he felt a punch to the back of his shoulder. He looked over to see one of the small bugs trying to puncture his armor. He quickly stabbed it in the top of its skull, causing a squeal. Its body fell limp. He slung the body over the cliff's edge before he and Kane leaped off themselves. Dax's stomach lurched into his throat as he started to free-fall. His focus was locked on his tools. His gauntlet clenched his fingers in place. He pointed his dagger at the cliff face and squeezed the trigger. Dax's arm yanked tight as the magnetic pulse sent his dagger hilt deep into the stone wall. The former professor slammed into the rock violently, his armor protecting him from severe injury. A sharp pain shot through his shoulder as he dangled from the wall. "Kane!" Dax shouted. The massive Dalno's sword slammed into the wall a few feet away from him. Kane held onto its handle with both hands as it carved a line down the cliff face for several feet before finally coming to a stop. Kane let out a boisterous laugh as the small bugs threw themselves bodily off the cliff. Thousands of them fell. Dax watched them tumble hundreds of yards before a splash rang out from below. Bioluminescence filled the darkness below them. It rippled out in every direction from each little impact. After almost a minute, the last of the bugs launched itself over the cliff. Dax checked his magnetic tool. Its charge was gone. Marking how lucky he'd been, he holstered the item as Kane continued to laugh. "What's so funny?" Dax asked.
"I can't believe that worked," Kane replied.
"Why?" Dax looked down, his body limply dangling from his knife.
"Because lemmings don't just follow each other off cliffs like that. The studio told the filmmakers to throw them over the edge because they felt that the film was going to be too boring," Kane said. "It looks like the bugs are the new lemmings."
"Battle-bonded!" Dahlia screamed. Dax looked up to see her head poke over the edge. "We're alive," Dax replied. "A little stuck, though. I don't think either of us want to try and rock climb in the dark." "How much juice do you have in your thrusters?" Mark asked. "Enough to slow a descent," Dax called out. "Not enough to generate lift." "Fair enough. Are you hanging in there okay?" Mark asked.
"The suits are doing it for us," Kane replied.
"Good. I have an idea. Dahlia, with me." Her head disappeared as Saltee and Nalath looked down at them.
"You killed the entire horde yourselves," Saltee called down. "Humans really do live up to their reputation."
"Yeah, well, we also have a bad habit of getting ourselves stuck, too," Dax replied. Nalath called down to them.
"He asked if you would be willing to stay there until daylight where you can climb back out," Saltee translated.
Dax scoffed.
"No, Nalath, we won't be," Dax replied in their language, his voice dripping with sarcasm.
Saltee let out a snort of approval as both men retracted from the edge as well.
"Did you see water down there?"
Kane asked. "I did," Dax replied.
"That could be the last reservoir of water on the surface. It could prove valuable to the Dalno."
"I wouldn't trust it," Dax replied. He looked at the cliff faces around them. They were perfectly straight, with grooves evenly spaced from as far up as he could see to as far down as he could see. The light of the moons gave him a limited field of view.
Some professor thing? Kane asked.
Straight lines don't exist in nature, Dax replied. You should know that from any stealth training you took, and these are tool marks. I don't think that the bugs can use tools.
So, what's your educated guess on this one? Kane asked.
This is an old quarry, and if that's the case, any runoff that would have pooled at the bottom has an extremely high chance of having a lethal pH balance.
And if it's not? Kane continued.
Then it's the only source of water in the area with bugs around. We go down there, we get ambushed, and it's human and Dalno tartar for the insects. "Okay, we're back," Mark called down. "You guys still good?"
"Hanging in there," Dax shouted up.
Mark gave a singular, sarcastic laugh. "Holster or hold on tight to anything you don't want gone," Mark ordered.
"Oh, no," Kane grumbled.
Dax's heart skipped a beat as he looked up to see a slight shimmer of something large and metallic in Dahlia's hands.
"Oh, this is going to hurt," Dax whimpered.
"Battle-bonded ready?" Dahlia shouted down. "No," Dax replied. "Too bad. She's already juiced up," Mark replied.
"Mark!" Kane scolded.
"I was talking about the mag cannon," Mark countered. "Get your mind out of the gutter."
"Did he just tell us to get our mind out of the gutter?" Kane asked.
"I believe he did," Dax replied.
"Maybe the world is ending."
As Kane spoke, Dax felt a pull on his suit. He kept his hand wrapped tightly around his dagger as his body started to float. "I think we know how the cows felt," Dax shouted as his feet drifted over his head. Kane let go of the sword before being zipped into the sky. Dax pulled on his dagger several times as hard as he could. His suit started to groan around him. "Come on," Dax snarled. After several hard pulls, his knife slipped free from the rock face. As he tumbled into the air, he grabbed his sheath and slid his knife into it. The world, the stars, and the night sky swirled around as he flipped through the sky. Dax tightened his gut. His stomach swirled into his throat. He wheezed, his lungs pressed against the inside of his ribs from the violent spinning. Dax closed his eyes and clenched his teeth. The pull on his armor vanished as Kane's impact sounded below him.
"Relax,"
Kane shouted. Dax didn't take his advice. He kept his arms and legs tucked into his body while he ducked his head. With a swipe across his suit's bracer, he rolled the full suit-locking mechanism as high as it could go, turning his armor into a tomb. Dax hit the ground with a thud. He landed flat and let out a wheeze of pain. The wind was knocked from him. Mark and Dahlia were the first to his side. Mark gave him a little kick, while Dahlia flipped him to his back. He rolled, his arms and legs still curled in. "You alive?" Mark asked.
"Yeah," Dax groaned.
"Battle-bonded throw back out again?"
Dahlia asked.
"I don't think so. My suit is locked," Dax replied. "Mark, can you unlock it for me?"
"Smart choice. I was a little worried you two were going to land wrong and snap your arm off at the shoulder."
"Glad that Kane's in one piece, then,"
Dax wheezed.
"Now please unlock my armor. I'm having trouble breathing."
"Right, sorry. Let me get in here real quick." Mark leaned in, inspected Dax's bracer, found the controls, and swiped to unlock the suit. Dax's arms, legs, and head fell back into the sand. He let out another groan as he took a deep breath.
"Didn't think I'd ever use that," he said softly, looking at Dahlia. "How many did we lose?" "1," Dahlia replied. "I'm sorry," Dax sighed as he climbed to his feet. "I'm thinking the small ones are gone. Otherwise they would have attacked again by now. Let's set up camp and give your people a proper burial."
Dax looked at Mark. He could tell the teen was thinking about the food. He remained quiet.
"Dahlia talked to Nalath about it."
As she turned and walked away, Dax looked at Mark. "That was quick thinking. Thank you." "You're around intelligence long enough. You pick up a thing or two," Mark replied. "What are we going to do about the food?" "I'm sure we can harvest scraps from the dead on our way back from getting the other scout's body," Dax replied. "And thank you for not bringing it up around Dahlia." "It was really hard not to," Mark replied before pointing at Kane still in the sand. "Should we give him a hand up?" "Yeah, we'd better," Dax said, walking toward the former soldier. 33. Quarry. As they returned to their former camp, Nalath and Saltee retrieved the bones of their dead scout. Dax, Kane, and Dahlia loaded the sled, pushed by the remaining scouts with the logs they'd formerly used for shelter. On their way back toward the cliff, Mark picked up the corpses of the bugs that weren't completely devoured as quietly as possible. He placed the bodies in the sled as well. Dax elbowed the teen. He shrugged, throwing him a look as if to ask what he did wrong. To his credit, he maintained the reverent silence the other Dalno displayed. As they reached the cliffs, Dax helped Dahlia, Saltee, and Nalath in creating a funeral pyre for the fallen warriors. The silence of the survivors weighed heavy on Dax as he worked, making the full tree trunks seem light in comparison, having experienced the same more than once. Finishing the pyre, Dax stepped back with Kane and Mark. Nalath and Saltee placed the fallen on it. Nalath drew his weapon and pulled something out of the pouch on his hip. The other two scouts poured what looked like oil over the wood. The unique stench of the bugs filled the air as more fuel was added. They took a step back. Nalath struck his weapon. Sparks flew in all directions, igniting the oil and sending blue flames across the pyre in the blink of an eye. Dax watched closely as Saltee stood at the head of the pyre, and Nalath positioned himself at the foot. Both men threw their weapons in the sand. They raised their hands and started to sing in a low, melodious tone before dancing around the tower of flames. The stench of burning flesh and bones stung Dax's nostrils. Mark even flinched and covered his face. Looking at the former soldier, Dax noticed his face hadn't changed. He stared into the fire with a resolve he'd never seen before. Dahlia and the three other scouts moved toward Dax. They took their positions, watching the funeral dance before the scouts joined in the singing. Dax's heart stirred at the beautiful rumbling song. He clenched his jaw tightly, forcing himself to watch the bodies be consumed by the flames. "What are they saying?" Dax whispered to Dahlia. "They sing great praises of fallen scouts," Dahlia replied. "They ask World Mother take them into arms and make one with her." "That's a beautiful sentiment," Dax said. "Do hairless pink ape have something similar?" "Some cultures do," Dax replied. "Mostly we put them in the ground to rest in peace." "Dalno used to do that. Underbeasts would consume fallen, steal souls from World Mother," Dahlia whispered. "This stop defiling from happening. Let World Mother embrace souls." The three scouts stopped singing. Saltee and Nalath continued, still dancing around the flames. "How long do they dance for?" Mark asked. "Until flames die," Dahlia replied. The surviving scouts stepped out of the line. They looked at Dax and spoke in their tongue quickly at him. He looked at Dahlia. "Scouts ask hairless pink ape for favor," Dahlia translated. "If I can grant it," Dax replied. "Scouts say in face of mission, this waste time. If succeed, souls not consumed. Scouts ask that, if fall, leave them and slay Queen," Dahlia said. "No one gets left behind," Dax countered. "Dead or alive, we come home. or are returned to Dalno-Nuur.
We'll do what's necessary to ensure the completion of the mission,"
Kane cut in. His voice was low, serious. His eyes didn't move from the fire before them.
"If you fall, we leave you where you fall. Once the Queen is dead, if we can retrieve you, we will. Otherwise, we'll leave you as a monument to your own sacrifice."
"Someone went full edgelord,"
Mark whispered to Dax. Dahlia turned to the scouts. She translated, motioning toward Dax as she spoke. He could understand about half of what she said. She then turned to Kane, translating his message. All three scouts pointed at Kane and flashed their tusks in approval.
"Scouts prefer monument to sacrifice,"
Dahlia said.
"No retrieval."
"You'd better honor their wishes, boy. Sacrifice is part of the job. If it's my body or kill the Queen, I expect you to take what you need from my corpse, leave me, and finish her off. The mission comes first,"
Kane added. Dax swallowed hard and nodded reluctantly. "Mission comes first," he agreed. Mark threw a confused look at the former professor before stepping in front of him.
"You'd leave them?"
Mark whispered. Dax looked down at the young man and placed a hand on his shoulder. "Personally, I'd say burn me too. I'd rather that than be in a bug's stomach. But if it's between retrieving my body or killing the Queen, I have to say, Kane might actually be right on this one." With a disappointed huff and a roll of his eyes, Mark stepped back in line. More silence fell over the team as they all turned back toward the pyre. Saltee and Nalath's dance and song didn't slow down for a moment as minutes dragged on to hours. For a fully armored mountain of men, each hop, slide, and spin was light and as graceful as a ballerina. The flames gradually burned down until they were little more than cinders. Only a pile of ash stood where the Dalno's bodies once were. Nalath and Saltee picked up their weapons and buried the ashes. Dax had plenty of time to relive his own trauma during the ceremony. The fact that these aliens laid their dead to rest the same way his family had met their end was not lost to him. In the fires of the flame, he relived the moment of his own family's death over and over again. But this time, it felt different. Yes, there would always be pain and sorrow, grief on a level few knew, but somewhere in the dark was a glimmering light, a light that told him there was a reason he hadn't taken his own life. If he had given in to the dark, he wouldn't be here now helping these people. And not just these people, Kane and Mark as well, his people. When the ceremony was finished, the alien warriors placed their weapons on their backs before turning to the team and approaching. Saltee and Nalath hid any expression of sorrow as they returned. They both crossed their arms as they slowed to a stop.
"We've lost an entire night's travel," Saltee said.
He nodded to the hints of sunlight on the horizon behind them.
"We need to gain ground while the sun is up," he continued.
Dax made his way to the sled. Each step felt heavier than the last. The once mostly smooth transport was now dented, bent up, and punctured. Denial quickly overtook him as he noticed holes in the tracker compartment. His heart slammed in his chest once he looked inside to see several severed wires. "We might have a problem," Dax shouted back.
"What now?"
Kane asked. "Those things did some damage to the tracker," Dax replied, turning back to the group. "How'd we miss this?" Mark looked from the sled to the still-smoking sand, then back to the sled. "I wonder," he asked sarcastically before walking toward Dax. "I'm sure I can fix it. Give me a second." He jogged over to the sled before inspecting the housing. Dax watched closely as Mark bit his cheek before feeling around inside the box. A spark of light erupted from the holes. Mark jumped and yanked his hand out. It was covered in soot. He shook his appendage while grumbling to himself. "On a scale from 1 to 10, how screwed are we?" Dax asked.
7, probably 8. I mean, I might be able to fix it long enough for us to get a heading, but I don't have all the tools I'd need to make a full repair on this."
"You said you were coming because you could repair this if it stopped working," Kane countered, marching up to the sled.
"Yeah, if it stopped working, if it had technical issues, not if it was run through by a swarm of flesh-eating monsters."
Dax felt the static between the two start to build once more. Not wanting to see either strike each other again, he stepped between them. "Do what you can. A heading is better than nothing. Salty, stay here with him. Kane, come with me." Dax started to walk back toward the cliff. Dahlia and Kane moved with him as the others stayed behind to help and observe. As they reached the edge of the cliff, Dax let out a sigh. The morning sunlight was just bright enough to reveal a near-perfect square carved out of the ground. It was hundreds of feet deep, nearly a quarter-mile wide, and twice as long. At the bottom sat bright bluish-green water, so cloudy they couldn't see the bottom. Dax leaned over to see the Dalno's sword still stuck in the side. Directly below was no hint of the bugs that threw themselves off by the thousands. "The kid's a miracle worker, Kane. He may be a screw-up in most every other aspect of his life, and disrespectful to boot, but when it comes to technology, there's no one better," Dax replied as he continued to search the water.
"What that?"
Dahlia asked, pointing at the lake below.
"That's water,"
Kane replied, ignoring Dax's advice.
"Water?"
Dahlia exclaimed.
"Water rarely on surface."
Dax put his arm out and shook his head. "Just a few hours ago, almost 10,000 bugs jumped in there. Dead things float. Tell me, what's missing?" Dax asked. Dahlia leaned over the edge as well. She inspected the water closely as Dax took a step back. He watched as her brow knitted together. Curiosity was quickly overtaken by realization.
"No corpses,"
Dahlia exclaimed. "Exactly. The rocks probably threw the pH balance of the water off to the point where it will kill and break down just about anything that goes into it," Dax explained.
"Water eat things?"
Dahlia asked.
"If that's true, how do you explain the bioluminescence?" Kane asked.
"There could be extremophiles in there. It could have been a chemical reaction of the exoskeletons in the water. I don't know," Dax replied, "and I'm not super keen to figure it out."
"What pH?"
Dahlia asked.
"Good luck explaining that,"
Kane scoffed, walking away from the edge. "I'll bet you a drink I can do it," Dax countered.
"Make it 5,
Kane countered. pH is how humans determine what a liquid is. There's a small range in the middle that's safe. If you go too far to one side or too far to another, it can hurt or even kill you, Dax explained. A deep frown overtook Dahlia's face as he spoke. Another idea sprang to him. "Heat," Dax exclaimed. "Have too much, it'll burn you. Have too little, you'll freeze. You want to be between the two."
"Like fire?"
she asked, excitement overtaking her features.
"Good to keep warm at night, also good to burn bodies."
Dax snapped and pointed at her. "That is close enough, yes, but unlike fire, without special equipment, we can't tell if that water is dangerous for sure, aside from the fact that there aren't any small ones in it."
"Dahlia, understand."
She flashed her tusks before clapping in excitement.
"Dagnabbit," Kane huffed. How can you do that? She doesn't even know pH values."
"It's what makes me a good teacher," Dax teased. "And I'll be expecting those at the first bar we stop at." Kane's eyes narrowed as he looked past Dax.
"Professor, tell me, do stagnant bodies of water tend to move at all?" Kane asked.
"Without an inlet or an outlet, No. Why? Dax asked. As he spun around, he froze in place. A massive swell spread across the quarry lake, accompanied by a large shadow under the water. The surface burst as a whale-sized bug breached. Its mouth full of teeth chomped at the surface blindly. Chitinous divots dotted its face where eyes once were. Dax squinted, getting a clearer image of the beast. Its exoskeleton was damaged as if eaten away by some form of extreme acid or base.
"The bugs have megalodons now?"
Kane asked, his voice squeaking slightly. "It's not a problem. It's trapped and being slowly eaten away by the water," Dax replied with a smile, looking at Dahlia. "Did you see the damage on its carapace?"
Dahlia noticed Underbeast had no eyes either,
she replied. "That's from the pH of the water being off."
"Has anyone ever told you that your I-told-you-sos are really annoying?"
Kane asked. "More than you'd imagine."
"I don't know. I've got a pretty healthy imagination."
34. War Crimes. Everyone circled around the sled. Mark announced that he thought he'd finished his repairs. Dax watched the screen closely, his toe tapping in the sand. The soft clanking of his gloved fingertips echoed against his armor. Kane looked at him and gave a judging throat clear. "Sorry," Dax said, putting his body to rest.
"How sure are you this'll work?"
Kane asked. Mark let out a nervous chuckle and shrugged. "We'll find out. Everyone keep your eyes on the screen. Not sure how long it'll work if it kicks on." Dax turned his attention to the center of the tracker. As Mark moved the wires to the batteries, he hardly noticed he'd been holding his breath. Sparks jumped off the battery as the wires were connected. The tracker flickered to life. Smoke billowed out of the holes in the housing. The line ran a circle. It faded in the blink the green surged before the screen cracked. A split second before the device fried itself, Dax saw his tracker appear a quarter-inch off the center. The Dalno all went on in their own language. Dax winced, understanding every word that came out of their mouths. Kane let out a despondent sigh as he approached Dax.
"What are they saying?" he asked.
"A string of the first words you learn when you learn a new language," Dax replied.
"That's not family-friendly," Kane said.
"Good thing no one else can understand them," Dax replied before motioning at the tracker. "Did you see it?"
"Yeah, it pretty much blew up," Kane replied.
"Queen, get away!"
Dahlia roared. She drew her axe. In a fit of rage, she brought it down on the housing, cleaving it in half. Mark squealed, jumping from the outburst of anger. He hung his head, sitting despondent in the sand.
"I'm sorry, guys,"
Mark mumbled.
"I couldn't get it fixed."
"Am I the only one who saw it?" Dax asked. He looked around in disbelief. Curiosity gripped the group as they turned to him. "Saw what?" Saltee asked. Dax made his way to the sled. He inspected Dahlia's handiwork. Clearing his throat, he pointed at the axe. "Would you?" he asked. Dahlia grabbed her weapon and ripped it free. Dax turned away as another shower of sparks flew from the container. He pursed his lips, inspecting the torn, blackened screen. Reaching down, he cleaned off some soot. "There was a ping right there just before it pulled an R2 on the trench run," Dax said. Mark was the only one who chuckled at the reference. Dax turned toward the quarry. He pointed across the gap. "If it's right, my trackers are on the other side of that quarry." His satisfied smile quickly faded as he noticed a mountain standing tall almost a mile away. Dax's mouth went dry and his knees weakened, causing him to stagger backward. Dahlia caught him, keeping him on his feet.
"What's your—"
Kane started. He trailed off as he followed Dax's line of sight.
"Suck my toe and call me Quentin Tarantino."
He turned toward Dax, shaking his head and pointing at the mountain.
If your theory is correct, he started.
We just found the Queen's nest, Dax replied.
Queen's nest?
Dahlia asked. You see that mountain? Dax asked. She nodded. I'm sure that's the Queen. She probably takes up 80% of that mountain. Nalath muttered something to Saltee. We use the cannon, Saltee replied. We bring the mountain down on her. Crush her, break her carapace. Her weight will finish her off if the mountain doesn't, Dax continued. Why not just climb to the top and shoot down? Mark asked. Push it down onto her, crush her that way. The magnetic wave won't be wide enough to push the mountain on top of her. We also need to find a weak point to focus the pull. Domes are extremely strong, but compromise the right spot, the whole thing comes down, Dax explained. Dax turned toward Nalath. He pointed across the quarry. Can you send your men to go to that side and find a hole or cave? That's where the bugs will enter to go into their hive, Dax said. Dahlia quickly translated. Without missing a beat, Nalath and his remaining scouts rushed across the outside of the quarry. Dax turned back to Kane. Ready for all that practice to pay off? Dax asked. He looked at the wall and cracked his neck. Let's blow away some bugs. That's a quarry. It's all rock, Mark countered. That'll be a waste of a battery line. Kane pointed at the far walls as he made his way to the cannon. You see those veins in the white stone? Kane asked. That's iron ore. A powerful enough shot will push it. Meaning it'll push you. Dahlia, Saltee, help me make a brace for him. Dax went to the sled. Some bug parts, a series of weapons, batteries, and shrapnel was all that were left. Dax grabbed a chitinous warhammer that was slightly smaller than the rest. Holding it with both hands, he gave it a few test swings. It was lighter than the metal. He stuck it in the sand. Let's use the metal hammers, Dax said, pointing at the massive weapons. That way, if he slips, he won't cut a limb off. Foot braces? Saltee asked. I'd ask him. He's the one with the experience in this field, Dax explained. Dahlia flashed her tusks. She reached down and grabbed a hammer with a head as large as Dax's body. Saltee grabbed the other. They tossed them over their shoulders before walking toward Kane as he prepped his weapon. Thank you for the quick thinking, Dax said, looking at Mark. Probably saved us both. Any time. I may give you guys a hard time, but to be honest, well, like I said, you two are the closest to family I have. You guys have shown more interest in me than my own father, Mark said with a shrug before rubbing the fading bruise on his cheek. Even if there are questionable parenting techniques. Hey, why didn't I get one of those wraps? They probably didn't want to risk the glass-like salt on your face, Dax replied. You don't want it. And honestly, it's a learning process for both of us. He never had any kids, and all I had were girls. We appreciate your patience with us. Mark stood up. He tried to hide a smile as he stepped toward Dax. He wrapped his arms around the former professor's chest. A wave of emotion unexpectedly crashed over him. Dax's heart skipped a beat. His eyes burned as his vision blurred. Snapping himself into action, he wrapped his arms around Mark, patting the young man's back. If you tell Kane about this, I'll deny it, Mark said into Dax's breastplate. Deal. Once we're done with this, I'll show you how to shave with a knife, Dax replied. Mark broke the hug. He ran his fingers over his peach fuzz of a mustache. I'm not shaving this glorious thing, Mark protested. It's not as impressive as you think. If you shave, it'll come back looking thicker. That's the same lie my mom told my brother. He shaved and his facial hair didn't come in any thicker. I said it'd look thicker. I didn't say it would be. But if you don't want to, I'll show you what a real mustache looks like, Dax teased. Dax turned to see Kane take his sniper position with a hammer at each foot. Dahlia and Saltee made small adjustments per the former Marine's instructions. On the far side of the quarry, Nalath and his scouts reached their target. It didn't take them long before they turned back toward Kane and clumped together. "Looks like things are about to kick off," Dax said. "Come on." He waved for Mark to follow him. He picked up his hammer as they left the sled behind. They stopped a few yards away from Kane, staying to his side as he took aim. Saltee shouted, waving his arms. The scouts broke up and started their return. "You got your target?" Dax asked. "I do," Kane replied. He paused and looked up at Saltee. "Put the hammers on my hips," he ordered. "Dax, Mark, Dahlia, come sit on my legs." "You're not pushing?" Mark asked. "Who knows how thick that far wall is, or what it's made out of? I can see the ore here. I can pull it in, and we'll work from there." Obliging, the hammers moved, and everyone else sat on Kane's lower body. The former soldier took a deep breath. As he exhaled, it was uneven and uneasy. "You okay?" Mark asked. "Yeah, just a little bit of déjà vu," Kane replied. "Want to talk about it?" Mark asked. "Mark," Dax said softly, shaking his head. "It's okay. It's about time the boy learns why I ended up in the junkyard," Kane said. "War crime, right?" Mark asked. "Technically, yes. I was on a scout mission. Recon and report back only. I was near a village of retreating civilians when combatants closed in on them. The civilians didn't have weapons or protection. They would have been sitting ducks," Kane said softly as he made micro-adjustments to his aim. "One man versus an army," Mark chuckled. "That sounds pretty hardcore." "It wasn't as cinematic as that," Kane countered. Dax kept silent as he looked at a concerned Saltee and confused Dahlia. He shook his head as if to tell them to let him talk. "I called it in, asked for backup. The higher-ups told me to hold position and not to engage. We weren't supposed to be there. They couldn't have evidence we were watching the situation so closely. I asked for permission to engage myself. Again, they told me to sit on my hands," Kane explained. "That's not right," Mark said softly. "I didn't think so either," Kane replied. "So I found a weathered statue of their god halfway up the mountain. With the gun I had, it only took one shot for unplanned, sudden demolition. That statue came down, taking half the mountain with it. I got 1,000 confirmed kills that day. The next day I was court-martialed, and since I wasn't supposed to be there in the first place, I was charged as a war criminal, sentenced to being an ogre." "I'm sorry," Mark said softly. "Don't be," Kane replied. "The only thing for evil to prevail is for good men to do nothing. With a twitch of my finger, I saved an entire village. And I got to meet you all, too. Now, if you don't mind, it looks like Nalath and his men are clear. Hang on." Everyone pushed onto his lower body. Kane's finger twitched. A burst of energy ripped out of the weapon's barrel, pulling them all forward. Dahlia slammed her axe into the ground, jerking them to a stop. Kane released the trigger. Dax rolled off the soldier, turning toward the quarry. A deep crack stretched across the far wall. The crack slowly spread. Excitement flickered inside Dax. He crossed his fingers. Come on," he muttered. The ground started to violently shake under their feet as the far wall completely collapsed into the quarry's lake, deep enough to swallow the entire wall while sending a wave throughout the entire hole before rushing out through Kane's opening. "That, ladies and gentlemen, that is how you make a shot," Kane mused as he climbed to his feet. 35. Flood. Dax left Kane to get up on his own. He approached the quarry's edge. He watched in awe as hundreds of thousands of gallons of caustic water rushed from its home with such force it pulled parts of the walls away, causing the flooding to speed up. The giant water bug tried to swim against the current. It was too strong. With a mighty, angry roar, it was pulled out of its home, disappearing over the edge. The rest of the team made their way to his side, watching the water be pulled into a large hole on the other side, a permanent wave sloshing at the torrent's bottleneck. "I bet that'd be fun to surf," Mark said. "It would be until your skin started to melt off inside of 2 minutes," Dax replied.
"That raises a question I probably should have asked earlier," Kane said, lowering the cannon. "If that water is so toxic, why is it a good idea to flood their nest with it first?"
If this quarry's sides were so hard that monstrosity couldn't get out and it held the water that didn't evaporate in place, then it must have been too hard for the bugs to dig through, Dax explained, looking back as the water continued to flow. The fact that they have a nest underground means the ground is soft. It'll absorb the water after it's done, drowning or burning the bugs to death that'll be in the way.
"You missed your calling,"
Kane scoffed, shaking his head.
"Dahlia think he good teacher."
"And he clearly is, but he's got a tactical mind most generals don't," Kane replied. "If this were on Earth, they would have bombed that mountain until it was as flat as the desert. How much water is in that thing?"
"I have no idea. This was not in our records," Saltee replied.
"Don't some fish grow to the size of their tank?" Mark asked. "I thought I read that somewhere.
If that's true, it's probably pretty deep. With evaporation alone, it'd have to be for there to still be water in it," Dax replied. Nalath and his team returned, panting and smiling. They pointed at the flooding hole. As Nalath spoke, one of them made his way to the sled. He grabbed the last massive sword, removed his own from his back, and connected the hilts together. He gave the weapon a test spin before returning to the group. "What's with Maul?" Mark asked. "Not sure, but I'm glad he's on our side," Dax replied.
"What did Nalath say?" Kane jumped in.
"He's saying there were guards at the mouth of the cave," Saltee explained. "That they were larger and more heavily armored than any he'd seen before." "That's good," Dax replied. "How is that good?" Mark jumped in.
"If you're going to put guards at the door to protect your boss, are you going to put the everyday peons like yourself?"
Kane teased before tapping Saltee's breastplate.
"Or are you going to put him at the door?"
"Don't appreciate being called a peon, but I get your point," Mark replied.
"And what if they're still there?"
"They won't be," Dax replied, watching the flow of the water start to slow. Water flowing at the pace of an average river flows with the force of 0.43 pounds per square inch. At those speeds, it's got to be hitting with several pounds of force per square inch. The bigger the bugs, the more surface area they have. The taller the bugs, the easier they'll topple. I'm willing to bet they toppled the second that wave hit them, then were pulled into the nest. "There is only one way to find out," Saltee replied. "Nalath, you and the boys want to get the sled?" Dax asked. Dahlia translated for him. The scouts went to the sled as the team started their trek around the quarry. Dax continued to keep his eyes on the rapidly emptying quarry. Dahlia walked closely by his side, watching with him.
"What battle-bonded look for?"
she asked. "I'm curious how deep it is, and if any pieces of equipment from your people are down there," Dax replied.
"This not natural?"
"No, this was made. People would harvest stone like you harvest underbeast meat. They then used that stone to build homes, among other things."
"Homes of stone?"
Dahlia asked, looking back at him quizzically. "Before homes could be made of metal, they were made of stone. Before they were made of stone, they were made of sticks, like our shelters, Dax explained. Your people progressed to the metal homes and traveling the stars before the underbeasts sent you back to before the age of stone.
Dalno in Stick Age?
Dahlia asked. Well, not really, although I'm not sure how to address that.
About time you can't explain something,
Kane jested. The water flow started to slow as the levels continued to recede. The quarry was twice as deep as it originally looked. At the bottom, hunks of rounded brown metal with what looked like long rusted tools protruding from them dotted the floor. Don't know why I expected anything different, Dax said, turning his attention forward.
So, was it Dalno or other aliens?
Kane asked. How should I know? Those machines would fall apart the second you got close to them. It'd be irresponsible to make that guess. You've been pretty guess-heavy since we got here. Why stop now? Mark teased. Because there's not enough evidence to make an educated assumption on the larger world around us at the moment. Good to see you're not actually a know-it-all, Mark said. I know more than you, Dax countered.
Children, Kane interrupted. Don't make me pull this party over.
An awkward silence fell over the Dalno as a light snicker rose from the humans.
What that?
Dahlia asked. We're just playing with each other, Dax replied.
Enough play. It's about time to go to work,
Saltee said. They rounded the last corner. The mouth of the bug nest sat below them. The once mighty roar of the water was little more than a steady flow now and lessening by the second. No bugs sat in sight with the ground and walls partially washed away from the flood. Dax was surprised not to hear any screeches from inside of the nest from the floodwaters. Nalath pointed to the sky and asked a question.
Nalath asked where flying underbeasts are,
Dahlia translated. Flying takes a lot of energy, Dax replied. Without a reliable food source, they'd be the second set of underbeasts to die out, next to the largest of the nest. Looks like Wing Cutter doesn't get to cut any more wings, Mark teased before looking at Dax. And you're back to being a know-it-all.
Skull Splitter still splits skulls?
Dahlia asked, grabbing her axe.
I imagine that will be an inevitability, Kane replied.
The soldier looked at the feet of the team. He nodded to himself before locking eyes with Dax, instantly causing a sinking feeling to fill his gut. "What are you thinking?" Dax asked.
That water's barely boot-deep now. How long do you think it'll take for our boots to be compromised? Kane asked.
I don't know. You saw the mining equipment. It's still somewhat in shape, and it's been down there for likely hundreds of years, Dax replied.
You're saying a 30-minute to an hour-long march won't damage us? Kane asked.
Highly unlikely, Dax replied.
Good. Then, since we're the ones who either aren't wearing cloth shoes or don't have our toes out, we're pushing in first. The longer we wait, the more they have a chance to come up and investigate. We push in. If we hit any resistance, we smash them and keep going, Kane explained. Once the water's done, they can follow us with the cannon and the sled.
Have you ever seen a diagram of an ant colony? Dax asked. It's a maze in there. If we don't go in together, they may not find us.
That's why we mark our path. We're going to need a way out when we set the cannon, Kane explained. So, they follow those markings, move faster than we do, and in a few minutes, or hours, they'll show up, we press forward. Kill more bugs, then drop a mountain on the Queen.
Dax turned to Saltee. He shrugged before motioning toward Kane. What do you think of his plan? You're the chief. You have the final say. You fight and plan with the ferocity of your ancestors. I trust your judgment, Saltee replied. Are you sure you want to take him and not one of the scouts? Mark asked. I mean, his body was built behind a desk while yours was built for war. He may not be able to keep up with you."
"I may have been premature on my judgment of you, of both of you, actually. I would trust you, Dax, with my life," Kane said, looking at the former professor.
"What about me?" Mark complained.
"When you can grow a proper mustache, we'll talk," Kane replied.
He made his way to the sled and started to investigate the remaining weapons. He picked up what looked like a halberd with a meteor attacking end. "Okay," Dax said with a shake of his head. "But we're going to need batteries. All the dead batteries. The live ones stay with the sled and the cannon."
"What do we need dead batteries for?" Kane asked.
"How much juice does your magnet tool have left?" Dax asked.
22%, last time I checked."
"Good. Then the batteries will act as one of two things: a 40-pound wrecking ball when its casing fails, or an acid grenade with a whole bunch of shrapnel," Dax explained.
"I knew I liked you for a reason,"
Kane said, cracking a wry smile before looking at Mark.
"Which ones are dead?"
Without skipping a beat, Mark grabbed the 3 batteries that died during the trip. Dax looked at Dahlia, then lifted his chitin hammer toward her. "Can you fasten this to my back?" he asked. Without a word, Dahlia retrieved leather from the cart. She took the hammer, then tied the strap to the hammer before making an intricate knot in the center of Dax's chest. She touched a dangling piece of leather. "Battle-bonded, pull this. Untie hammer quickly," Dahlia said softly. "Battle-bonded, stay alive. Dahlia will come for you." "I'm not planning on dying today," Dax replied. Dahlia closed her eyes. She rested her forehead against Dax's. He closed his eyes as well as their skin touched. She placed her hand on his chest as she pulled away. "Dahlia, come fast," she whispered.
"Let's get going,"
Kane called out. He held a battery in one hand and his spear in the other. Dax stepped away from Dahlia and picked up the remaining dead batteries, one in each hand. He looked at Mark, whose face was bright red. "I appreciate the effort, and I'm proud of you for keeping it in," Dax said. Mark stifled a laugh. Dax turned away from the sled as he jogged toward the mouth of the cave, catching up to Kane. "That's what she said," Mark shouted from behind. "He was so close," Dax huffed. "So close."
"In his defense, if I were still his age, I would have done the same," Kane jested.
36. Into the Nest. Dax kept his suit's lights off. Kane turned his on as they delved into the mouth of the nest. Both men hugged the wall. Most of the water ran down a deep groove along the center made by the water bug. Booting up their in-suit communications, Dax's radio crackled to life. "Do you really think coming down here, just the 2 of us, armed with a few batteries, a magnet gun, and an exoskeleton warhammer, is the best idea?" Dax asked.
"Nope, but it's the best one we've got," Kane replied.
Both men kept their voices low. Only their radios could pick up their speech.
"If it were up to me, I'd nuke it from orbit, then nuke it again, just to be sure. Then, after the dust settled—"
"Drop another nuke?" Dax interrupted.
"Absolutely. But we don't have access to that stuff, and even if we finished building our ship, we wouldn't have enough juice to bring the Queen down from the outside either," Kane continued. "Inside job was always where we were heading."
"Be honest," Dax said as he looked back at the shrinking ray of light that was the cave entrance. "How many of us do you think are actually walking out of this?" Kane just replied with a cackle as they pushed deeper. The water around their boots sloshed as they reached the first set of the nest's branches. Kane showed his lights down both. Water sloshed in place just below their access to the cavern. Bugs lay just out of the water, Their carapaces were eaten away while entrails protruded from their mouths.
"Double tap, to be sure?"
Kane asked. If you came across a corpse with its lungs hanging out of its mouth, would you risk your weapon's structural integrity to bash in its skull?
"Valid point. Carve in the directions."
Dax set down the batteries. He drew his dagger and carved an arrow into the rock face of the nest. Underneath, he tried to carve "Keep Going" in English. The jagged, rough stone made his markings illegible. With a frustrated huff, he tried again, this time in cuneiform. The straight lines made quick work of the message. "Well, I guess we know why that was the language that developed here," Dax said, sheathing his knife and picking up the batteries. "Shall we keep going?" Kane looked at the gouge that continued to run through the middle of the nest. The water, once flowing freely through it, was lowering to the point where it'd soon be safe for the others to follow.
"How far do you think that thing slid?"
Kane asked, continuing to walk. Dax followed, looking down the dark hole before them. "Turn your light off," Dax said softly.
"Do you see something?"
Kane asked, crouching slightly. "No, but that's the thing. We should be. Turn your lights off."
"And if a bug tries to ambush us?"
Kane asked.
"We'll see it coming."
Reluctantly, Kane shut off his lights. As he did, the bioluminescence in the water filled the cave. A path lay before them. Trickles branched off here and there, but the majority stayed together, twisting with the most used path.
"That'll save some juice,"
Kane muttered. "It'll do more than that. Queens usually live in the deepest part of the colony. This'll lead us right to her." Both men continued, stopping where the water trickled down a side path. Kane put his lights on. Dax carved the direction they went and wrote in cuneiform for clarification. "How do you expect they'll see those?" Dax asked, picking up the batteries.
"I saw what looked like sap in the sled. With the sticks that they have, if sap works here the same way it does on Earth, that'll give them a few hours of good burn,"
Kane replied. "Is that part of the survival training you went through?"
"Yes, actually,"
Kane replied. The former soldier stopped. Dax froze right next to him. The bioluminescence painted a faint outline of his armor. Even in the dark, Dax could see his finger move to his lips before pointing forward.
"We're not alone,"
Kane whispered over the radio. Dax slowly set his batteries down. His body tensed. A chill ran down his spine. The water sloshed unevenly several yards ahead. The dripping and falling of water nearly drowned the movement out. The ripples moved closer. They were uneven. Whatever it was didn't scuttle like the other bugs they'd faced. Kane lifted the battery he carried and pointed the magnetic tool at it.
"Hold,"
Dax whispered. His jaw clenched as he tried to see through the dimly lit veil in front of them. He couldn't as it grew closer. Its shadow took form. Whatever it was stood taller and wider than the other bugs they'd fought. Labored breathing, laced with heavy wheezes, filled the cave. The ground shook, sending water in every direction, causing the glowing creatures inside to light up even more. Their light revealed what looked like a monstrous bug in front of them. From the dim light, Dax saw it twitch and spasm before it fell motionless. "I think you're good to turn that light on now," Dax whispered. Dax took several steps away from Kane. The former Marine turned toward him.
"Seriously?"
Kane asked. "I'm just putting distance between us in case it's not dead and lurches toward the light," Dax replied.
"I know what you're doing, and I don't appreciate it. It makes me feel some kind of way about it, and not a good some kind of way."
"Just turn your lights on. You're whining like Winnie the Pooh when he's out of honey."
"Don't you dare speak ill of that bear,"
Kane joked.
"He's a saint."
"You're not wrong." Kane turned his lights on. A behemoth lay before them. The beast was significantly larger than an elephant, with heavily armored legs and a flat face dotted with holes where eyes once were. With one final cough, its lungs erupted from its mouth in a fit of blood. Dax looked toward Kane. "You want to give it a double tap?" Dax asked. "I seem to remember you saying the largest bug here would be elephant-sized," Kane said, holstering his magnetic tool, picking up his spear and pointing it at the creature. "That's at least 1.5 times larger. Looks like you don't know as much as you think." "Taunt me all you want. For having no information to pull from, I've been right a shocking number of times," Dax countered. "And you know why?" "Why?" Kane asked. "Scientific method," Dax replied with a little dance. Without a word, Kane shut the lights on his suit off. He pressed forward. Batteries in hand, Dax followed him. Both men passed the bug along its back, just in case it twitched. As they pressed on, Dax kept marking the walls when they'd pass a branch off. Continuing down the main path, the sound of a waterfall started to echo up the nest toward them. Dax kept his eyes on the glowing water, looking for any strange ripples, but they were met by nothing. Both men stopped as the water in front of them vanished. They carefully inched toward its edge. As Dax looked down, he felt an uneasy tingle rush through his lower body. "That's got to be 100 feet," Dax whispered. "Feels about right," Kane replied. "One of us should stay up here with the rest of the group. The other should scout ahead for possible trouble." "How do you expect us to get down there without shattering a limb?" "What, no scientific method for this one?" Kane asked while doing a taunting dance. "We haven't used our suit's thrusters. There's enough juice in there to lift us off the ground a few feet. Fire it before you hit the floor, and you'll be fine." Dax nodded. He stepped closer to the ledge as he looked down. "I'll go." "No, you won't," Kane countered. "You've got yourself a nice war hammer there, but I know how to use a spear better than you know how to use that." "It's a hammer. You swing it as hard as you can," Dax countered. "And with that, you just stick them with the pointy end." "That I do, and I've got the mag gun with 8 to 10 shots left, judging by the charge. Stay here. I'll keep in touch. Let them know I've gone ahead." Kane turned his suit's lights on. He looked down into the pit. At the bottom sat a massive tail, twisted and snapped free from the rest of its body. Kane let out a chuckle. "I think we found our bugfish," he mused. The former soldier leapt from the edge. He dropped quickly as the hiss of his thrusters filled the cave. He slowed just enough that when he landed, he dropped and rolled. "You good?" Dax asked. "Yep. Creaky knees, still creaky," Kane replied over the radio as he stood up. "Oh, ho, ho, man, you're going to want to see this." Kane shut off his lights. "What are you looking at?" Dax asked. Through the glowing of the water, Dax saw Kane slide off the smashed bug and disappear into the next portion of the nest. "I'm looking at a room full of round, glowing things," Kane replied. "They're about chest height and oblong in shape. I think I found the egg room. It's been wrecked, but there's still a ton of eggs down here." "If you found the egg room, that means there's going to be guards," Dax replied. "Even with the flood, that room will be their second highest priority. They will come straight back here. See if you can find a branch off somewhere." "Looks like it's one way in, one way out," Kane replied. "I'll set up my battery to cover the other entrance while I take care of these eggs." "If you kill the eggs, it'll draw more attention," Dax argued. Silence fell on the other end of the radio for a few seconds. A rustling rose from the pit below. Dax cleared his throat. "Kane, you still down there?" "Some of these eggs are starting to move," Kane whispered. "If I don't take care of them now, we're going to get cut off on the way back.
I will kindly request that you don't distract me while I do my work."
A crash rang out over the radio as Kane let out a sharp exhale. The former soldier started to hum as sounds of shattering eggs drifted over the falling water. After several minutes, a grinding sound behind him caused Dax to turn around, his hand moving toward his knife. It quickly dropped at the sight of the Dalno with torches, the sled, and a nervous-looking Mark. Dahlia made her way to Dax and looked down the pit.
"Where old, wrinkly, hairless pink ape?"
Dahlia asked. "He's down there, taking care of some bugs. He insisted that I stay up here until you guys came." Mark climbed out of the sled and rushed to Dax's side, looking down as well.
"Is he okay?"
Mark asked, concern filling his voice. Dax opened his helmet so they could hear the open channel with Kane.
"Looking like a true survivor, I'm feeling like a little kid,"
Kane sang among a throng of slashes and cracks.
"Is that—"
Mark started. "Yep," Dax replied.
Never pictured him for an Elton John fan. Would have guessed AC/DC or Led Zeppelin."
"Same," Dax said. Kane's voice carried up the waterfall, crescendoed by the flurry of dying eggs and infant bugs. Nalath and Saltee approached the drop-off. They both turned their attention toward the sound as well. Nalath dropped his torch. It tumbled before hitting the bug far below.
"Do you think we should go down there and help?"
Mark asked as Kane continued singing. "No, let's let him cook," Dax replied. 37. Soldiers. Kane continued to sing as he attacked. Dax looked at the team awkwardly with a shrug. After a few minutes, the former Marine stopped, panting. A clang rang through the helmet. "You good?" Dax asked.
"Yeah, you were just so quiet, I wanted to make sure the radio still worked,"
Kane replied. "It does. We were all enjoying your concert." Silence fell on the other side of the radio. Kane cleared his throat.
"All?"
he asked. "Yeah. The water got low enough that Mark and the others have joined us," Dax replied.
I can't believe I was singing out loud again," Kane mumbled. "I'm ready when you are."
Dax moved to the sled. He grabbed some leather and tied the batteries together. Next, he slung them over one shoulder before grabbing the cannon. Dahlia, Saltee, and Nalath picked up one of each of the remaining charged batteries. "Mark, I need you to stay up here," Dax started. "No way I'm going down there. This is as far as I go," he interrupted. "Don't worry, I'll be your eyes and let you know if anyone's coming to surprise you." Mark pulled Kane's radio out of his pocket. "Looted it from Kane's helmet before we left it. Disconnected from its power source, it'll hold enough juice for a few hours." "Resourceful as always," Dax replied as he looked at two of the scouts, holding defensive positions next to the sled. "I was going to suggest 2 warriors stay with you to be safe, but it looks like you beat me to the punch. You're not the only one able to make a plan. It was Darth Maul's idea," Mark said. He motioned to the Dalno, who wielded a weapon that looked like 2 swords attached to one another at the hilt. The Dalno leapt over the edge of the waterfall. A loud screech filled the cave. "Good. While you're up here, work on a rope so we don't have to climb the rock face when we come back," Dax ordered as he turned to the hole. "Be safe," Mark called after him. "We're facing monster bugs. There's no way I can make that promise," Dax teased. Saltee, Dahlia, and Nalath tossed their torches down before leaping into the hole. Dax watched as sparks flew from their weapons when they slammed them into the walls and slid all the way down. Once reaching the bottom, Dahlia looked up and waved for him to come. "Geronimo," Dax whispered as he closed his helmet. The tingling in his lower body grew worse as he leapt from the ledge. He immediately activated his thrusters to slow himself down. As he lost the fight with gravity, he put his feet together and braced himself for the hard fall. Just before impact, Dahlia stepped in the way, She reached up, grabbed him by his armpits, and slowed his descent. Dax still landed hard. Pins and needles shot through his feet and up his shins. He looked up at her, and she gave him a tusk-filled smile. "Good catch," he said.
"Dahlia always catch battle-bonded."
She released him, dusting her hands off. Dax noticed a cut across her hand. A tinge of guilt pulled at him as she yanked her axe out of the dead bug's exoskeleton. She walked over to the wall and pulled her torch out from where she'd stuck it. Dropping to his hip, Dax carefully slid down the body before landing in a room ankle-deep in bug bits and glowing ooze that was brighter than the water. Kane stood in the center of the room, his armor covered head to toe in the glowing egg yolk. Seeing Dax, he opened his arms, spear still in hand.
"How'd I do?"
he asked. Dax looked around. Every inch of the dome was covered in glowing bug bits. "Jackson Pollock would be proud," Dax replied. "So would a blacklight."
"We keep going. Underbeast's bound to be here soon,"
Dahlia said, just loud enough for everyone to hear.
"I'm with her," Kane replied. "Dax, you stay in the middle with that cannon. It's important that makes it to the nest."
"Okay. Then can I trade my dead batteries for the live ones?" Dax asked, dropping the dead ones at his feet. Dahlia and Saltee quickly substituted their batteries for Dax's. He looped the leather over his shoulder. They moved together out of the egg room. As they exited, the glowing water flowed a few feet in front of them before falling over an edge and plummeting. Dax looked down. The light faded long before they heard its splash.
"Looks like it's lights on," Kane said.
"Or we could just use you as a glow stick," Dax replied. Kane turned his suit's lights on, ignoring Dax's response. He turned his own on and looked around. They stood in the center of a mountainous void. Paths wound in all directions around them, disappearing into other walls. A soft glow caught his attention from across the cavern. Dax quickly shut off his lights. "Extinguish," he whispered. Kane quickly turned out his light as Saltee, Nalath, and Dahlia stuffed the tips of their torches into the ground with a fizzle. Half a dozen insectoids, illuminated by glowing eggs in their mouths, emerged from the far wall several hundred yards away. A heavy silence fell on the group. Everyone held their breaths, not wanting to give them anything to catch their attention. Everyone kept their eyes locked on them as they marched closer. The path they were on crossed over theirs by 20 feet before entering another slightly glowing hole in the void's wall. The creatures were smaller than soldiers. Their exoskeletons weren't as thick, while ant-like pincers, large enough to cut a Dalno in half, protruded from their faces, gently holding the eggs. Dax's heart pounded in his chest at the sight of them. Blood rushed through his ears so loudly it was deafening. His hands gripped the magnet cannon as tightly as they could, with his finger hovering over the trigger, not realizing it wasn't hooked up. Dahlia's hand rested on his shoulder. A calm washed over him as he looked over at her. She gave him an approving nod. Dax took several deep breaths. As he recentered himself, the bugs vanished in the egg hole above them. "There's more than one egg room," Saltee whispered. "That could be disastrous if they hatch." "We'll make sure they don't," Dax replied.
"Explains why no other bugs came to stop me," Kane added. "Turning one light on, step exactly where I step. We don't need anyone falling."
With a tap on his helmet, Kane turned on one headlamp. It gave just enough light to illuminate the path directly ahead of them. "I'll keep an eye out behind us," Dax replied. "No, you're weighted down," Saltee countered. He looked at the scout behind Dax, holding his double-bladed weapon. The chief said a command in their language. The Dalno huffed and nodded. He turned around and started to walk backward. Every few steps he'd glance over his shoulder. Silence overtook the group as they inched their way along the near-invisible path before them. There was the scuttling sounds of feet in dirt and stone. Some were small and quick, others were louder and terrifyingly slow. Dax kept his head on a swivel, his muscles tense, ready for something to swoop out of the dark at a moment's notice. Every hair stood on end, and every nerve burned, expecting an attack, only for nothing to happen. His anxiety grew with each step. Their path started to decline. Kane flashed his headlamp ahead, revealing a tunnel in front of them. Dax got a quick glimpse of emaciated bug carcasses lining its entrance before Kane's light moved away. The scout mumbled something. Saltee stepped forward and placed his hand over Kane's light. Everyone froze on the narrow path. Tension filled the air as Dax looked behind them. The bugs that tended to the eggs emerged from their room and started back down their paths. "Keep going, keep going, keep going," Kane thought as the bugs went about their business. As the bugs reached the crossover of their bridge, the front one stopped. From the faint glow of their egg rooms, Dax saw it raise its head as if sniffing the air. A pit formed in Dax's stomach as he and the bug turned toward Kane. "Kane, it smells you," Dax whispered. His voice trembled as he spoke. Kane turned off his headlamp. Slowly and quietly, he laid his spear down before grabbing the magnetic tool. "That'll be too loud. How confident are you in the path ahead?" Saltee asked. "I got a good look at it," Kane replied. "Then we press forward in the dark and hope we get out of range," the chief said. "That not happen," Dahlia added as she put down her battery and gripped her axe. Dax followed her gaze back to the egg-tending bugs. The leader crawled off the path, clinging to the bottom of their bridge. It released its front 2 legs and reached out for the path below. Several loud snaps of their jaws cracked through the silence like a whip as the second made its way under. Dax's skin crawled as it climbed to the leader's front legs and grabbed on before it stretched out as well, stopping less than a yard from their path. Everyone started to quietly press forward as the third clambered down the other bugs before coming to rest on their path. "Oh, they're just like ants," Dax whimpered, his body screaming for him to run. He continued to press forward at the same speed as the team. The second insect latched onto the one at their level as their leader used the others as a ladder and climbed to their level as well. Once on the ground, the second clambered over its friend to join them. The scout with connected swords gave them a spin. He looked at Nalath and whispered something to him. The scout leader tapped his forehead in response. "He's going to buy us time," Saltee whispered. "Run." The egg-tender's leader sniffed the air several more times before it snapped its pincers. All 3 scuttled at full speed toward the team. Kane turned his light on once more. Relief overtook Dax as he joined everyone in sprinting toward the opening as fast as he could. As they reached the opening, Dahlia threw down her axe, grabbed several of the emaciated carapaces, and started to create a barrier behind them. Dax dropped the cannon and batteries. He rushed to her side to help create a wall between them and the bugs. He got one last glimpse of the scout charging the insects without making a noise. He leapt into the air, spinning his swords, when another bug skull cut off his field of view. He turned to see Nalath, grabbing another bug and throwing it to heighten their wall. Dax helped Dahlia cover her side before taking several steps back. The former professor returned to the cannon and batteries. He picked them up before looking at Saltee. "I'm sorry for your loss," he said softly. "There's no better way for a warrior to die than to die in battle," Saltee replied. Dahlia knelt with her axe and extinguished torch in hand. She slid her blade across the ground. Sparks jumped, reigniting the torch. Nalath and Saltee did the same. Kane turned on more of his lights. More and more light filled the darkness. Dax looked in the chamber they'd ended up in. Hundreds of bug carcasses filled the large round room. A handful were intact, as if they'd starved to death. Most were in pieces or bitten clean in half. "Guys, I think we just walked into a boss arena," Dax whispered. A heavy grinding of carapace on stone filled the room, sending a wave of terror through the former professor. 38. Antechamber.
"Scatter!"
Kane screamed, turning on all his lights. Dax quickly did the same, fully illuminating the dark room. A beast with dozens of legs, thick, heavy armor, and beady eyes that scanned the rest of the team emerged from the far wall. The shell on her back opened, revealing massive lace wings. With a powerful flutter, the hum rattled Dax's armor, while the wind forced him to stagger backward, nearly knocking him off his feet. "Queenmaker!" Dahlia called out. Kane quickly threw the first battery. He fired, sending the hunk of metal, plastic, and chemicals at the school bus-sized monster. She ducked, and the battery hit the outer carapace that protected her wing, slamming it down for a split second. Dax backed toward their makeshift wall. He quickly stuffed the cannon and useful batteries into a small hole, barely large enough to hold them. Pulling on the knot on his chest, he spun his hammer around, holding it in front of him. Kane recalled the battery with his weapon and fired again. This time the battery hit her straight in the face. It bounced off harmlessly. Spikes of hair frilled from her hind legs. Dax noticed she raised her back legs. "Everybody down!" he screamed. Dahlia rushed at the Queenmaker. Without thinking, Dax's feet carried him after his battle-bonded. Extending his hammer, he caught her shin. With all his might he pulled, sending her face first into the ground. In the blink of an eye he was on top of her, covering her as best he could with his body. Hundreds of high-pitched whistles filled the cave. Dax's body lurched forward. Hunks of rock destroyed by the Queenmaker's needle-like hair fell to the ground.
"Take out her legs!"
Kane barked. Nalath let out a primal roar as he broke the cover Saltee made with his armored body. The Queenmaker turned toward the charging Dalno. She opened her mouth and tilted her head to the side to consume him. 2 batteries smashed her in the top of the head, snapping her mouth shut. Dax climbed to his feet and rushed at her as well. Nalath slid under her mouth with more grace than a man of his size should have. He locked eyes with Dax and pointed his weapon at the prickly left leg. With a nod, the former professor gripped his weapon tightly. His body moved with a singular, surprising purpose: protect Dahlia. Nalath swung his weapon at her leg. The contact made a bone-chilling crunch that sent the Queenmaker reeling and howling in pain. Dax pointed at the ground. Nalath knelt. Jumping off the stone, Dax stepped on the Dalno's back. With all his might, he threw himself at the Queenmaker's damaged leg, hammer held high. The leg twitched. Dozens of hairs bounced off Dax's armor as he brought his weapon down. The familiar crunch of bone breaking sent a cathartic wave through his body, igniting his dormant rage. The leg fell free from its host. Greenish blood poured out of her side. She waved her wings once more. The downdraft slammed Dax into the ground. One of her feet smashed into his chest, pinning him in place. Dax reached for his dagger. Adrenaline and instinct drove him. As he raised it to stab, he couldn't help but notice the difference in the Queenmaker's foot. Due to her weight, it was flat and round, the size of his breastplate. Finger-like appendages gripped his suit of armor to hold him in place. His protective barrier groaned under her girth. With one well-placed stab, his blade slipped between the joints of her armor, burying itself deep into her flesh. She screamed, lifting her foot, still holding on to Dax. She flung him across the room. Dax held tightly to his knife. His hammer slipped from his hands. The blade slid free before he spun violently across the room. A bolt of pain shot through his body as he smashed into a wall before tumbling to the ground. Groaning, he pulled himself to his feet. A sharp pain shot through his shoulder when he tried to sheathe his knife. The weapon clattered to the ground. He looked at his arm. It dangled limply at his side. He tried to move it. The slightest twitch of muscle sent an inferno of pain through his limb. Dax turned his attention back to the fight. He watched as the Queen-Maker bit Dahlia. She dodged backward, swinging her axe into the beast's face. It buried itself into her exoskeleton. The Queen-Maker hardly registered the blow. She threw her head up, slinging Dahlia into the air. With another flap of her wings, Saltee was pushed away from her still intact leg. Nalath dragged himself away from the fight, leaving a trail of green behind him. "Cain, keep to your namesake," Dax shouted. "Use my knife." Dax pointed at his weapon on the ground, limping toward Nalath. Each step sent a dull wave of pain through his hip and knee joints. The Queen-Maker's thorax tucked under her body and pointed at Nalath. Dahlia tumbled through the air, and Saltee was forced to the ground from another flap of the wings. "Bombardier beetle!" Dax screamed. With his good arm, he grabbed a large piece of a long-dead bug's exoskeleton. Diving in front of Nalath, he held the piece of chitin up. Steaming liquid spilled around them, splashing in every direction as its epicenter was deflected by Dax's makeshift shield. A whistle tore through the commotion. Dax's knife sliced clean through her right wing, causing it to fall limp at her side. She stopped firing her chemicals as she turned her attention to Cain and screeched. Dahlia hit the wall next to him. As the Queen-Maker charged at them, Saltee swiped at her hairy leg with his massive sword, severing it in the process. Dax turned to see Nalath on his knees, breathing heavily with dozens of barbs stuck in his skin. Parts of his arms smoked and sizzled as the droplets that hit him ate away at his flesh. Dax moved to his uninjured side, looped his arm over his shoulders, and stood. Nalath let out a groan of pain as the former professor's armor groaned under his weight. He half-limped, half-dragged him to where he'd hidden the cannon and set Nalath down. "Stay here," Dalath ordered in the Dalno language. Nalath could do little more than nod. "I can't get past her carapace," Cain shouted. "It's too thick." "Batteries aren't breaking?" Dax asked. Dax spun to see Saltee knock Dahlia out of the way. A massive leg slammed into him. The armored Dalno flew backward, and stone exploded from the wall as he crashed into it. The chief dropped to his feet and snarled before charging the Queen-Maker. Dahlia picked up Dax's hammer. She swung as hard as she could, cracking one leg. The Queen-Maker flailed, sending Dahlia across the room while shattering his hammer. Cain snarled in frustration, gathering the dead batteries together. "Break 'em!" Dax shouted. "The batteries can't get through her. Put the acid in her eyes." Cain knelt and started to fidget with the batteries. Dahlia scrambled to her feet, rushed toward the former soldier, and helped him disassemble the batteries. Saltee held the Queen-Maker's full attention. He dodged and fought like a Dalno half his age. Dax noticed her abdomen bulge, just like it did before she sprayed at Nalath. Ignoring the pain in his legs, Dax charged at Nalath's weapon on the ground. His lungs burned and muscles ached, but he pushed his body further than he'd ever done before. The Queen-Maker's upper body reared up. She started to curl her tail under her body. Leaning over, he grabbed Nalath's massive weapon. Adrenaline numbed the pain of lifting so much weight with one arm. Every ounce of strength was driven into making contact with the Queen-Maker's thorax. It sliced through the tender, swollen abdomen, sticking almost completely into the Queen-Maker. A fountain of her burning liquid burst out of the wound, burning the weapon while soaking Dax's armor. It started to smoke as he staggered backward. a metallic smell filling his nostrils. His visor covered in the translucent material, he didn't see Saltee rush at him. The Dalno hit him like a wrecking ball, tackling Dax out of the Queenmaker's spew. They hit the ground hard. Saltee let out a pained grunt. "You good?" Saltee asked. Dax wiped his visor clean. "It'll take more than that to kill me," Dax replied. The Queenmaker took a few steps back and let out another screech. A battery collided with her face, breaking apart and spilling acid over her eyes. A second battery joined the fray shortly after. "Mag gun's out of charge," Kane shouted. Nalath moved for the cannon, catching the attention of the Queenmaker. She lowered her head and charged the Dalno. She turned her head sideways, opened her maw, and rushed him. Dax tried to get up. Saltee's weight held him in place. Dahlia and Kane charged at the Queenmaker, trying to redirect her aggression. They were too far away to get there in time. Just as her jaws were about to clamp on Nalath, a massive blade chopped their makeshift wall open. A bloodied, one-armed scout burst through, letting out a primal roar. He shouldered Nalath out of the way before facing the Queenmaker, holding his swords horizontally in front of him. Her jaws snapped shut with so much force the air itself shuddered. A spurt of Dalno blood spewed from between her teeth. Her thick, chitinous skull exploded outward as the scout's weapon was forced through her head by her own bite. Her body quickly fell limp. What was left of her wings fluttered. Her legs twitched, and the last exhale of life left her nostrils. "I see why they drowned the other one," Dax panted, looking at Saltee on top of him. "Mind climbing off?" The chief nodded. He shifted his weight and sat on the ground. Dax climbed to his feet. He took off his helmet, the stench of death and toxic chemicals burning his nose. He made his way to Nalath, his right arm still dangling at his side. "Is he alive?" Dax asked. "Nalath live, Nalath no fight. Must heal first," Dahlia said, pulling the spines out of the scout leader. "Dahlia, take Nalath to the sled," Saltee ordered. "When this starts coming down, we'll need to move faster than he can. The three of us have armor. We're better equipped to push forward." "Father," Dahlia tried to counter. "Don't argue, just take him and start for the exit. That journey will be slow with an overweighted sled." Dahlia let out a resigning sigh. She looked at Dax. Grabbing his shoulder, she rolled it back. A wave of heat, accompanied by an electric bolt of pain, shot through his body as his shoulder popped back into its socket. Dax gritted his teeth. "Thanks, I think," he said with a groan. "Battle-bonded, return to Dahlia," she commanded. "If I survived her, I think I can survive the Queen," Dax teased, kicking the Queenmaker. Dahlia picked up her dropped yet still lit torch before gathering Nalath. As she did, he looked at Dax and flashed his tusks in approval. Saltee called after her. He said something softly to her. She mirrored his words with the same sentiment. She carried the wounded Dalno into the darkness of the nest. "What's going on down there, guys?" Mark's voice came over the radio. "There have been a few earthquakes up here." "We just killed the Queenmaker," Dax replied. "Next stop, the Queen. Dahlia and Nalath are coming up. Nalath's injured. Once you get them, start evacuation." "What about pulling you guys up?" Mark asked. "Have the scouts stay. They'll be strong enough to pull us up," Kane replied. "Yes, sir," Mark replied, turning off his radio. "Where'd he make one of those?" Kane asked. "He didn't. He took it from your helmet." "Clever boy," Kane mused. As Kane gathered the cannon and still useful batteries, Dax made his way across the cave. Finding his knife sticking into a wall, he yanked it from the rock before investigating its edge. The blade was still razor-sharp. He slid it into its sheath before looking back at Kane's spear. "Why didn't you use that?" Dax asked.
"I was a little busy. Besides, Dahlia's axe didn't do anything,"
Kane said, pointing at the axe still stuck in the creature's skull.
"And being thrown, she couldn't get it out. Your hammer is in pieces, Nalath's is eroded, and I don't know where Saltee's sword is."
"It's under her," the chief replied, still on the ground.
"We need at least one useful weapon in case we—"
Kane trailed off. He looked at Saltee, drawing Dax's attention. The Dalno was still in a seated position on the ground. His color wasn't as vibrant green as it once was.
"That was a final I love you, wasn't it?"
Kane asked. Saltee nodded. He leaned forward, groaning. Dax's chest tightened as he watched the chief painfully rise to his feet. He turned his side that faced the wall toward them. A large hole punctured his armor. Blood freely poured from the wound. The chief turned toward the Queenmaker. At the end of her thorax was a long, sharp stinger. He limped over to the bug corpse. Grabbing the stinger, the critically wounded Dalno let out an animalistic growl as he ripped the 4-foot stinger from its body. He limped toward Dax and offered it to him.
"Dahlia will need a new weapon,"
he said breathlessly. Dax nodded. He took the stinger.
"I'll make sure they make her weapon worthy of you,"
Dax replied.
"Make sure they forge it worthy of her. Now give me that cannon. I'll finish this." "We're going with you," Kane countered. "We're making sure this gets done."
Saltee looked at Dax. He wearily placed his large hand on his shoulder.
"A battle bonded only falls with their bonded. Go with Dahlia."
"Oh, he didn't mean we're dying down here. We're going with you to make sure this thing is set up right and that it'll actually go off." Dax moved under Saltee's arm. He started to limp to the opening across from them. Kane moved in front of them, picking up his spear in the process. As they walked into the next room, the veteran, the professor, and the alien warrior all froze. They turned their attention upward. Bioluminescence swirled for hundreds of feet above them. The light dimly lit a writhing mass of heaving, oozing flesh. Dax looked down. Eggs were spat out nearly 200 feet below. The egg-tending insects stood in a line. They grabbed an egg and took it away as the next one moved forward.
"Gentlemen, I think we found the Queen," Kane said with a grimace. "And by God, is she disgusting."
39. Queen's Gambit.
"You think this spot's good enough, Professor?" Kane asked.
The weight of Saltee was almost more than Dax could bear. He quickly eyed the cavern above them and nodded. "It's going to have to be," Dax replied.
"After you get that thing set up, I want you two to leave," Saltee said. "I'll give you as much time as I can. You don't need to die with me. Set me down."
Dax wanted to argue that the Dalno needed their chief. He'd seen smaller wounds in the same place and men almost as large. With a heavy heart, he kept his mouth shut and carefully laid Saltee down.
"If the Queenmaker had all those tricks, what do you suppose the Queen can do?" Saltee asked.
Dax looked up at the beast that hung from what looked like hardened mucus that stretched from one end of the mountain to the other. "Hopefully we won't have to find out," Dax replied before looking at Kane. "Almost there?"
"Give me a second,"
the former soldier countered. As he continued to connect the batteries to the cannon, several sparks flew from the device. Saltee grabbed Dax's hand. He squeezed it so tightly the former professor felt the compression through his suit.
"Malkoth will lead well," he said,
His voice grew weaker by the second.
Nalath will make a strong second.
Dax nodded. He looked at the wound, wanting to put pressure on it, but his hand wasn't large enough to make an effective seal, even if he pushed into the gaping hole.
Dahlia,
Saltee started. "I'll take care of her," Dax countered. "I'll make sure she's safe, and care for her to the expectation of a chief."
Good man,
Saltee whispered. He reached up with his free hand and punched himself as hard as he could in the face.
I'm starting to fade here, hairless pink ape. You almost done?
"I'm getting there, Orc," Kane countered. A loud scream rippled through the cave, shaking the rock. Pain shot through Dax's ears from the noise. It echoed in his mind as well. Pressure built in his skull from the scream. He held his head as blood vessels burst in his nose, causing it to bleed. Saltee cried out in pain, releasing Dax's hand. He grabbed his head as well. Seconds felt like hours, as the sound caused Dax's vision to blur. The scream in his mind sent a migraine in waves across his skull, making his head feel like it was going to pop. When the Queen's scream stopped, Dax lowered his hands and looked at Saltee. The chief sported a rebellious smile on his face.
She bought me more time,
he snarled.
Good, because this thing is ready,
Kane added. The former Marine handed the weapon to Saltee. He placed the large man's finger on the trigger.
Hold this. When you're ready, release. It'll pull every piece of iron you're aiming at down, and, judging by the hammocks, the Queen as well, Kane explained.
Gravity will do the rest. She won't survive, Dax replied, looking at a non-bloodied Kane through his visor. Your nose isn't bleeding.
Helmet must have blocked most of the sound, Kane replied.
Dax set down the stinger before taking his helmet. He slid the piece of armor over Saltee's head. It was a tight fit. He picked the stinger back up. If she screams again, hopefully this'll help. Don't want you releasing that trigger before you're ready, Dax replied. Saltee nodded in approval before looking at both men. The color in his face rapidly drained as his pool of blood stretched out under him.
I count myself lucky to have witnessed and fought alongside humanity like my predecessors,
Saltee said softly.
Thank you. It was our pleasure to fight alongside you,
Kane replied. Rocks started to fall from the top of the mountain. Dax looked up to see the Queen's outline starting to turn to face them.
Go. Get out of here,
Saltee ordered.
Yes, sir, Kane replied.
Another scream tore through the mountain, sending Dax reeling. Everything muted as the soft squealing of tinnitus drowned out the world. He felt his eardrums rupture. Kane's arm wrapped violently around Dax, pulling him out of the Queen's nest. Dax held on to the stinger and Kane as tightly as he could. They rushed past the Queenmaker's dead body into the large, bridge-filled cavern. The further away from the Queen they got, the less Dax's mind felt like it was going to explode. Within minutes they entered the egg room as the ringing in his ears stopped. Both men climbed up the dead water bug to see a leather rope dangling for them. Kane quickly tied the end around Dax before grabbing it himself and tugging on it twice. The leather went tight. Both men ascended rapidly. Dax's vision started to focus once again. He covered his head as he bounced off the wall several times. Once they reached the top of the drop-off, the scouts leaned down and pulled both he and Kane up. Dax rolled to his stomach before slowly rising to his knees. His head still spun and throbbed from the pain. It dissipated, letting him get a fraction of his faculties back. Kane took off his helmet. Saltee's voice crackled over the radio.
I speak in the tongue of the men who truly defeated you, Saltee snarled. With their minds and their science, the chieftain of the Star Tribe will go down in history as the one who avenged his people, who finally killed the Underbeast Queen."
A loud screech echoed through the cave and the headset, shorting it out. A violent rumble shook the nest shortly after. All 4 men looked at one another. Kane motioned up the long tunnel.
"Run!"
he barked. Dax didn't need to translate. Both scouts turned and sprinted as fast as they could, following the fresh sled tracks. Kane pulled Dax to his feet. Both men rushed after them. Each step sent shockwaves of pain through his body. He pushed the pain out of his mind as toxic water sloshed out of the side tunnels. Rocks and debris fell from the tunnel overhead, raining noisily on Kane and Dax's armor. The leader of the Star Tribe's voice roared into the void, every word wielding so much power it echoed in Dax's heart. "There before me I see my ancestors, my mothers, my brothers, my sisters, my fathers. I see my people, fighters, survivors, warriors. I see my savior telling me my race has been run well. Come, Death, I welcome you. You hold no power over me. Come now." The rumble of a collapsing mountain swept up the tunnel. It shook the ground violently, nearly throwing Dax off his balance. Kane grabbed him by the arm and kept him upright. A pin of light appeared in front of them.
"That's the exit. Keep going,"
Kane screamed. With the end in sight, all 4 men sped up. Dax's legs started to go numb as he forced them to move faster than he'd ever gone before. He didn't have to glance over his shoulder to know the cave was collapsing around them. The violent surge of wind at his back hinted at that. Getting close to the exit, they caught up to Dahlia, Mark, and Nalath. One scout grabbed Mark by the collar and threw him into the sled. They both joined Dahlia in pushing, speeding them up with Dax and Kane close behind. More and more debris fell on Dax. He lifted his arm to protect his head just as a softball-sized rock struck his forearm. Rocks and pebbles bounced off their backs as the dust cloud enveloped them. Each breath burned from the dust. Dax fought the urge to cough. Kane grabbed Dax by the collar and flung him forward. The former professor hit the ground. He used the momentum to roll away from the cave as the blinding sunlight beamed down on him. One of the scouts quickly grabbed him, dragged him back to his feet, and continued their retreat. They climbed the slant that led into the nest. Once out of the cloud, the scout dropped Dax. He spun to look back. Kane trudged out of the cloud, spear in hand. Relief washed over him as he slowly stood up, watching in disbelief. In the distance, the once proud mountain collapsed in on itself in a plume of smoke. Hundreds of bugs rushed from underground all over the desert in front of them. Some flew, others crawled, a handful burrowed. None of them paid the injured team any mind. Dahlia dropped to her knees at the sight. Dax limped to her side and placed a hand on her shoulder. "Your father was proud of you," Dax whispered, offering her the stinger. "His sacrifice has freed your world, and he asked you have this." Dahlia looked at the stinger. She took it before rising back to her feet. "What killed Dahlia's chief will defend his tribe," Dahlia said softly as she ran her fingers over the smooth black stinger. 40. The Return. Dax trudged through the sand. His armor sat in the sled as his stomach growled, joining the chorus of Mark's and Kane's. The 3 of them finished the last of the water, while Dahlia and the scouts took turns pushing the sled. They walked night and day, only taking a break long enough to regain their energy to push forward, not wanting to get caught by a hungry bug with their lack of weapons. "I've got to be hallucinating," Mark grumbled as he dragged his feet. "I think I see the dome." Dax looked up, sweat pouring down him. He wiped the salty liquid from his face. Just over the next dune, he saw the top of a white, translucent dome peeking over the sand. Hallucinations aren't shared, Dax replied, relief washing over him. That's the dome. The scouts let out a cry of joy. They charged ahead as the rest of the team maintained their slower pace. The weight of those left behind weighed them down. Shouts of celebration rose from the city shortly after the scouts disappeared behind the hill of sand. It took another 20 minutes of walking before they reached the city's overlook. Dax's calves, shins, and thighs twisted and ached with each step, cramping from a mix of dehydration and malnutrition. He pushed himself forward, watching Mark, clearly in pain, march without a word. The entire city rushed out of the dome and up the hill toward them, shouting, cheering, and singing joyously at the return of their heroes. Dax watched the tribe's warriors create a ring around them, holding the excited Dalno back. "Is Nalath still alive?" Dax asked, looking at Dahlia. She reached down and put her finger under his nose. "Nalath breathes," she replied. "Good. Let's get him to the priests and priestesses. I'm guessing they can help him?" Dahlia nodded. She shouted. Her voice instantly quieted the crowd. As she pushed the sled, the tribe parted, making way for her. They followed her to the base of the city. Each step felt like his feet were made of concrete. Mark continued to press in front of the group before stopping a few yards ahead. He let out a laugh in disbelief. "No way," he muttered. "How?" "How what?" Kane asked. Mark waved them to catch up. Gradually they did. As they rounded the city's edge, the skeleton of their old ship lay out in the sand before them. Most of its base was already assembled, with Malkoth walking around it, inspecting it versus the blueprints in his hand. "I'm too exhausted to be impressed at the moment," Dax muttered. "Come, we all rest," Dahlia ordered. She pushed the sled into the city before she led them to the temple. Once inside the antechamber, it took every ounce of Dax's willpower not to just charge through the next doors and dive in. Per Dalno customs, he stripped down before helping Dahlia pick up Nalath. They entered almost a full minute after Mark dove through. Stepping into the water, they set the scout leader into the pool. He looked at Dax and touched the piercings hanging around the former professor's neck. Flashing his tusks, Nalath spoke in his native tongue. He cleared his throat before narrowing his eyes. "Honor," he managed to say in broken English. "Nalath say you earned these, that it was honor to fight with you," Dahlia translated. "It was an honor to fight with you, too," Dax replied. Dahlia translated. Nalath closed his eyes and leaned back in the pool. Dax offered Dahlia his hand to help her in. She looked at it, tilted her head, then looked back at him. "I'm offering to help you in," Dax replied. Dahlia laughed as she stepped in before turning to Dax. "Dahlia not need help in. Battle-bonded exhausted. Battle-bonded need help in." She grabbed him by the sides, picked him up, and set him in the pool. Taking his seat, he leaned back before looking over at Mark. "No inappropriate joke about that?" Dax asked. "I'm too exhausted for that," Mark replied. Kane climbed in and lay back too. He looked at Dahlia and shook his head. "Dahlia, the other scouts, how are they not exhausted? They ate less than us," Kane complained. "The sun gives them minimal energy to store and pull from due to the green skin, remember?" Dax asked as he closed his eyes. "If they remained well-fed, those stores would have grown for events exactly like this." The priests and priestesses entered the pool area. A loud ripping sound, followed by a yelp from Kane, caused Dax's eyes to shoot open. He turned toward the former soldier, fingers balled into a fist as his body snapped to action. He quickly stopped himself at the sight of a priest holding the patch in his hand. Kane lay back, his hands on a bright pink spot on his chest. A bald patch sat in the center of his salt-and-pepper chest hair. Catching his breath, he looked at Dax. "Be grateful you're not as hairy. he wheezed. "It looks good on you," Dax teased before sitting back. He closed his eyes once more. The scent of freshly cooked meat filled the inside of the temple, accompanied by the clatter of clay. Dax opened his eyes to see a bug steak next to him and a bowl of cloudy pink liquid. Without missing a beat, Mark attacked the steak like a rabid, starving animal. Kane and Dax took a more measured approach, eating normal bite sizes. Dahlia finished hers in 2 bites, while Nalath was fed by his priestess. "Is he going to be okay?" Dax asked.
"Barbs have poison," Dahlia explained. "If poison not kill Nalath by now, Nalath not die."
Nalath grumbled under his breath as he was forced to take a drink.
"Nalath say he wish he die. It hurt less,"
Dahlia translated. "I could imagine," Dax replied. Silence fell over the group once more. The gentle slosh of water and rustle of the priests' and priestesses' clothes were all that filled the silence. After finishing his meat, Dax drank from the bowl. It was sweet, fruity, and more juice than water. Leaning back into the water, Dax closed his eyes as the priestess assigned to him washed his hair and cleaned the muck of battle and travel off him. The woman leaned down and whispered something softly to him. He opened his eyes and looked over at Dahlia.
"Priestess say battle-bonded may sleep. She not let battle-bonded drown."
"Good to know," Dax replied. Leaning back once again, he closed his eyes, passing out almost instantly. A low trumpeting sound jerked Dax awake. He looked around at an empty temple with only his priestess still by his side. His heart raced as he stood up and looked at her. "Where are friends?" he asked in the Dalno tongue. She pointed toward the door. "Many thanks," he said. Reinvigorated, he lunged out of the pool. Rushing to the antechamber, he quickly grabbed his clothes and got dressed. As he did, he noticed his hands were pale and far more wrinkly than he'd ever seen before. The ground started to rumble, pulling his attention back. "Without a queen, they shouldn't be a threat," Dax grumbled before shouting, "Dahlia! Mark! Kane!" "We're over here," Kane's calm voice called out. Dax turned to see them standing along the temple's edge, waving him over. His body fell from its high alert, only to be replaced by confusion. As he walked over to them, he motioned at the alarms and trembling ground. "What's going on?" "You've been asleep for almost 24 straight hours," Mark replied. "I'm talking the sirens and earthquakes," Dax replied. Dahlia lifted one of the barbs pulled from Nalath.
"City had scanner,"
Dahlia replied.
"Malkoth scanned planet for living sample of this. Found no living sample."
"No more queen makers, no more queen," Kane added.
"Once confirmed, City initiated Star Tribe protocol,"
Dahlia added. With a hiss and a series of loud cracks, the dome overhead split into 5 separate sections. It slowly fell away before setting gently into the sand, giving the city the appearance of a flower. Their ship sat visible in the sand next to 2 of the petals. The bunker next to the palace cracked a seam across its center before opening as well. Once it did, Dax watched in awe as the stairwell and lab were pushed to the surface. Once in view of everyone, Saltee's desk fell forward as a pulsing orb of glowing blue energy raised from the ground.
"No underbeast threat, no defense needed,"
Dahlia explained.
"There's a restoration protocol that's been activated as well,"
Kane explained.
"Every seed harvested before the fall of this planet will be released along with impressive artificial wombs of the native species that will be aged to adulthood before being released. This world is going to return to its former glory."
"I don't remember seeing artificial wombs in the lab," Dax countered.
"That's because Saltee only showed us the first floor. Malkoth was gracious enough to show us the lower levels, And believe me when I tell you, it made the Queen's hive look small.
A tinge of disappointment jabbed at Dax's heart at the comment. "I would love to study," he started. "Too late, one-time offer. By the way, come look at this," Mark exclaimed. Dax walked over to Mark. He followed the young man's finger. The carving was complete. It was intricate and beautiful, capturing the fall of the Queen while remembering the scouts that were lost and Saltee's sacrifice. A warm smile spread across Dax's face as a sense of wonder and accomplishment filled him. How many sons, fathers, mothers, and daughters had he helped save? Epilogue. Over the next several months, Malkoth was officially deemed the new chief, with Nalath his second in command. The Dalno mourned the loss of Saltee while upholding their end of the deal and helping rebuild their ship. Dax, Kane, and Mark helped. It sported Dalno flair, but held its original hunk-of-bolts aesthetic. Kane sat in a loop on bug leather held halfway up the ship by a Dalno child. He painted using bug chitin paint. Kane wrote "Junkyard" on the rust bucket. As he finished, the Dalno dropped him. Hitting the sand, he grunted before shooting the female a cold glare. "Easy, she's just a kid, and she'd probably wipe the floor with you with strength alone," Dax mused.
"She dropped me on the other side, too," Kane replied, standing up.
"Trick me once, shame on you. Trick me twice, shame on me. Or, in this case, you," Dax teased. "Are they ready?"
"All tests indicate things are good. We just need the power core," Kane said.
He pointed at the glowing orb in the center of the city. Malkoth and Nalath held the power core from either side. They walked toward the ship. Dax looked at the Star Tribe. With the information from the lab, they'd already started to advance at an alarming rate. "I have to say, part of me is going to miss this world," Dax said softly.
"You're not going to stay here with your battle-bonded?" Kane asked.
Dax looked at the former soldier, smirked, and raised an eyebrow before he made his way to the ship's open door. He grabbed the edge of the grate floor and pulled himself up. The familiar scent of rust and sand filled his nostrils as he looked around the unique and upgraded designs the Dalno provided for them. Across from him sat the familiar 3 pods. New Dalno armor with its blue tint sat in each one. A hybrid of their old suits with that of their hosts. Unlike their old suits, these were custom-made for each one of them, the ogre emblem with Dahlia's axe crossed behind it etched into the shoulder pauldrons. He made his way to the bedrooms. Looking through all 4 of them, he could hear Mark shouting at how something had been connected wrong and how he'd fix it himself. As he explored the ship, familiarizing himself with their new home, he heard Nalath and Malkoth slide the power core into the vessel. Quickly returning to the main deck, he led both men to the engine room. Mark wiped sweat from his forehead. He motioned at a vertical clamp with hundreds of open wires strewn from its top and bottom before spreading into the ceiling and floor. "He wants it there," Dax said. Nalath and Malkoth placed the energy core into the clamps. Mark quickly shut them, causing a warm light to emanate from it. He turned back to the men and smiled wide. "Now we'd better get out of here before we all get all sorts of horrible diseases," Mark said, sliding from the engine before rushing out the door. Dax motioned toward the opening. Malkoth and Nalath exited before the former professor. Once out, Mark shut and locked the door. He clapped his hands and rushed to the cockpit. "Are you sure you don't wish to stay?" Malkoth asked. "Saltee thought very highly of you, and I know we can still learn much from each other." "I appreciate the offer, but we're not ones to stay in one place for long," Dax replied. "But we will return when we get a chance, I promise. And if you ever need help, you have our channel." Malkoth and Nalath flashed their tusks at him before making their way to the door. They both climbed out. Kane said his goodbyes before climbing in and shutting the door behind him. The hydraulics screeched from rust on rust. He locked the door shut. "How are the seals?" Dax asked. "We're airtight. All tests show we're good to go," Mark replied. "Good. Start warming the engines," Dax ordered, making his way to the cockpit. The entire Star Tribe stood together at a safe distance to say goodbye. Dax and Kane waved through the window. "Last chance," Kane replied. "This hunk of junk is my home," Dax replied. "You're my family. No world can claim that. Let's get out of here." The ship rattled as its engines roared to life. Sand kicked up around the vessel as it rose from the ground. Several pieces of metal fell from the ceiling. Mark turned them toward the sky before accelerating. The debris skittered to the back of the main deck. "Activating artificial gravity," Kane said, tapping on one of the screens. The sky turned black. A weightlessness gripped them for a split second before gravity pulled them back to the ground. Dax got one last glimpse at Dalno Nuer. Sandy brown covered the entire planet. A hint of green spread across portions of the planet, causing a sense of hope to fill Dax. "Where are we going?" Mark asked. "Doesn't matter, just jump somewhere," Dax replied. "We'll go through a black hole, a star, or crash into a planet if we do that," Mark countered. "The odds of that happening are less than 1% of 1%, Dahlia said. The Dalno emerged from the lab they'd built in the back of the ship, her hair still sporting Dax's braids. She wore a form-fitting jumpsuit that matched the others. Her muscles nearly ripped the seams. She looked up from a data tablet donated by Malkoth. "Can I say I appreciate the mismeasurement that went on here, and don't tell me the odds," Mark countered as he punched in random coordinates. "It's never tell me the odds," Dahlia replied. "Dang, you got schooled by a girl who's never even seen the movies," Kane chuckled. Mark shot the former Marine a frustrated look. Dax walked over to Dahlia. He crossed his arms, giving her a playful nudge. "Perfect," he whispered. "Thank you," she replied. Mark pushed forward the warp controls. Space in front of them twisted, shifting blue before launching them into the unknown. This concludes Starship Bandits by Jonathan Yanez and Ross Bozell. Narrated by Phil Thron. Copyright 2024 by Archimedes Books. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Archimedes Books Corporation and was produced in the year 2024 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.